Halloween
Forever.
Hey guys, I got a quick question before we get started. Why didn't the cannibal eat the guy with no feet?
Why?
Because he was lactose intolerant. Welcome, boys and girls.
These jokes hit
to
differently.
a
One person.
motherfucking Showdown episode of Halloween's Forever. I'm Brian.
I'm Meg.
Too aggressive.
Yeah, we're here in person.
Wow, I
I'm
haven't
so
seen you guys in so
excited.
long.
I know we're recording in person for the first time in years and years. And it's just in time for a magical March Showdown episode. For those of you who've been following along at home and listening to the podcast, thank you. For those of you who haven't, it's your first episode. Again, fuck you. You're a piece of shit.
And welcome.
Yeah, and also welcome.
Yeah, it's
Hi.
Yeah.
yeah. You
You
always
have a couple nice people here.
Right.
in the
Yeah.
episode.
No,
Yeah,
fuck
it's-
you, but you might be fine.
no. I'm pretty sure that's the model of the show.
Mhm.
Fuck you and welcome. Like,
Yep.
what took you so long, dummy?
That's
Yeah,
also
you're-
a
But
very,
also, you're one of us now.
Yeah.
that like totally reminds me of a very like Boston thing to do. And we were talking about that before we got in the
Mhm.
episode and talking about
Yeah.
how, certain things that weren't so great, but it feels very, it's aggressive, but
Well,
like
it's a
we're
very East
aggressive because
Coast.
we like
Mm.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be necessarily
Very
Boston,
East
but
Coast.
I can also see like
Philadelphia is
the Philly
same
thing.
way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I had this conversation with some of my coworkers. I spent a lot of time in Philly for work, and the phrase "fuck you" is like an endearing thing
Mhm.
in Philadelphia. Fuck you.
This
Like that's
came
like
up
a-
you're funny. Good job.
Right.
I feel like this came up a lot when I was out west recently, and I was
Yeah.
in Seattle, and it just the conversation about it came up because drivers in Washington and Oregon really fucking suck. But I
Mm.
think it's like
Mhm.
like why are people going slow in the left lane?
Mm.
Mm.
Like this is just a not courteous
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
This
Philly,
is
you
just
literally get shot to death immediately. if you're
they start tapping on your window. They're like, "Hey, pull over! I want to shoot you."
Oh yeah. My first couple months spending a lot of time out there, I was like, Jesus Christ, these people are aggressive on
Yeah.
the roads. Like they are over the top. Although I wouldn't say they're any more. I would say they're even less like road ragey. They're
Right.
just really aggressive drivers
Yeah.
and are very quick to like flip you off and yell at you. But like I don't necessarily see a lot of, I'm sure it happens all the time, but like I don't get the classic road rage behavior of the like I'm gonna whip in front of you and brake check you or something.
Yeah.
It's more just like get the fuck out of the way, and then once I'm past you, you're out of my mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah, they don't ride your ass to ride your ass.
Yeah.
Even though they have room.
Yeah.
They're riding their ass because they want to get around you. Like I've never met more aggressive drivers than Jersey and New York.
Yeah.
But they'll also disappear just as quickly.
Mhm.
Yeah, they don't want to engage with you. They
Right.
want you out of their life as soon
Right.
as possible.
I got places to be.
Oh! Meanwhile, my dad, like, he'll do like not anymore because he didn't drive, but when he would do that, but then he'd like follow you to your house,
Right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Which is not a good scene. But now, yeah, the jury, they just want you to get the fuck out of the way, basically.
In my younger days, I used to do the opposite of being like extra passive aggressive.
Mhm.
Of like I'll do the ride in the left lane, but like match the speed of
Oh,
somebody
yeah.
else, so
We know that
so the
move.
person
We
behind
know
me
that
can't get
fucking
around.
move.
Yeah,
Because when
classic.
they're being a little bit extra,
Right.
they're being a little extra aggressive, and you're
Yeah.
like, you fuck yourself.
Yeah, take a
We've
chill pill.
done- we've
I'm gonna
done
put you in the
that.
fucking cooler back there for
Yeah,
a minute.
it's like where you got to go so fast? I don't care. Guess what? You're gonna chill out. You're gonna chill out. We're gonna do
I have a
45 on the
baby
highway.
about to be birthed in my back seat. Get the fuck. And Steve's
Guess what?
like,
Road
just
baby.
matching.
Guess what? Road baby.
Should have planned better.
Yeah.
Road baby.
Don't be rude to me.
I don't need. Listen, I don't need to hurry up because you decided to fuck.
Right.
Like that's not has nothing to do
Yeah.
with me.
That's your piss poor planning.
Yeah, you have a track record of poor planning, and I'm not responsible for it. Yeah, Steve has like one of those things that like the sassy secretary has that says like your emergency is not my priority or some
Yeah.
bullshit like
Yes.
or your lack of planning isn't my emergency or whatever.
Nobody sees me at home, but like I have a giant like 7XL Tweety Bird shirt that says that.
You also have that one with
It's
that
his
cat hanging
entire
from the branch
background.
that says "Hang in there."
Right,
You
yeah.
have that one. I see that one. All right, guys, we are not talking about traffic habits. We're not talking about Steve's
This episode's
wardrobe.
gonna go off the rails. I can tell.
I know. We haven't recorded in person in a long time, so this one's going to be sloppy. We're already slamming beers. Steve's not drinking beers. Steve's drinking poison. We'll talk about that in a second. But just as a reminder, for those of you who are tuning in and, I don't know, for some reason didn't look at the fucking topic that you clicked on to start this podcast, again, you're a fucking moron. I mean, you waited this long to listen to the podcast, but anyway, it's hungry for horror, which is to say horror movies about eating and food and things of that nature. So we're going to talk about that. Surprise, surprise, a lot of cannibalism.
A good bit
in this one. Yeah, but we're going to get into that. For those of you who are new to the show, that you don't know how one of these sumbitchin' things work, we do an episode every goddamn week on the internet, but once a month, first Monday of every month, excuse me, we do what's called a Showdown episode. What that is Yin's give us a whole bunch of topics. Some of them we came up with, some of them were suggested from our listeners. We put them on a big old spinny ass wheel. We spin it 3 times. We get 3 topics. We send them out on the interwebs, on the social medias for our friends to vote on. And then once we have that topic, we each pick a movie associated with that topic. And during said Showdown episode, we argue and then ultimately vote and decide which one of us is going to take some bitchin' strap for the fucking month. Sounds complicated. It's not. Clean the shit out of your ears. It's not that hard.
You're
Don't
good to
make a
hang
big
of it.
deal about it. All right. So,
I mean, it does take me at least 45 seconds to explain our podcast when everyone's like, what's your podcast about? It's like, well, okay.
we talk about horror movies and we argue about horror movies. That's it.
And it's funny.
And then we talk about
We're kinda
things
funny.
and stuff.
And we go.
Steve goes, and it's funny. And Megan, it's kind of funny. It's not that funny.
It's funny.
All right. Before we do that, though, we are going to talk about beers we're drinking. And I can actually see what beers you guys are drinking, which is weird. Wait, Meg, what are you drinking? Let's start over
Oh
here.
my gosh. Wow, guys. I'm so grateful.
You really are. You're doing it up.
I am the 2-time champion.
Mhm, mhm.
Most likely 3-time champion.
Most likely.
Ooh.
Most likely.
Ooh.
What do you
I'm
mean
going
by
to call
most?
collusion already in advance of this episode.
I liked your movie. I'm not going to stand here and pretend trash your movie.
No.
I like
I mean, I liked your movie too. So, hey, look at that.
Meg's politicking over
Mhm.
here.
For sure. For sure.
Look at that. Wow, we have that in common. We should combine forces.
Well, we're like
maybe.
best friends.
Yeah.
How great are we? We're like best friends.
It's great. It's great.
I have a beer, you have a
That's
beer.
good shirt.
I'm trying to. Yeah, it's a great shirt.
Nugget Nectar shirt.
Okay, ADHD needs to calm down today. All right, y'all. I am drinking a Pivot by Dancing Gnome. I was excited because our good pal Ian over there was like extra pale ale, and in my mind, when I hear extra pale ale, my mind instantly goes to Daisy Cutter. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
It's a
Mhm.
banger.
So, beautiful.
I think a Summit Extra Pale Ale. I don't know why.
I don't
There are some
think
extra
I don't
ale?
think I've had that. Yeah,
It's not as
honestly,
hoppy as Daisy Cutter, but
just
it's a really
feel
good
like-
one.
So it was like early. This is hearkening back to when we all started drinking.
It's like an early 2000s style. Yeah,
So
I think
like whenever I think about them, I think of something that has a really, really nice aroma, like an IPA, but kind of really super light and crispy,
Mhm.
like a Pilsner a little bit. Like
Yeah.
that's like I want the body of like a Pilsner.
Mhm.
So I like this one. The aroma's beautiful, but the body's a little bit more than I would want, but otherwise it's a delicious beer, and I'll keep chugging it along.
Yeah,
But-
that one. I took a little smell of it. It's sure as hell smells good.
Mhm.
I'm trying to look if they have anything. They don't really put a whole lot on here about the malt,
think
though,
the-
right? Brewed. Oh no, there you go. 100% Pilsner malt.
Yeah.
I just wondered if they like put some, if there was some like wheat or something in there.
Mm.
No,
No,
100% Pilsner malt.
It's pretty straightforward.
Steve, what do you got? What kind of bullshit are you drinking? It looks like squirt.
Well, you said we were going to do an episode in person. And I
Mhm.
figured, I should bring a gift for everybody to try.
What? I don't want to try that.
No, you're going to
That
try it.
Literally
Come on.
looks like the Monster Energy drink that I would normally drink, the like sugar-free ice one, whatever
Yeah.
it's called.
Try that. That looks exactly like something I drink all the
I don't
time.
want to try it because I know what it is and I don't want alcohol form of it. Guys, come on.
But you should.
It looks like
And-
squirt, which
Is there caffeine
immediately
in
makes
it?
me want it.
There's not caffeine in it as far as I can tell. But Meg,
they can't do that.
you're exactly right, because it is the Beast Unleashed, which is the hard monster.
Mm.
Yeah. And this one I'm
gonna
drinking
give a
is
metal bleh to that one.
this one is the White Haze.
White haze.
White Haze.
Get that. It's that white
You should
walker.
Did you put that on your Hop Nation Instagram page and
I
see
did
what
not.
the Haze boys think
No.
about it?
That's the thing. They call it
called-
haze, but I don't believe there's any
It's
hop
really
in it.
hazy.
There's
Guys, it's really
yeah.
fucking hazy.
It's
Yeah.
hazy like squirt is hazy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
squirt. Yeah, it doesn't taste anything like squirt. So I would like
Oh,
you.
I would have liked.
I would like you
I-
both to try
I would
it
happily try this
because it's new to the market.
It smells like
Got it inside.
Chemical.
Charcoalberry Fin
Yeah,
and gasoline.
smells like chemical. Smells like
Okay.
Ohio train derailment.
Whoa. It's more orange juicy
Mhm.
than I thought it was going to be.
No, literally tastes like that.
Like concentrated
no, like
orange
the
juice.
white sugar-free Monster Energy.
Sure.
drink.
Okay.
That's it, yeah.
I've never had that, but I'm sure
Yeah.
it's meant to mimic that, and they just can't
That's
call it
exactly
the same.
What it tastes like to me.
See, I'm not an energy drink person. Like, I
Used
know what
to.
Red
Yeah.
Bull
I don't
tastes
really-
like, but I
Mhm.
never drink energy drinks. But that reminds me a little bit of Mountain Dew, a little bit more orange juicy, squirty.
More of that aspartame type.
It definitely has a
vibe.
very
Mhm.
chemically artificial taste to it. What's the ABV on this sumbitch?
It's only 6.
Oh, okay.
You would be
Well,
like
when you feel a texture like this on the can, you think someone just about to be a hard ass.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just going for 11%.
There's a lot on here that screams like hard ass, and like because Four Loko exists,
Yeah.
you would think they would try to compete that way,
yeah.
but they didn't. They went 6%.
Well, they know what happened because they just got shut down. You know what I mean? Like,
But I
Good
mean,
with the whole
even Four
caffeine thing.
Loko's still out there doing 13%. They just don't put all
That's
the
true.
fucking stuff that jazzes you up to punch drywall.
I just feel like someone who drinks that is also has one of those trucks with the little kid pissing on, like,
For
the
sure,
window.
yeah.
Pissing
that.
on like a Chevy
What
sitting, like a Chevy, but like also Joe Biden's laying under the Chevy working on it. You know? And it says like, I piss on Joe Biden and Chevys. Like very literal
Yeah.
explanation.
I mean, this
I
is
recently-
definitely a Let's Go Brandon crowd drink.
I definitely saw a truck that person would drink this drink, and it said, "How's that Joe Biden working out for you?" And I was like, "Fuck, oh my god!" And
Honestly, not great. But also, fuck you.
Yeah, not great, but go fuck
Also,
yourself. Like,
what the
he's not
fuck?
working for you either.
Yeah.
he definitely had a Blue Lives Matter flag. You
Oh,
know,
yeah,
type.
there you
Oh, yeah,
go.
it was,
Oh,
like,
it's a whole
that's what
vibe.
that
Yeah.
drink is for, in my
Cops,
opinion.
yeah.
It's for cops. Literally just cops.
It's the drink for cops to get them riled up
Get around us, they can baton people.
and their wives.
It
They
works
think
great.
there's
Honestly,
actual caffeine in it, so they're getting jacked up.
serves its purpose
Yeah,
perfectly.
this is after work.
After work. Like, man,
before
I'm
they beat
really
their
tired, but I
wives.
gotta beat my wife.
Yeah,
So that's pretty
we
dark.
understand.
All right. Well, I'm going back to one of them newfangled beers. You guys are drinking all this classic stuff. I'm drinking
Hey,
something
don't
here
forget
called,
that I have my sidecar over here, the Iron City.
I'm drinking something called an India Pale Ale. Actually, this is really cool. Maybe just for me, but Saranac, which couldn't be less cool.
right.
Mhm.
But I like Saranac, and I think they make quality stuff. Their
I feel-
Adirondack Lager's great. Their Black and Tan's great. They're not sexy
I grew
or
up in New
popular
York.
at all.
I feel like that, besides the Dundee that we've talked about
Yeah.
before, which we think we talked about. This is the same brewery. Maybe.
Yeah, it's FX Matt, right?
Yeah.
They have a nice s'mores porter.
Fuck you.
They do. I like
Paint
it.
the original IPA with a s'mores porter.
No,
They
this is
did it.
not an original. This is an American IPA, very new age in that way.
Mm.
But no, it's Saranac put out a variety pack. I wish I would have read what it's called in there, but it's basically like a throwback variety pack.
It looks
and
like
it has
too.
four beers that are ancient looking. Like this one is Golden Beer, or I'm sorry, Pilsner Beer Golden.
Literally looks
Saranac
like something
Golden.
I would buy in 2012.
It's fucking really tasty
Mhm.
though. And they have the Black and Tan, and then they have something else. All the Adirondack Lager as well.
Mm.
Anyway, yeah, just like really old school throwback to like the early days of craft beer. And you know what? I'm enjoying the fuck out of it. Take me a little trip down memory lane there.
Good way to get a workout on those 3C hops.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
really is. It really is. It's
They
and I
gotta
think,
go somewhere, guys.
I think
Yeah.
every Saranac beer ever made is like pretty Cascade prominent,
Mhm.
Mhm.
which I fucking love.
Yeah.
I'm a stand for the old Cascades.
We can
but-
sell it to these, young kids as, this is hip vintage
We need
stuff.
to just get rid of
Yeah.
the name and call it like HPC.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Take it back to formula.
whatever, and then it just turns out it's fucking same Cascades.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly.
Any
Again,
case.
it's all about the branding, y'all.
Yeah, just bring it back around. These fucking kids, they don't know what they're talking. They don't know what they're drinking. All right. So we got the beers out of the way. So I guess what we should probably do is Meg should probably determine the order in which we're going to go.
You guys aren't seeing it, but I'm dancing for these guys.
She is. It's not great, but she is.
I know. I am. I'm very
It's
white.
not her sassy shoulder shrug, but she has something going.
No, it was
There's
like a
nothing
lot of like
sassy.
herky jerky. Like that's before one beer in. She's all
Yeah.
like herky jerky.
She was doing an Elaine at it.
Yeah, I was just about to say it's a lane. One beer in, then she'll start doing the shoulder shrug. Then she'll start getting funky. But early on, we're going to lane.
All right, guys. I know I'm going middle ground.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna try to get Ravenous out of the way first.
Okay.
I don't know when this started, but it's become this thing where there's like a because I used to be the one that always had a rivalry with somebody. Now it's a full on in the world of Holidays Forever. There's like a big Meg Steve feud happening right now, and I'm just fucking eating popcorn and following it over here. I love it.
I would say it's because you, in the past couple months,
bad movies?
I
Or
do
because
know.
I keep winning.
It's because Meg has bad taste, and you have been choosing movies that I don't know. You're just kind of laying things up there. You're not trying to win. Feels like sometimes.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
You're just laying things like Motel Hell is something you picked because you love it.
yes.
No, but I also think there is an element to Brian's tactic where he tries to go after something one of us would also like.
What do you mean?
What is that laugh?
Snidely Whiplash's dog over here.
Yeah, so whereas I think Steve, you genuinely try to choose a good movie
Mhm.
and don't always
No,
succeed.
we've been,
No, I
And
generally
I just
do choose
have
good
the
movies, and you
tactics.
just have bad taste. Henry,
I
great
think
movie.
2
Ravenous,
months in
great
a row
movie.
of me
Listen.
winning is not me having bad taste.
With big asterisks on those wins.
I think I call bullshit on my asterisks. I
most
and
people
definitely
who
this
have
one-
asterisks call bullshit on them.
No,
Yeah.
okay. And
Pete
this
Rose
one,
isn't like,
there's
all right, you got
absolutely
me.
no
Barry
way.
Bonds wasn't like, all right.
I really love sore losers, which means I love you both.
All right.
But this month,
Oh,
there is
not gonna
absolutely
pull
no way there could be an asterisk on my film. So I think it's genuinely an amazing movie. I think
It is. It's a very. It's a.
it took me,
it's a
5
really
minutes.
fun
I
movie.
was like, holy shit, I forgot about this movie.
It is a very appropriate movie for the topic, which is a change of pace for you, which I appreciate. All right, Steve, you're up. Steve, you picked.
It's also lesser known and wasn't one of the top of the genre.
Meg has. For those of you who are just tuning in, we're ripping on Meg because she has a tendency to just pick the most famous movie from the topic.
We call it pulling a Megan. I'm calling myself out for this sometimes,
Yeah, yeah.
though. But at the same time,
Like
this
if we do
is-
cannibal movies,
this
she's
is a-
picking Texas Chainsaw. You know
Right.
what I mean? Yeah.
we're talking about Megan knows how to fucking win.
Right.
This is the name of the game. The rest of the month, we can have fun. At the
Now
top
she's
of the
wait,
month,
you're not seeing this. She's starting to get a little
Now it's
wiggly.
the sass.
Yeah,
Now
she's
it's the
getting-
sass.
at the top of the month,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Megan's all in,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
laser focused.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
She knows how to win.
Yeah. Third
At
person.
least- at
Talking in the
least- at
third
least-
person. We haven't even
At
started
least
the
2
first
months
movie.
in a row, guys. Remember that. 2 months in a row.
It's
Running.
big. It's big for you.
Do
All
you have
right.
any snacks?
No, I'm good. Thank you. All right, Steve. You picked Ravenous from
Yeah,
1999?
Indeed, it is. Yes. Ravenous, directed by Antonia Bird.
Mhm.
Although there is like a lot of, if you read into the history of the film, there was an original director who started the pre-production, but wound up like getting fired because Fox kept putting its nose in everything,
Mm.
and there was like stupid disagreements about like the dirt on. There was too much dirt on the soldiers' uniforms.
Weird.
Like,
That
yeah,
sounds
just-
like an expensive holdup for something bullshit. You know, I'm just like,
Right. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
But like they eventually wound up like just firing that director.
Mm.
They tried to install their own new director, but the cast revolted, and so Antonia Bird, who was like a business partner and a friend of Robert Carlyle,
Ah.
like everybody was in agreement with her directing the film.
Oh,
I
okay.
see.
So she came on. And then it was written by, I don't have his name right up here, but he also wrote the Ocean's 11 screenplay later on, the newer one with
gotcha.
George Clooney, not the
Blockbuster after
original with.
Blockbuster.
Yeah.
Do you I am curious about how this was released, because it definitely I mean, from when it came out, it had this like very specific feel for that time and place, but I didn't know if that went right to theater or if it did us
I remember
indie circuit or something.
For some reason I remember it getting like a select release in theaters, because I do think I still saw it in theaters originally, but it was really big on DVD.
Yes, I remember
speak of that
having
time.
a big
Yeah.
DVD push. I remember this one in the fucking Blockbuster all over the place when it came out.
Yeah, it had a huge presence on DVD because it just came out at the right time. It has enough star power and other things behind it. It stars Guy Pearce and Robert Carlyle, who we've already mentioned. Don't know that Robert Carlyle was as known in America at this
I
time.
We might have talked about him off air though.
Yeah, we talked about him off air.
Okay,
He
no.
had he was in Angela's Ashes, which you saw.
I saw when I was like way too young.
Yeah, which was really big. And then
talking about pieces of shit.
I think he probably was known at this point. He would have been known in America because of the Full Monty.
Okay.
Oh,
That
I
was
gonna say
huge.
Trainspotting.
Okay,
there you go.
Trainspotting.
There you go.
I don't know.
He didn't play a huge role in
Right,
Trainspotting.
and Trainspotting was still kind of like an indie film.
Yeah, 96. I
yeah.
definitely
Yeah.
hadn't seen Trainspotting by 99.
Yeah.
I
But I
think I didn't see it
do
till college.
remember like the Full Monty being a thing, because it was always made fun of on like Jay Leno and shit like that.
Yeah,
so-
that was a big.
I've
That was
never
more
seen
in the
that one.
zeitgeist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
David Arquette is in it, which everybody, he plays a small role, but
he actually, this is a perfect role for him.
it's great. Yeah, he's
because
small.
because he's such a fucking goof,
hmm
and he plays a good goof,
Right.
and he's like this. He's like the frontier stoner.
He
Yeah, it's
great.
basically plays the version of him from like this, like the that scary movie, like the parody. Of,
Oh yeah.
like,
Okay. Yeah.
He
It's
basically
Officer
plays
Doofy.
Oh.
He basically takes the
The one that's
plays
always
the
fucking
parody
the vacuum
of that
cleaner
in-
and stuff, Yeah.
Cleaning my room.
Clean my room. He's in his tiny white. He's dragging the thing around. Yeah.
And then you have a number of other like well-known actors in there who like either were known at the time or just became known later on.
Mhm.
Yeah, you definitely had
Everyone's
you
sick of
had your Joe Spencer, who
Mhm.
people would know from like a litany of sitcoms, but I think of as The West Wing. Like he's
Yeah.
very well known for The West Wing.
This was actually John Spencer's last film that he did because he went on to The West Wing.
Yeah, and he was on that for fucking years and years and
Mhm.
years. Guys, I don't mean to bring it up this early, but we do have, unfortunately, some indirect pedophilia here.
I would say indirect having of images.
Yeah.
I think is what he
we
was
didn't go-
convicted
you guys-
of.
So, guys, I hate for those of you who knew the show, Meg and Steve got a real track record going of
Not of that, of incest.
incest or I would throw pedophilia in there too.
Whatever. This is scary shit, man. You
Jeffrey
just-
Jones is in here. If for those of you who know Jeffrey Jones, you probably know him from Beetlejuice. I think
Beetlejuice, Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
super recognizable. Frankly, fantastic comedic actor.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure a pedophile, right? Didn't he get had
Yeah.
child porn or something? Went
Yeah.
to jail for child porn or something like that.
Solid.
After this movie, though.
Yeah, not a
So-
cool guy.
right after.
Not right after.
Right after they started filming, before I got. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I
But
think it
he-
was actually during it was after Deadwood even.
Yes, it was relatively
Yeah.
recently. Just generally speaking, not a great dude.
Mm-mm.
And I just, I felt the need to bring it up because you guys keep perpetuating this episode after episode. Unsavory characters that you're celebrating.
You
and
know what
just
I
think
love about this point is that
It's
you
not part of the
somehow-
story,
You
though.
didn't just go after one of us because you could have played it off like you're giving me a little relief here, but no, you brought me right back down.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a notch against you,
Well,
Brian.
more you on account of you did it.
I didn't do shit this
I
time.
think it's wrong that Brian is mixing pedophilia and incest. Those are two different
They're
things.
definitely two
Most
different things.
incest is also pedophilia, guys. I hate to break it to you, especially
Okay.
in the instances that you guys call out,
Just
and
because
and frankly showcase.
just because
Yeah.
it's somewhat of a Venn diagram circle
Yeah.
doesn't mean that you get to mix
The
it this
Venn
time.
diagram is just a single circle.
Also,
almost.
the
I think I'm gonna leave you
story,
guys to this argument. I'm stepping
the
out of this one.
stories of films,
Mm.
like, I mean, Meg is hella guilty
Yeah.
for making us watch There's Something Strange About the Robinsons.
The Johnsons.
The Johnsons? Yeah. Meg is hella guilty about
yeah.
that.
Mhm.
But
Now that was at least that was
But that was
adult
intentional.
This is
concept.
just-
that was intentional though. That
This-
was like, I'm gonna fuck you guys up.
it was actually reverse because he was a kid who was
Yeah.
into his old dad. So,
his old dad.
Yeah.
Not his new daddy. His
Yeah.
old dad.
but like
What do you call
Jeffrey
that?
Jones
There's a
was
name for
just
that.
he's one piece of the puzzle, and that's not part of this movie.
Right.
You
No,
can
it's not
ignore
part-
it, and
no.
he's not even that big of a part of the movie. He shows up in the beginning, and
So
then
Brian's just trying to stir the pot right now.
I'm
You
just
know,
Yeah.
bringing it
just
up. It's just the
He's just
elephant
trying-
in the room,
he's
guys.
trying
I'm gonna
to
bring up the elephant
detract-
in the room.
bringing the pedo soup into the show today. And you know what, Brian? Shame on you.
Sorry for being a whistleblower.
I
Sorry.
don't think you have to be a whistleblower. He's been convicted and punished.
Well, I'm just blowing the whistle on you.
Were you
So-
like a witness or something, Brian?
Me and him used to be in the same
Were
car
you
club.
on his hard drive? What is your problem?
We have talked about
Yeah.
his Catholic past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not Catholic, but
okay.
yeah. Listen, priest can molest. It's not just Catholics. All right, guys. Sorry, I threw us off there.
Yeah, you are derailing for no reason.
Mhm. All right.
Just
Oh, wow,
he
yeah.
was convicted.
Yeah.
He's a criminal. I'm not supporting
Get him out of
it.
here. Let's get him out of here.
He's in other movies.
Pretend
it
it didn't
happens.
happen. Yeah, let's brush it under the rug.
Steve, I support you.
Thank you, Meg.
Let's brush this under the rug. Totally.
Good politicking, Meg. The movie itself, though, is fantastic because it's a late, pre 2001, way before everybody got hard-ons for America,
Mhm.
and it was able to tell a sort of subtle critique of just Western expansion and American imperialism.
Yes, it was a I would say a dark look at the dark side of Manifest Destiny. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
like a dark comedy in that way.
Oh, very much so. Yeah.
This is a great dark comedy.
I actually forgot. I mean, I knew it had comedic elements, but I forgot how outwardly
Funny.
comedic it
yeah,
is.
yeah.
I want to hear more about what you guys felt was funny because I just didn't feel that. But because
Oh
I
my
got
god, there were
really
so many
bored.
good there were so many good lines in
Mhm.
like very dire situations.
Yeah.
Like when he's like, "That's so annoying." Like we'll get to this.
Right.
But those
Yeah.
like lines and like at the end when I won't say, but that was very sneaky and
Yeah.
he has a lot of these like almost Coen Brothers-y lines.
Oh yeah, it's very Coen
okay,
Brothers.
I hear
Yeah.
you and I can see that. I think like I don't want to come attacking it right away, but like I felt like it was just too long for what it's doing
Mhm.
for like me to care about all like the little one-liners. I don't know.
It definitely. I mean, I like
Steve, you're
dark
looking at me
comedies.
like you understand. I know I bring long movies into the play sometimes. Whatever.
I just like that it is like there are scenes. First of all, the music's fantastic.
Yeah.
Unfucking believable. Love the music. And I didn't realize until this time it's Damien Albarn.
Damon,
Damon
yeah,
Albarn.
who lead singer of Blur and of the Gorillaz.
Yeah, creator of the Gorillaz. Yeah,
Mhm.
he was one of the two guys who did the music on
Yeah,
this,
there's
which I
a
didn't know before that.
yeah. Just we can jump into the music for a second, just because like it's one of the things that really stuck out with me,
Mhm.
for every time I've watched the film. But yeah, it's Damon Albarn and Michael Nyman, and Michael Nyman's a more classical, just film score as well as
Classical composer type
Yeah,
of guy.
an interesting kind of tie to Pittsburgh is there's a couple songs in here where Michael Nyman rearranged Stephen Foster music,
Oh yeah.
and it's played by something he created called Foster's Social Orchestra, which that's the name of the band. But if
Okay.
you look it up, Stephen Foster had like a social orchestra, which was just like a bunch
Stephen
of
Foster's the guy who did like all those old timey like Camptown races and
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. He did a lot of the old timey type music and like minstrel show music. That's
Yeah.
not great. But the social orchestra was music that he created to get away from that.
Mhm.
And I think it's on display at like the University of Pittsburgh or something like that.
Oh, cool.
But Nyman had this orchestra of people who didn't know how to play music. And it's
okay.
and so it's like the scenes where Boyd is arriving at Fort Spencer where all the music sounds fucking terrible.
Weird dissonance.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
yeah.
Well,
I
that
thought.
stuck
See, that's
out to me
interesting.
a lot too. Sorry, like
Yeah,
no,
that's right.
it stuck out to me too because like what you're saying, I'm like, wow, these are like great musicians that I understand now, but I'm like trying to refrain how I thought it because like
Mhm.
they just felt like they stuck out so strongly that they were almost distracting to me a little bit, and I don't know if it's like one of those movies that I would want to like watch a couple times to understand and like. Appreciate that, but also I was thinking about when this came out and was like, oh yeah, no, they're just using a lot of shitty music that's like coming out right now was my initial thought. And it just felt like so loud compared to like what the scene and the vibe of the movie was is like my initial reaction to it.
See, I thought it was a fun juxtaposition because I assumed, not knowing who the other person is, I assumed that was the influence of Damon Albarn because there was a lot of electronic music in the soundtrack, which is so out of place for a frontier movie. But he's playing like Foster-ish, Camptown racy type of stuff, but with like a fucking synth and stuff. And it's really it's kind of interesting. But the one thing that I kind of liked about it is it took like it's like Halloween. They always say like the first time they showed John Carpenter's Halloween without the soundtrack, people laughed at it. They thought it was funny. Put the soundtrack in, everybody's fainting and freaking out.
Right.
This movie, you put a different soundtrack in there. That scene of like, which we'll talk about when they're first like the chase scene up on the cliff before he jumps off. They put this very cartoony music, and it makes it funny.
Yeah, it's a jaunty banjo.
Yeah,
like,
and David
it's funny.
Arquette's fucking tripping over his own feet.
That's Tolliver. It's
taller for the priest. Yeah. Anyway, they're doing because David Arquette doesn't die till later. But anyway, spoiler alert, sorry. But anyway, he but with that music, it made it like kind of a comedy of errors.
Yeah. It's a jaunty run through the woods and like they're not following properly. But so just quickly back to those kind of goofed up tracks of like, when Boyd is first arriving to Fort Spencer, like the soundtrack perfectly matches to just illustrate that it's a fort of fuck ups. Like this is where fuck ups go to die.
Yeah, these are dumbasses who fucked up somewhere else, and this is like we're burying them in some desk job in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, they're in the middle of California.
Yeah,
and so we'll jump back to the beginning of the film. The film begins around the time of the Mexican-American War, which is partly a part of American expansionism. That it was a war over Texas, and Boyd is he's receiving a medal for bravery because he by himself took over one of the outposts that was held by the Mexicans. But everybody knows that he did it through a manner of cowardice because he faked dead and
he played possum basically.
He just laid down in the middle of battle. Like doesn't Matthew Broderick's character do that at some point in Glory, or am I
don't remember.
I feel like there's another character who does that, but but
there's it's a bit of a trope, the coward who survived and gets glorified, but in his brain knows that he took the coward's way out. So they're celebrating them, and they're having this grand steak dinner over it, and like the steak is disgusting. It's all bloody. It's these big giant like almost raw
Flintstone slabs is what they are.
But with like they're like what do they call them, like these big flank things with like a big round bone in them. They're just bloody.
Just big like 32-ounce rounds. And like that's where you first get the instinct that this might be a little bit funny because just the way everything's going, like how disgusting the soldiers are as they're eating. But also it plays into the themes of like overconsumption and American expansion, because you just have a whole line of a whole line of soldiers, and they're just shoveling the shit in their face. So Boyd is disgusted by it and throws up, and he's flashing back to like where he's had his commanding officer's blood dripping into his mouth.
He was basically, when he played dead, got thrown on like Monty Python style, on the cart of corpses, and he
bringing
was on
out
the
your
bottom.
dead.
And so they were just literally like his commanding officer's like head got blown off, and his blood's just like dripping down his throat the whole time that he's being carried to wherever.
So his higher ups are aware of this, and I think his name's General Solner. And he's just like, look, you're no hero, and I want you as far away from my company as possible. I'm sending you to California. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And that's where he winds up. He winds up in this Fort Spencer that's full of fuck ups. But also, when you get to learn the people of Fort Spencer, they also carry with them a lot of the negative, just like consumptions.
Yeah.
Knox is a drunk. Cleves is just out here like smoking weed.
Yeah.
and like carrying
doing
on
ayahuasca and shit. Like,
yeah.
He just hangs out with like the Native American like guide, and they just get fucked up. They just get super stoned all the time. Yeah.
Talifer is out here spreading the word of Jesus, which is just one of those things.
Yeah.
Hart doesn't like when you first meet him, he doesn't completely, you don't necessarily think about it, but if you think about it, like he is obsessed with books and reading books in the dead languages. And like, that's a very American expansionist thing of just like reducing a culture to a book. And so he's like obsessed with, absorbing knowledge that way. But also you look at him, he's a big guy, so he doesn't miss meals. And he's also like bringing in decadent walnuts from other places. He has, and he imbibes in bourbon the same way Knox does. So like, he's not guilty.
Yeah. For whatever reason, I had it in my head that his kind of sin, if you will, was like pride. Like he, I kept thinking, and because I never really paid as close. I think I've only seen this movie one other time. I didn't really pay a lot of close attention to, as much this time. Obviously I did. And that's what I thought it was going to be, is like, he was going to basically do something that was going to fuck up. How do I say it? Like, he was going to put his pride ahead of his duty, kind of thing.
Right.
But yeah.
No, he's pretty.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like derived. So like, I'm right now just like in like digesting a lot of things you guys said, because I feel like this is my first watch of this, and like I didn't derive like all these things of like, again, I think I initially took like all their personalities being like, this is just like this, like not necessarily a band of misfits, but like this is the dynamic that the movie tried to portray versus like being like someone who drinks a lot is getting sent here. This is just like something that would be looked negatively, because I think like drinking at that point.
Oh yeah. I mean,
it's a pretty common part of society at that point. So that's where I was just like I took a lot of that stuff as like a very face value of like, we're just developing the characters here. We're just like, this is just who this is, blah, blah, blah. So that's where I'm like maybe even more curious, because it almost seems like there's more themes that you guys have derived from it than I took away from it, which like make it sound more interesting than what I found it to be, unfortunately. But like, I'm going to let you keep going here, but this is just like, so far from what you're saying, I'm like, you're just saying things. I'm like, how did he pick that out of that? Just trying to like wrap my head around those type of things. Like, these things seem so like
for the most part, like for the most part, the social commentary is rather subtle in this film, with the exception of like one scene.
I mean, I think the idea of cannibalism in general could be like derived from that, like even when we get to my movie, it's like that's a fucking huge theme. But like when the moment you said it, I'm like, I feel like this could be a theme more talking about cannibalism, like eating one another. It could be thematic on a lot of things.
This one's almost like, and we didn't get this far yet, but I think ultimately the big like social, the thing that's most surface level, I think, for me in this movie is it is a cannibal movie, obviously. Yeah. But it's really has more of the social dynamics of a vampire flick. It really is more of a vampire movie than a cannibal movie, weirdly enough, which I want to talk about more, even though there's not explicit vampirism or, and there is explicit cannibalism. I feel like they treat cannibalism more like vampirism.
In a way, because they also, the other turn to this isn't, it's not cannibalism for the sake of cannibalism. It's cannibalism that's also tied to Native American myth of the Wendigo.
Yeah, there's a supernatural element to the cannibalism in this movie.
Right.
I would also say too, like, that I want to bring up that I'm sure we'll dive into more, is that like I didn't feel like there was as much like, maybe the gore is not the right word for it as much as that I wanted, because this isn't necessarily what we needed, but like flesh eating, like I feel like there's a lot of things inferred like along the way within this movie related to, which it could also lead to what you're talking about, Brian, in that like it could be a suit, or it feels like a different type of movie.
Yeah,
than
they don't
what it
necessarily
is,
show
but, like,
people eat. I mean, they do on a
They
couple
do.
of
a little,
occasions.
yeah, they do.
Show
yeah.
people eating people, but it is a pretty brutal
But it's not like
movie.
always like raw flesh per se. You know, it's like,
yeah,
hey,
they cook
we're like
them. They
we're
try to be more
cooking.
civilized
Yeah,
a little bit
yeah.
about it. But there is
which is
just-
also leads to a very fun line later as well.
Yeah.
This is all very civilized, and Boyd is spitting up blood and choking to death.
That was a very good,
That's,
darkly comedic scene.
that always gets a laugh out of me.
Mm.
But yeah, so we meet all the fuck ups of Fort Spencer, and like it's pretty quick. Like even in the editing, it's just a quick snap. You get a quick profile of what all the other soldiers are doing. What all the other soldiers are doing.
What was that?
She's fucking with the microphone.
No, I turned off my mic so I could finish chewing and not have to worry about him
Don't
editing.
do that. Yeah, don't do that.
It's gonna mess it up harder.
That's what I did when I was coughing the one day.
You need like a button. You need like a kill button.
He
on
needs
there.
a kill button.
Button. Who's got the button?
Okay, pretty good.
So yeah, you get a quick like look at all of the characters very quickly. It just kind of snap cuts, gives you a quick profile. You see where they're at. Like Private Reich is fucking in the creek screaming.
That one I laughed out loud. He's like, then we have Reich. He's our soldier, and then they just cut to him in the creek in the snow going,
Yeah.
just flexing and screaming so
Like,
intense.
And you have to remember, he's a private. He's the lowest on the rung, and he's acting like a fucking psychopath. Like
Yeah.
he doesn't.
He's the over eager, but also like potentially the most capable.
Right.
Actual soldier.
Yeah.
This
Like, from
actually kind
fighting
of reminds me
perspective?
of like there is I forget the name of the channel on TikTok, but it's this guy that will like do impersonations in different scenarios for each branch of the military, and that reminds me immediately of like the army being like just hulked
out.
Yeah.
I'm watching.
If it wasn't the 1800s, Reich would be a Marine.
Yeah, I'm watching Barry right now. I
Okay.
don't know if you watch Barry.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of like, or I'm early in the first season, and it's his like buddies, his like Marine buddies. who,
Right,
like,
yeah.
yeah, they're like just total bros.
Yeah,
They're like,
all his
"Let's
buddies
fucking go in there and kill everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all shithead bros. But so it's not it's pretty quick after that though that we have kind of Hart is laying out the land for Boyd, because Boyd is now third in command out there.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of laying out the land, but all of a sudden there's somebody outside the door or outside the window, and they find Calhoun, who's played by Robert Carlyle. It's not clear, you never get a clear answer whether or not who he is, what he is, where he comes from.
You don't really get much of his history.
Yeah, but he does tell a story of he's on basically a Donner Party expedition, which is kind of the what the fuck? Inspiration.
Yeah.
I kept wanting to say imagination. That's not
I
right.
just really wanted to hear you say inspo.
Oh, oof. Oof. Yeah, it's the inspiration for this film because Robert Carlyle's character says he was out on expedition and he was being led by this Colonel Ives, and they were going to go to California, and they got caught up in a storm and took shelter in a cave, and they wound up having to eat each other.
Usual story.
Yeah.
That
Classic
Scottish tale. Well, it actually is. Like, I wonder if it was influenced by, because isn't there that story that was the inspiration for The Hills Have Eyes? That is like that crazy Scottish inbred family who ate travelers and shit.
I feel
talking about?
I think there was like based on they're inspired by like.
Yeah,
some
I wonder
true
if this had
things.
something to do with that. Especially because I didn't remember from when I first saw it. Is that the character he's playing early on when he is Calhoun? He's claims to be Scottish.
Yeah, he says he's Scottish. That's the thing, because his accent changes.
Yes.
So it's hard to tell. Is he ever Calhoun, or is he Ives, or
I feel
Yeah,
like
you never really know who he actually
Yeah,
is.
I feel like along the way, like he just comes off of like, I mean, I feel like you learn that like when they go to the cave, and like you instantly know he is just a complete liar. Like,
well, that's why I even
it's
like it. Even gave me vibes because you don't know his origin, and he is, for all you know, kind of timeless. It like even spoke to the vampire mythos a little bit.
I genuinely think he's probably been eating bodies since he was a child.
Could be.
Well, no, he tells
be.
he tells a definitive story. That's not what happened.
Ultimately, he does.
You know what,
yeah.
Steve? fan film. Okay, let me do my thing. Also,
let me do my thing, which is fanfic.
Which
my
is
thing.
make things up and
That's my
create prequels.
Donner Party fan
prequels
film
and sequels
right
I want to see.
here. No, but I think I feel like stuff like the Donner Party like probably happened more often than what was ever told in all lessons.
Well,
I'm
there's
sure,
another
like,
story that like about Alfred Packard, and that's the inspiration for Cannibal the musical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this has I did write that down. I didn't get that part, but this has Cannibal the musical vibes too.
A little bit.
Yeah. I
mean,
mean, that movie was before this though, right? Isn't Cannibal the musical like early 90s?
Not early, but it might have been like 96.
Because it was like Matt Stone, Trey Parker, like
it was their student
they
film.
made it while they were in college.
Yeah, it was their student like thesis film.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was made in 96.
Okay.
But then was released maybe 97, 98 on DVD.
That sounds right.
But yeah.
I mean, that was, again, I didn't see that.
There's
college,
no
but-
way. I mean, there's no way anybody on the production of this film saw that film.
No,
though. Like,
certainly not. No.
Yeah.
It came out from Trauma. Like,
Oh, did it? I never.
Yeah. It was a Trauma release. Yeah. But yeah. So after Calhoun kind of recovers, they take him back to the cave because he had said that he left Colonel Ives with McCready, who was just like the surviving woman member of the
I
party.
thought it was supposed to be his wife.
I don't know because Calhoun is a man of the cloth. He's supposed.
Ives' wife.
Oh no, I don't think so.
Oh,
No,
what
I think
is
it was McCready and like McCready's wife, and I think they had a kid maybe.
Oh, McCready's wife, and McCready died.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah, I think McCready was actually the first one they ate in his story, and then
and these are all like potentially made up people.
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah. Who knows?
We don't know that now.
Yeah, who knows who actually is who? Because even in the credits, he's credited as Calhoun/Ives.
Yeah.
So you never really know his true identity. But he brings a party back to that, and the party includes Toffler, Hart, George, the native who is familiar with the area, and Boyd
Mhm.
and Reich. They all go back to the cave. While they're in the cave, Boyd and Reich, they discover, Reich discovers more bodies than there should be.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Oh, he's playing us. He's going to kill us."
Mhm.
Outwards, Carlisle is losing it. And he's like digging in the dirt like an animal.
Yeah, he's completely shitting, flipping shit outside,
Mhm.
and like they're just watching him. Like, oh, he went through this crazy traumatic experience.
he's
Like he's
losing
just
it.
losing his shit.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Because he was acting all afraid to go near the cave
Mhm.
as if, like a monster is hiding in there, which, I mean, it's pretty effective as like a horror thing of like
Oh yeah,
not
Yeah.
even being able to see into the cave.
and then
it's
they're
just-
yelling in. They can't hear them. They're yelling out. They
Mhm.
can't hear
But
them.
I
So there's a
think
lot
at
of
the same
confusion.
time, like I'm kind of like wondering if the point of that, like, you know what I mean? Like it definitely was effective for us,
Mhm.
but like if like us talking about it now, I'm like, he didn't need to do that.
Yeah, he did. He hit his knife over
Oh,
there.
he was like,
Yeah.
had
He hit his
there,
knife by
yeah.
the cave. He's trying his best to like separate everybody because
Yeah.
he got the party away from the fort.
Yeah,
And now he can get his knife. Now he's got Boyd and
I think he was doing. I think my mind was a different place, but I know what
Okay.
you're saying. Yeah,
Yeah, he did the.
Shut up, Steve.
He did the,
oh no, I mean, hey, you're just like you don't like this movie, but you're also wrong about the movie part.
Oh,
So
wow.
well, no, because
Who's getting sassy
he
now?
creates confusion, and then he's doing all
Yeah.
the spazzing out. So then he lures them into a false sense of security of like, oh, he's going to be over there doing physical wild shit.
right,
Mm.
Just kind of keep an eye on him. He's harmless.
yeah,
In the meantime, he's over there grabbing a big fucking Bowie knife out of the sand because he knew they would have took it from him
hmm
early on. The only thing that we didn't talk about yet, which I am not confused about as much as like, yeah, I guess I don't know, is why could he truly not control himself when he started sucking on the priest's wound?
I would think so.
Yeah. So that was like because my other thing is this. Did he just bury that knife there as a backup and he knew he had that knife there? Because
I think it was because I mean throughout the film you see that he makes plans.
right.
So I think it was a thing of like he had run out of food.
Yeah.
So he has to go find food.
Sure.
But he knows like whoever he's gonna eat, he's gonna bring back.
Sure.
He like before he knew he was gonna go to Fort Spencer,
Mhm.
he's like, I'm gonna bring people back to the cave.
Yes. Yeah.
Mm.
So he leaves the knife there.
Yeah.
It's after he realizes the size of the party that's coming back with him to the cave
Mhm.
that he needs to start picking off like who is the weakest. So like he identifies Toffler as like the weakest.
Yeah.
Isn't really a soldier.
I meant like if he didn't plan to suck on the guy's wound
Mhm.
and get restrained,
Maybe he did. You know?
because he like begs them to do it.
Yeah.
He's like, restrain me, I can't control myself, blah, blah, blah. Was that even a further like Machiavellian approach to like getting them to be lured into a false sense of security?
Yeah, it's very possible.
Like I just was confused
Yeah.
about that, because otherwise it's like, why do that? Why get tied up? Why not just have a freaking knife in your pocket?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Instead of going through all that. So I felt like that was an improvised thing, and he just luckily had a knife buried. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure he definitely purposely had the knife there.
Yeah.
And then maybe like sucking on Toffler's wound, because like Toffler's wound happens as an accident as they're traveling to the cave.
Right.
So like
He couldn't have planned that.
He couldn't have planned that. So maybe he just saw an opportunity, or maybe he just saw an
He
opportunity.
just saw yummies.
Yeah, he saw yummies, but then he
He's
saw
like,
an opportunity to be like, "Oh, restrain me! Like,
Yeah.
I can't be trusted."
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it was more of that. He's good at thinking on his feet. He's an improviser. He's devious in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's after Reich discovers all the bodies. They run to try to save the rest of the party, but at that point, he's already grabbed the knife. He stabbed Hart.
Mm-hmm.
George tries to hit him with a tomahawk,
Mhm.
and like he just blocks it with his body. Like
He throws
Hart in front of it.
in front of it, and he gets a tomahawk in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he's able to grab Hart's pistol and shoots George, which just leaves Toffler and Ives.
Mhm.
And Toffler is a coward. And then that's when you get the
Toffler's
great.
actually a subtly funny character.
He's very funny. Yeah.
He like it's just he can't get words out without.
No.
He's just so timid and so like mild.
Yeah.
And they're just constantly placating him
hmm
because he's supposed to be there, because I think at least the backstory I built in my head was wherever he was, they couldn't fucking stand him. He's so
Right.
annoying. He's such a little fucking dweeb. And they're like, send him out with the fucking misfits and wherever camp,
Right.
whatever it is. And he gets out there and they're just placating because there's really no reason why he's there. He's supposed to be the priest. He's supposed to be
Yeah.
the clergy, because I'm sure every like outpost has to have a
Exactly. Yeah.
You know,
he was a staffing box tick off.
yeah.
Because like Knox is a drunk, but he's also the doctor.
Because he was
Like,
a veterinarian.
Yeah. It's like, well, we need to have a doctor of
Yeah.
sorts.
Yeah,
So
he
yeah.
can stitch people up basically.
Yeah, everybody was just a box tick off, and that's what Toffler is a chaplain tick off.
Yeah.
So, but
They're
yeah,
like, better pray on this, bud. Like
Yeah.
they're always like just fucking with him, and
Yeah.
and also get us whiskey. Like just
the way they like when they have the first meal that Boyd's there, and he was like having a prayer, and like they just interrupt the prayer. Like he's nowhere near done it, but he does finish it himself. And they're just like, yeah, that's great. All
they're
right.
like, great job, we did it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you did it. On with the food. But yeah, that's when we get our really big first comedic bit, though, of Toffler is facing down Ives, and Ives has just the crazed look in his eye. He has the knife, and he just yells, or doesn't even yell. He's just like, run.
Yeah,
And then you get the jaunty banjo, and it's the chase through the woods.
yeah,
It's like that's probably one of the funnier parts.
that was a good line. It was a
Yeah.
good line. It was right. There was another funny one right before or after it. Oh man, they were like back to back. I didn't write it down, but yeah, that's a good one. It's not only the music really communicates it. If
Mhm.
it had really dire music right after it, you would have been like, oh, that was supposed to be
Yeah.
devious and
Yeah.
intimidating. But
But
no,
it's like the characters in that scene at that point, and it also just still lends to like everybody's a fuck up
Mhm.
except for Ives.
right.
So like, yeah, Toffler is this goof that he's going to get chased down and run down.
He's so stupid. He doesn't even have a fight or flight.
Right.
He just stands there like a fucking statue.
But yeah, Ives runs him down and then like kind of disappears into the woods. Reich and Boyd are following him through the woods, and he's just kind of like in and out, like they can't get a beat on him. And they confront him on the edge of this cliff,
Mhm.
and like Boyd gets a shot off after Reich is tossed down the mountain.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really affect him.
Yeah.
And that's when you get your first sense of like, oh, Ives is definitely supernatural in some way.
There's a supernatural thing going on here.
Like George tries to warn them earlier before they leave on expedition with the Wendigo myth, because like George hears the story from Ives about eating other people, and so George knows he's afflicted.
Yeah.
Like, don't trust him, don't, but now you see it, one for one. Oh, like
he literally shoots him with a fucking musket ball right
Yeah.
in the chest, and he just like pops up.
yeah, he's like, good one.
Yeah.
Off you go. Goodbye.
Yeah. That cliff, I swear, has been in about 5 fucking movies.
Oh,
I've
for
seen
sure.
too.
Yeah.
I just watched one with it not long ago, and I'm trying to remember what it is. It's the one with Ethan Hawke. Is it Ethan Hawke? No, it's not Ethan Hawke. It's the one where one of the other characters, I think it is Ethan Hawke. Shit, I'll think about it. Where
Ooh.
Gotcha.
one of the other characters is Edgar Allan Poe. Like Poe is a secondary character in the story.
Oh,
I think I was thinking of something different. What was it? I think I'm thinking of the one with Leonardo DiCaprio, perhaps, with like the bear attack. I think. That's
the
what I was
Revenant.
Yeah, I think I was thinking about
I don't-
that.
That's
I
definitely
don't think
a similar
so.
setting.
That's what
Yeah.
in my mind initially.
Yeah, I'll think of the movie. I just
Yeah.
saw it recently. It was like a maybe it was a Netflix original. It was something, but
Sure.
Oh, I
You know
know what you're talking about. Yeah, wasn't it?
And like-
I thought it wasn't a series, or was it a movie?
no, it was a movie. But then it was the guy. It was this whole like.
Was it
he had-
Christian Bale in that one?
It was Christian Bale, not Ethan Hawke, right?
Yeah.
Christian Bale is the
This
main
is
character.
riveting.
Come on, I'm gonna think of it.
Yeah,
Just look it up.
We're nailing it down right now. This is fun, though, Steve. Way more fun than I had with Ravenous.
Because you didn't understand it. I'm sorry you didn't understand the movie. Now I know
just
why.
feel like for the time it came out, I don't think we like. I feel
The
like
Pale Blue Eye.
Okay. There you go.
Mhm.
You got it.
good job, Brian.
Thanks.
Glad we figured that one out.
You were arguing with it. Why are you
I'm
throwing
just
me under the
depressed.
bus?
No.
You were the one who was also.
No.
Meg doesn't know who she's fighting with right now. She doesn't
I'm fighting
know.
with
She's
both
just,
of you.
she's just
I
throwing
officially-
random over the top hooks
She just,
now and again.
she's just
I
throwing
just don't want to
haymakers.
be
like-
happy today, so both of you guys are
Steve's
in my
yelling at
side.
us for arguing about it. I put the argument
You're
in.
just
She's
taking
like,
too
yeah,
long.
good
We're
job.
not even
Yeah.
arguing. We're just like trying to come up with a solution. But
It's taking too
No.
long.
no, I didn't think it was a matter of like not understanding it. It's like feeling for a movie that like what this is. It maybe it's like really is highbrow the right word for it for like what it like what's really going on. It's like
It's
being
more
a
like
silly,
tongue in cheek than highbrow.
yeah,
but-
like maybe
It
yeah.
is-
So,
like again, the social commentary is there, and if you look for it, you can find it.
yeah,
It's only really prevalent in the one scene between Carlisle and Boyd as they're they're at the fort after he assumes the role of Ives,
Mhm.
and you get like the good 2-shot between Guy Pearce and Robert Carlisle, and like centered between them is the American flag, and like Ives is talking about manifest destiny.
Mhm.
Mhm.
That's when
Sure.
that's what you're supposed to take that piece and then reapply and smear it all over the rest of the film.
Mhm.
And then you go, oh, that's right. Everybody in this film is white. Everybody who's afflicted
Mhm.
with the Wendigo affliction is white.
I like in this movie they call it Weendigo.
Yeah, Wendigo. And then
But they say Ween, so I was just thinking
Mm.
that would be a really good Ween like album title.
Yeah.
Weendigo.
Wendigo. And then then there's Wendigy
Yeah.
from the general.
Mm.
But like, you're supposed to take that one scene and then reapply it, because then you realize, oh yeah, everybody in the scene, everybody in the movie's white. Everybody consumes in some way that they shouldn't. Everybody doesn't give back, like Martha says.
Mm.
Yeah, and that's what you're supposed to take away from it. You go, oh yeah, fucking America's been bad for a long time.
Yeah, they take and
Yeah. Yeah, and it can still be applied to today,
Mhm.
like the way it went from that space to global expansion.
I was gonna say, call me apathetic. That stuff is just like that time. It probably was really profound and significant, because no one was really paying attention to that
Well,
as
like
much.
you said, I mean,
per
it was
se.
1999 when it was like okay, like you didn't like people didn't like piss in your face on Twitter if you don't say everything America's ever done is awesome.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
after 9/11, it's like, oh, you're spitting on the graves of the first responders because you
Oh,
think
yeah.
Yeah.
we shouldn't drill for oil, like
Yeah.
shit like that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it was I mean, and again, it's also like it's not pre-internet, but like
Mm.
internet really didn't hit homes until like 1996.
Mhm.
So like you're not
maybe where you lived, it was like 2010. over
well,
there.
hey, I didn't get DSL until like 2010, but
Yeah.
but like yeah, it doesn't you don't have the same global expansion
Mhm.
the way we had. So but there was still enough just like American colonial behavior, going into other countries that we shouldn't, and things like that. But yeah,
I'll give it some appreciation for all the things you're explaining to me.
you should be appreciative of history.
You should appreciate the gift that's being given to you right now.
I don't like that.
I can tell by your face and all the wows. I can tell you didn't like that. I'm just gonna let you guys just claw each other's eyes out. I love it. Did we get to the point where Boyd does, or not Boyd? Reichs dies from the.
We're at that point now. Yeah. So Boyd goes over the same cliff that Reich does, and he tumbles down. He winds up in like
he does a full Tommy Boy.
Yeah, he full Tommy Boys down the mountain, which is funny.
Boom, boom, yeah, like it's just forever. Yeah.
And then winds up in this weird kind of like grove of like fallen pine trees. And Reich falls out of the tree as well and is like upside down, choking him and strangling him. And has like
why
blood.
Does he attack him? I'm like,
he just fucking hates him.
Yeah, is that what he's like? I'm gonna die. I hate this fucking guy.
Yeah.
And like in my last breath, I'm gonna strangle you.
He probably blames him. He's like, you're the reason you got in my way. You're the reason I'm fucking here.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Like he has no one else to kill, and that's all he knows is kill.
Right.
Like Reich would kill anything in his way, which is why he's probably sent to that fort because he's uncontrollable. He probably punched an officer.
He's the hothead. Like that. We didn't really get into that, but that's his flaw is he's like a fucking psycho.
Yeah. But yeah, he's the wrathful arm.
Even in death, he has like a creepy stare, like a smile.
Yeah.
Like he's happy to be dead.
Which he's played by Neil McDonough, which that guy's good in a lot of stuff.
He's one of those faces. I've seen him in everything. Can't name another fucking movie he's in.
He pops up. He's a character actor. He pops up a lot. He played fucking M. Bison in one of the Street Fighter movies, and that wasn't good. That wasn't good.
He also has like one of those like smiles that makes you feel like he is just a psychopath. Like he's just like,
he's untrustworthy.
Yeah, like he doesn't know how to smile, so he's trying to.
Smiling is unnatural to him.
Yeah, like I'm rewatching Atypical right now, and the main character has autism and stuff. And I remember early on in the season, he's like trying to learn how to smile. That's what his smile reminds me of, is like someone trying to learn how to smile.
Yeah,
who just like you either look insanely insane and creepy, or you can. Look
he's somebody trying to pass as human.
Well, he also has crazy blue eyes.
That too, yeah.
Like he looks like a husky.
Which I mean, hair when he was like in his 20s, because I think so.
Yeah, which I mean, his name is Colonel Reich. He's blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and he's very wrathful. I mean, I think we kind of get what the
idea is.
Yeah, but so Boyd is left in this grove, and he has to make a decision to whether or not he's going to eat, because he knows at this point that the reason why he's able to take the Mexican outpost was because of the blood that dripped in his mouth. It gave him power.
He already knows why that happened. He's just trying to deny it. He hasn't accepted it yet, really.
And it's just like part of his cowardice, but like he's such a coward he's too much of a coward to die as well. So, he gives in, he eats Reich, and, finds his way back to Fort Spencer. At the same time, Ives has been cleaning up all the messes that he made and has been eating Toffler and George as well. And you get this, it's a pretty great reveal of like Boyd is back at Fort Spencer, and they say there's a new commander coming in, and it's General Solner's there. And, you see him kind of from the back, and he's like, oh, it's kind of a short, slight man, but he's all dressed up and everything. And he turns around and he's got the devil's fucking goatee.
Oh, yeah. Slick back hair, just rolls in, just like, it's a great reveal. It's, I don't know, the way he plays it's like when you saw somebody who you thought was like a literal freaking demon that's been haunting your dreams, and then he just shows back up and they walk him into the room. Right. The way the Boyd reacts is cool, but he also like does a good job of still like keeping up that military British-y level of restraint, where he's like, he's like losing his mind, literally throws himself against the wall on the ground, but he's like, that's the man, because like, just the way he said, I just like that scene a lot.
That's Ives, he killed everybody. And it's just like they can't, but nobody wants to listen to him because like everybody who's there already has a poor idea of Boyd anyway. So Boyd is left in the fort with Colonel Ives installed as the new commanding officer, and Ives, he Knox is a fucking drunk and like doesn't remember him. So Boyd is trying to convince everybody, and like,
Well, he even is so stupid as to say, like, I recall the man wore a beard.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
he
like
couldn't
that's
have
how
cut
much.
the fucking
That's,
beard off.
that's how much of a blind drunk Knox is. He's
Yeah.
like, the man had a beard.
Like,
It's
because you imagine
you
he
were
just,
drunk.
He just saw him blurry.
What is that character
Yeah.
from what's the comedy show? It's like the skit comedy show, Mad
TV?
Mad TV, where it's like the woman who's just like looking like a man. That's exactly what we're working
Yeah,
with
what's
here.
her
Yeah,
name?
that was-
Mrs. Kwan or something.
Mrs. Swan, I think.
Mrs. Swan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the extent of Knox's. I recall the man had a beard.
Yeah, this man don't have a beard.
So, yeah, there's a cat and mouse that happens between all the remaining characters, which is Knox, Cleves, Martha, Ives, and Boyd.
Mm-hmm.
And like, Cleves gets it.
Yeah.
Nobody really sees him, but like Boyd is like, Cleves is talking to Martha, and he's gossiping and just like kind of shit talking Boyd, and Boyd's like, I came here to warn you. Consider yourself warned.
Yeah. Yep.
Do you need this? And he takes a knife. But yeah, he goes off, and Cleves gets it, and Martha sees like all the blood dripping down from Cleves being up on the roof.
And this was before Knox got it, right? Because he's looking at her out the
yeah,
window, too.
yeah. Knox is looking out the window at Martha, and Knox is the one who sends Martha to go get General Solner again
Right.
to bring them back.
Who's the original guy who banished Boyd to California in the first place?
Right, because at this point they
He's
think
West Wing.
Yeah.
I just, in my mind, he's West Wing. Because I couldn't remember
West
the
Wing.
characters.
He sends them off to go get West Wing.
Yeah.
But yeah, in
General West Wing. bring
General
back.
West Wing. But yeah, in Knox's mind, Boyd has gone crazy, killed Cleves.
Yeah, of
So
course
he
they
puts-
would think that.
yeah.
And they already know that he's unreliable.
Right.
Boyd is. That
Yeah,
is,
he's unreliable. He's out of his mind. He's already been accusing Ives of all these things.
Mhm.
They put him under arrest, and this is where you get the reveal that Hart is still alive because Ives is cooking stew.
Yep.
And this is another great line though. Ives is cooking stew, and Knox is hanging out with him, and he's just like, well, let me know if I can contribute anything. He's like, well, you'll be able to contribute later. And then just the way Knox goes, well, you let me know.
He's hammered.
Yeah.
He's just like not a care in the world.
Yeah, not a care in the world. He's drunk and just has this weird little wrist flit where he's just like, well, you let me know.
Yeah, like this Southern gentleman.
Yeah,
type of-
just, yeah.
But yeah, that I like. One of the things I like about this movie is the first big twist. You don't know where this is going to go,
mhm.
but a modern viewer watching this movie, I remember even for the first time, this is hour and 50-minute movie, and you're like, okay, you got the twist of, oh no, it's Ives.
Yeah,
When he comes back and you're like, that's the big reveal. You're like, there's a lot of fucking time left in this movie.
right.
So for the fact there to be another twist, basically at this point, is which is not Boyd. What the heck?
Hart.
Hart.
Yeah.
Hart coming back
Mhm.
and has survived, and then that really, I think, cements the idea that it is supernatural.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. And it's revealed that, Hart is the one that comes in, he kills Knox, and then he reveals himself to Boyd.
Yeah.
And then at that
Can I
point,
ask you a question? Sorry
yeah.
to interrupt, but we're
Yeah.
specifically talking about the Hart coming back. Is
Mhm.
that so? That was like one of those interesting moments where I don't know if I fully picked up on like the supernatural end of it too. Of like, what made you guys think that was supernatural versus
He was
just
super dead. Like
Yeah.
he was.
Yeah.
He literally gutted him.
Yeah.
Stuck a Bowie knife into his stomach.
I just
ran
like
it
feel like
the
at
way
that
up him.
point so much time had passed it, so I
Yeah.
was almost like we watched all these people like survive in a sense. So like I didn't necessarily
Sure.
have a question in my mind that he could have possibly come back.
sure, but
Yeah,
also
at that
just
point.
think of the time period and the lack of modern medicine. Like,
Yeah.
Getting stabbed or shot in the
Toffler should have
gut
died.
was Yeah, I was gonna say yes. Toffler
Yeah.
should have died. That was
I just
pretty
wanted
much
to know
a
exactly what I
death
missed
sentence.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
As far as like what my oversight was.
You should
on
just
it.
assume every injury in 1850 is a fucking death sentence.
Yeah, especially a gut
Yeah.
injury, you're
Yeah.
fucking dead.
Yeah.
Like they used to just say, like if you got shot in the gut, it was a death sentence.
Right.
back then.
Because I mean, this is even pre-Civil War, before they figured out amputations.
Mhm.
Mhm.
But I mean, that's all they did in the Civil War is like, if you even got nicked by a ball in the
Mm.
leg, they would just
Leg.
cut the leg off from
Right.
that point down because
No
they're like,
idea.
oh, that'll just be infected. See you, bye.
Yeah, you're gonna
Yeah.
get gangrene in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
just gonna cut that shit off.
You've been
'Cause we
rolling in the
ran out
shit.
of cabbage leaves to wrap it in,
Mhm.
or whatever they used to.
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. We're going to make you a poultice out of moss. Best of luck for you.
Mhm.
But yeah, so like I mean, the compound fracture that Boyd has on his leg, that should have been a death sentence. Heart getting gutted and then a tomahawk in the back, that should have been a death sentence. But yeah, you learn that Ives fed him and nursed him back to health, and now he's been this secret thing waiting in the wings. He kills all the horses and kills Cleves, kills Knox, and now they're setting out to try and convince Boyd to become one of them for sure. And they're just going to set out this cannibal outpost out in the West. And that they're, as people come to be greedy and collect the gold of California, we'll pick a few off and just build their cult and build everything up.
I said, now it's a cannibal super cult supper club. That's
Now they start supper club.
Because they are cannibals,
kind of
but they're also super cannibals.
Yeah.
But they're also very civilized about
it. Yeah. They're very civilized. Yeah. And like their next indoctrination is they plan to get the general on their side, because he's going to carry like the weight and the authority to cover up any other murders, as like people just like as prospectors get picked off.
Right.
Yeah.
So, it doesn't go the way Ives hopes though, because Hart hates himself. He hates what he's become, and he has Boyd kill him, and Boyd kills him. And then
this is a great scene where he basically talks him into from letting hey, how you feeling, bud? Oh, I feel great. 5 minutes later, it's not only have I talked him into killing Ives, but also he asks him to kill him.
Right.
So it's just like you could tell that Hart was just like, as indoctrinated as he seemed on the surface, Boyd could tell that he was hanging on by a thread.
Yeah. And there's also just a great little storytelling thing in this scene where he's convincing Boyd is that Hart pulls out the walnuts from his drawer earlier.
This is the other thing when I was like, this is definitely supernatural.
Yeah. He, in the first time we see Hart, eating walnuts, he can't fucking open them. He can't open them with a knife.
He's
he has to
struggling to open them.
Yeah,
this
he
is
finds
when Boyd first comes to the camp.
Yeah. And he finds his biggest book and just smashes the walnut, and he goes, "Have a walnut, Boyd." But in this scene where he's convincing Boyd to kill him, he like crushes them with his hand.
A handful of them just crushes them. Yeah.
And
so you're like, not only does this, and they've already suggested that it gives you the strength of multiple men and all this stuff, but it literally was like you saw him physically. It's not just an adrenaline thing. You saw him physically pick up walnuts and crush a handful of them.
Yeah. So, it's definitely supernatural at this point, and it also gives you an idea that Ives is going to be a fucking problem as well. And that leads to the final showdown between Boyd and Ives.
What I wrote as some hot ween on ween action.
Yeah. Ween-D-Go versus Ween-D-Go.
Yeah. Ready, fight.
And there's a little bit of a ticking clock element. You see Martha returning with the general and his posse.
Every time you see the general, I imagine the car insurance general. Like I imagine when he's looking over the cliffs, you're looking over the horizon, smoking a cigar. You see that little general that's in the car commercials. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Oh, good. My warehouses will be built soon.
Here comes the general. It's him and Shaq coming up over the horizon.
But yeah, you get a pretty brutal fight scene. Apparently, it was different in the script. It was supposed to be on top of one of the cabins that was on fire at night.
That would have been a little much.
That sounds way too action movie.
I didn't love this fight scene. I didn't love all of it.
Right.
This is probably the low point of the movie for me. The unbelievable nature of the fight scene. Not even that it was like the whole getting snapped in a bear trap situation. It was like, for this guy who this entire movie has been this like meticulous planner, all of a sudden, just like, I don't know, they're fighting like they have head injuries. Yeah,
it's not. Yeah, you would think. Well,
even Boyd's got the upper hand. He's beating the shit out of him with a log, and then he's like, "Let me lay on you and let you stab me in the ribs." You know what I mean? It's just
I think. And maybe it's not communicated as well as much that like Ives has dropped his guard because he thinks he has Hart under control, and he thinks Boyd is kind of accepting, because at this point Boyd had been eating Knox stew to heal himself and join the party. So like maybe Ives just drops his guard. It's not as
But even when
communicated
they
as
move
well.
to the second location,
Mhm.
even when they move out to like the Faring House or whatever it is,
Yeah.
like they've already been in the heat of battle, and I don't know, it just wasn't a great fight scene.
That makes
it's-
sense even what Steve's saying though too. It's like if Ives at that point, like, because I feel like towards the end, I got that sense that like there was this calmness, like we're just gonna keep moving for like we already
Mhm.
have this plan now. Like the
Mhm.
plan is now like we are moving forward, like the bigger plan. So like I feel like I saw it more as like that makes way more sense. Why?
No, I'm saying
Yeah.
like they had literally already been fighting for a while.
No,
They moved from one spot, and then he ran away and
Right.
hid,
Yeah.
and he found him,
yeah.
and then that was where the second
Maybe
fight happened.
it's just because the general was on. Damn it. Maybe it's because the general was on his way. Like he was to be there.
yeah,
Yeah.
they knew he was on
Shortly.
the way,
Yeah.
so he thought maybe he was safe in that
But
way.
I don't. Yeah.
I don't know.
I agree. Like, and just in general, like it's Carlisle and Guy Pearce. They weren't fighters. Like
No,
you know,
they're,
it wasn't-
they're damn fancy boys, stage actors.
Yeah.
you know.
this is again. It's kind of it's an of its time fight
hmm
because you don't have guys like what is his name, David Leitch or whatever, the director of John Wick.
Oh yeah,
You know, who will turn anybody into a fucking action star.
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
like you didn't have that kind of choreography.
No,
It's just
no.
like a point A to B, and it's more about getting Boyd and Ives in the bear trap.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. It felt like it was all just like, let's move this fight scene along so we can get this climactic scene where they
Mhm.
both get snapped up in a bear trap.
Yeah.
But I feel like in that moment too, it almost like Boyd saw that ahead of Ives, and it was like one of the first times where he had like a little bit more of
Yeah.
an upper hand, where he's like, I know the only way to stop this is whatever's going on is
Oh,
to
yeah, he
kill not only myself but also him, and then I don't have to explain it. But it also plays into his like cowardice that we like,
Yeah, well,
So-
it's his achievement of conquering his cowardice, and his cowardice is his fear to die, and it's his fear to die that has kept him alive,
Mm,
but also it keeps him within the machine of like consuming. So in a lot of ways, like to make a modern reference, like Boyd is a protester who like films everything on an iPhone.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's trying to reveal the evils of the world while participating in the evils of the world.
Mm,
But at this point, like he finally understands like there's no going back either for him or Ives. And then he accepts like his death.
to clarify, I think like an understanding of what you just said too, like as far as just the analogy of it all, of
Mhm.
like maybe I'm trying to clarify just the analogy too, because I feel like if someone's there, if you're talking about someone who's just like posting on like a video that they just were there,
Mhm.
is that what
No,
you're
it's about using the actual technology of capitalism to
Yeah, I
protest
gotcha.
capitalism. So it's like,
Okay.
he's a,
okay, I
yeah.
hear what you're saying.
And it's more clear
Understand.
because like he's a man of the military. So he
Yeah.
participates in the military. He
Right.
participates in the system
Yeah.
and uses the system to keep himself alive,
Mm-hmm.
and also uses this new system of cannibalism to
Right.
keep himself alive.
Right.
But
Okay.
now at the end, he's finally accepted that there's no going back and there's no redemption
Mm-hmm.
from this overconsumption and like this expansionary, ideology.
So what you're saying is we should all kill ourselves.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Cool.
I've been saying that for years.
Yeah. It's time to get out. There's no redeeming us.
Word.
But that's what he accepts. And Martha sees it happen and she just lets them die. She doesn't try to save Boyd either
No,
because
she's
Right.
she pieces
because
the
she
fuck out.
yeah, because she already imparted the knowledge on the Boyd. Like there is no give, there's only take.
Mm-hmm.
So she knows how evil this kind of affliction is
Mm-hmm.
and just lets it go. So,
Yeah.
That's about it though.
Yeah.
You do get the general drinking of the stew though. If
Yes,
they
his-
wanted to make a sequel.
His little sippy of the stew,
Yeah.
and
And he
really
loves it. He loves
It's
it.
yummy.
Knox
And
is
then-
good.
There's another good line where, kind of similar to the run and the like, it's so annoying and all those sort of lines where after he gets snapped in the bear trap, he's like, that was very sneaky.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, because this was the first time Boyd plotted
he-
ahead of
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, because he also, I feel like in that moment, which I thought was a kind of a cute moment, he's like, "You're gonna eat me, aren't you?"
Yeah,
Go
that's
there
their
first.
meet
You're
cute.
gonna eat me.
I wonder if like
Meat cute.
Ah.
but I also the thing is like, So yes, there's all these like social commentary. I just couldn't get past, and I didn't remember this from the first round, that this is literally just like Ives is a young vampire and he's building his coven of vampires.
Sure.
I can hear what
And
you're saying,
he's just gonna you know what I mean? Like,
Sure. Yeah. It's a mythology twist. It's not. Yeah.
Yeah. But
and there's also so much religious and spiritual like themes throughout it too. Like not only obviously just like the Wendigo thing and stuff like
Mhm.
that, but like them having a lot of conversations about like forgiveness. And I didn't write down the scene, but there was a lot of religious, no, I wouldn't say iconography. It was like,
I mean, there
religious
is some.
themes.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely religious themes, but that's part
He's
of.
got the, like Ives carries the cross on and the rosary around his wrist and all that.
Yeah, he's got the rosary around his wrist and Toffler, and there's George has a painting, like he's making a joke. He's talking about the Wendigo myth, and then he makes kind of a joke at Hart in saying that like white men do it all the time. They eat the body of Christ.
Yeah. Oh yes, that was the other very glaring
Yeah.
one.
I almost feel like cannibalism in this movie, and sorry to cut you off.
No,
Or
that's
few more points. Like cannibalism feels like a conduit to like other things for this movie versus
Mm-hmm.
like it being the point of like the movie.
Mhm.
So like I'm not completely discrediting it as like a cannibalistic fitting our genre of like hungry for horror, but I feel like because I don't think it's the strongest factor in this movie. Like we'll give it as a horror, but we have like the spiritual connotation too. And like just even almost, I'm trying to think of like the best way to say it, of like,
You're saying because there's subtext that there's a greater meaning to the film that it's not as good? Are you saying that because sci-fi and
I think you're
horror?
putting a lot of words into my mouth. Is what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
know where you're going.
What I'm trying to like find words for is that I don't feel like cannibalism is like the main point of this movie. I think it's just a conduit to like get other stories across.
Yeah.
So like, which is why I don't. Which is
horror,
why
though.
That's
No, no.
horror and sci-fi in general.
Yeah.
I didn't.
What you
say,
doing? What you going for, Meg? What are you?
Come on, you're gonna throw stones. You gotta spit it out.
This is especially interesting coming from somebody with your movie.
What I want to say is that I don't know if, because I feel like it's more of a conduit versus it being like one of the primary factors of this movie. Like I don't know if I believe it fits like our topic for the month right on the head. It hits it, but like I don't, because like I don't know, like I don't feel like it's like as strong as like even your movie, Steve, or Brian, like, or even mine, which again, you can come at my movie all the time. I have cannibalism and I have food throughout the whole fucking thing,
Yeah.
which is the main fucking point
But
of
the
the movie.
thing is, like,
We'll get to it next.
I would argue, and listen, I'm not meaning to defend Steve's movie too much, but in this instance, like food, literally the intention of food is nourishment. And the
Mhm.
whole idea is it's like the ultimate nourishment that not only keeps you alive, but it literally keeps you from dying. Like, well, how do I say it? It's not just there to keep your body going with calories. It literally
Wait, are we
cheats
just
death.
talking about food in general, or are we talking about it like a specific theme?
I'm talking
because
about
what I-
food in general.
No.
But then
like,
in this movie, it takes the concept of food at its most base level,
Mm.
which is to say, just, calories so you can go about your day.
yeah.
But in this instance, it does that, but also makes you immortal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like, and like, I don't want what I'm saying to be misinterpreted. I just feel like it's a conduit to other sort of themes that are going on in this movie that
I would
don't
say
like.
probably any horror movie about food, with the exception of like a scenario where it's literally a killer food, like Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, is going to have that as it's going to be a conduit for
just something,
symbolism.
yeah, like
Yeah.
symbolism.
The stuff
But what
is
I'm
a conduit. Like the stuff is a conduit to, again, that social
Right.
commentary on consumerism.
Yes,
Mm.
is what I'm saying. Like, what I'm saying is like this food angle for the movie, or the cannibalism angle obviously is, but we're talking about like other spiritual angles to it. But like, I don't think it's always like a big focus for this film.
You're saying it's more of a cannibal movie than a food movie.
No, I wouldn't even necessarily say it's like it has like cannibal aspects of it, but I wouldn't even necessarily, like, again, I think it's just
I think
piece
Meg is trying
of
to
the big
poke a very weak hole into saying that because my film isn't just focused on foodstuffs.
No,
that it's
oh my
just,
God.
It's what it sounds like, Meg.
No,
I don't know what you keep saying the same thing over and over again.
And I think
that this is a conduit, and it doesn't make any sense because that's what storytelling is.
Yeah,
I feel like maybe I don't have the right words, and maybe I'll try to get them.
I don't think you do. I'm sorry, but I think you're wrong in this instance. You're just trying to drag my film down for no reason.
No, I just genuinely found this movie insanely boring, and I felt like it was too long, and I felt like
it's an hour 36.
hour 40 plus. To be fair,
it's an hour 36.
Yeah,
like,
I think it was an hour 40 with the credits.
But like what I felt like with it is that like I wanted more cannibalistic themes to it that would like be like, oh, this is like a movie that is about cannibalism of sorts. And I'm not saying like, sure, like the whole themes and like changing and saying cannibalism also means this, blah, blah, blah. Again, it has themes that are like, it can mean something else. It's not what I'm fucking saying is that I don't think it's the strongest. And because I don't think it's the strongest, and I'm trying to like give better descriptions and I don't have the proper words, you guys are like, you're wrong. And I'm like, okay,
No,
that's
I'm
fine.
not I'm just
my
saying,
opinion can be my opinion on this. That's fine, Steve.
It's
Just because
all about,
like I don't like your movie. That's your opinion on it.
Well,
so.
this is what I'm saying. This is what where I think the disconnect is. I tend to not only subscribe to it has to be exactly the most perfect idea of what the theme is. Whereas you guys tend to focus more on that. Yeah. You guys,
I could probably fit in whole of that one, but what I'm saying is too is like I think overall,
but I'm just saying,
I might feel differently if I felt like it was a more interesting film. I might give it more lax because I know I've probably done in the past. If I found it was a more interesting film, your film, we're not even there yet, is a more interesting film, but like we're not seeing people being eaten all the fucking time. It is just an overall theme of what's going on with the story within your movie. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole idea is that this town is eating fucking people. But like it's not like we see people being eaten the entire time. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's what I'm saying is like if it was but it's a more interesting film in my mind that like I think the themes for this one is like I don't think it's a strong contender in my mind for overall theme because I don't find it interesting. I think like it's too long.
Well, you not finding it interesting doesn't mean it's a bad take on the theme.
That's fine, but I think that's just like part of my vote with it is I feel like it was too long. I feel like if it was 20 minutes shorter, I might have felt a little more differently about it too.
Yeah, but not in pertains to the theme.
But like that's what I'm saying is like I felt like there's certain things that went along with it weren't as strong as what we've also seen for tonight too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would say I don't know. I like this movie a lot. I would say like there's definitely some things that aren't perfect about it. I think the third act is not super strong. I think the fight scene at the end is anticlimactic. I don't know. I just kind of thought it fell apart a little bit in the third act. I like that a movie that ends in an entirely different place than you expect it to end, which this one does, which I like a lot. And the movie actually does it multiple times, so it like kind of keeps me guessing. I think this movie probably suffers from the thing that a lot of other movies we've talked about in this podcast do, which is it's a fucking terrible title.
A little bit.
Terrible title.
And I would say that a lot of these things are like the meddling of the studio. You know, as we already talked about, like the original director was fired. They tried to put on another director and they found somebody else. And like the scripted fight scene at the end was completely different than what we see.
I think it's overall, I think it's really well shot, especially the first couple of acts. I don't think there's an answer for this, but the sound design, not the score, which is obviously a very deliberate choice, but the sound design is balls out cartoonish at times. And there's there's like it's like Batman 66. It's like whack,
especially in that final fight scene.
And even earlier on when when Knox punches him out, it's like oh pow when he punches him. It's just like so over the top.
Yeah, it's the thing we've talked about in the past couple episodes, especially like the Outwaters. The Outwaters reusing some of those classic libraries,
Stream and all that stuff.
Yeah. So I think it's just a matter of like this is a film from 1999, and they're using like the Fox library of fucking sound design.
Yeah, it feels very big studio.
How is that different? I mean, just like even bringing that up too, because I think I brought that up earlier as something that like stood out to me. How is it different than like bringing in the guy that brought in like? I mean, It was the guy that you said it was from like Blur and stuff like that.
No,
For
no,
this,
I'm
or
talking about
no?
the sound.
We're talking
design
like
of
the punch
music.
hits.
Okay, just like
So, like,
just like
the
the
sound
noises,
effects.
the
Yeah,
effects. Okay,
Yeah,
got
yeah.
it.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
punch hits are
Got
very
it.
like you can find it in anything from
Got
that
it.
time period of like it's just a very recognizable sound.
It
Sure.
sounds like, yeah, it just reminds me of, I always think of I used to watch Batman,
Mhm.
60s Batman all the time.
Mhm.
And it doesn't literally say zap on the screen, but I'm almost expecting it to say like a kapow, like when he
Yeah.
punches him, because
Yeah.
it's this very like fake, almost kung fu movie.
Yeah, and I think
thing.
I think it's partially the answer to that might be because of again like hiring a new director.
Mhm.
Even the original director negotiated for an extra week of shooting. Apparently they ran out of like like physical effects, so like blood and stuff on the set. So like the movie was probably maybe over budget, which would mean they wouldn't spend
I could
extra
see
money on, and plus they're already spending how much money on Damon and Michael to do this.
Well,
double
Damon
score.
probably wouldn't have been. I mean, he was Blur. He was big in
Yeah,
Britain.
Blur.
Blur
Yeah.
was huge.
Yeah, he
in
was
Britain,
big,
I guess.
yeah.
Here it's one song.
Yeah.
They were big over there. But it reeks of a movie that didn't have somebody to direct its vision. Like there was no one in charge.
Mhm.
You could just kind of feel like the fucking, foxes were running the hen house kind of thing. Because obviously they had a director that was fired. They brought in like a director who was friends with one of the actors, blah, blah, blah. And just some of the stuff that didn't mesh together, like whether it be sound design or like some of the performances were really cartoonish and other ones were like dead ass serious,
Right.
which was kind of a weird, it was a poorly directed movie. It was a really good movie, really good, well-written movie. And the guy who wrote it, which I looked up his name and I've already forgotten it because I don't recognize, but this was, I think, his first writing credit.
It's one of his first, yeah.
So like, it's like the dude came out of the gate fucking on all cylinders, wrote an awesome script, got all these people attached, big, budget studio attached. And then they just, the director thing got fucked up.
Yeah. And I would also imagine like, even though this is his first writing credit, like you see all the work he does afterwards. I would imagine he's probably been in the Fox studio for a while.
Yeah. Who
and
knows,
like doing like script doctor
production stuff. And
yeah.
And then it just didn't come together in a real harmonious way, as well as like even the title reeks of studio intervention.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking Ravenous.
Yeah. The studio was trying their best to sell, like, I remember the marketing was a lot more extreme.
Oh yeah. They probably marketed it like a fucking Doritos flavor.
Yeah.
Did you
this
just
was
use like Ravenous as in like a descriptor of the smell as well as or
No.
like and how? Because I thought like
No, I didn't. This movie was Ravenous, bro. That'd be the only thing that would make it more studio-y is at one point if they were like, "What happened to Boyd? He's crazy." Or like,
he
I'd
was
go as
ravenous.
far as to say he's Ravenous.
Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely
That
a
would be
film
that,
like
like,
the studio
that's
didn't know what because it's supposed to be. I can see a film that was supposed to be along the lines of like when, because we're talking about a time that Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez are coming up and they're doing a lot of this tongue in cheek. It's supposed to be along the lines of probably Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
But
And then the studio doesn't know how to do that. They didn't like what they were getting, or they just didn't know how to keep their fucking fingers out of it because, again, it's produced by Fox, whereas everything else that I just said was like an independent or proven director.
the actors got it. The actors understood the tone. It's great performances across the board.
Right.
The fucking studio didn't get it.
Yeah, because they hired indie actors. They got Robert Carlyle from The Full Monty, which I believe that was an indie film at the time, but also Trainspotting, as mentioned before. Yep. And Guy Pearce is on and off, depending. He'll do a studio, he'll do an indie.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I actually liked this movie the first time I saw it. Personally, I liked it even more the second time I saw it. I actually like this movie a lot. I think it's not a perfect movie by any means, but it took big swings and they got it out and they fucking named it something terrible, so nobody talks about it.
Yeah. Should have been called Welcome to Fort Spencer.
Yeah, or it should have been called fucking Frontier Stew or something.
Yeah.
You know what I
I
mean?
feel like
Something
they
just
used a name like Ravenous now. It might have been like that might work now, but
yeah, it
what
just
I find-
reminded me of like a 70s exploitation type of
Yeah.
movie would have a title like that. You know?
Yeah.
But I feel like I'm just going to throw one last punch.
Herschel Gordon
Because-
Lewis.
Yes,
Yeah.
it feels like a Herschel Gordon Lewis type of title.
As I feel like everything we've
Blood
talked.
drinking, yum yums, something. All right, go ahead. We want to hear it. I'm curious.
I distracted him.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go
I'm
on,
gonna-
big
I'm
punch.
gonna-
You've
I'm
been,
gonna-
you've
I'm
been
gonna,
doing
like,
Herschel Gordon
No,
Lewis.
I need to now rev myself back up.
Yeah.
Because of this.
She was doing the mollywop wind up
Yeah,
of like she was spinning her
Yeah,
hand, and I was
and
like,
you just
"Hey,
kept
Brian,
cutting me off.
Herschel Gordon Lewis, gotcha."
Is that what I feel like for like multiple months in a row? Is that I feel like everything we talk about around Steve's movies is more interesting than the movies.
You guys, I love that. You guys have wildly different tastes in movies,
Yeah,
and I kind of just like everything a little bit.
a little bit.
So that helps me.
You've
No, it's
even
fine,
gone.
but
You've
also
even gone
Steve,
back and
like-
reversed your decision on
No,
like
but-
Halloween Ends.
And I don't
Well,
know.
yeah, I actually love
It's
it.
fine. No, and I feel like
I'm easy to
Steve
please.
has like a different perspective on things, and he's seen a lot more movies than I do, and obviously has a background in this. And I'm just like, how does this
This
make
was
me
boring.
fucking feel? And I'm like, if anyone were like watching this movie and didn't really like necessarily go in being like, I want to watch like a film that's going to have insanely a lot of things to have to think about or like figure out around it. This is not the movie for you. Is what I'm going to say right off the bat. You know what I mean? If you don't want to have to like figure out the puzzle, because nothing is like necessarily, I feel like, always like in your face with it. But
Mm-mm.
it's
No,
fine.
It's a
but
fairly
it's
subtle
fine.
movie.
But it's
do you
like
like
so.
westerns though? Like, do you,
You know,
typically watch westerns?
I have interest. It's like kind of like the same way I feel about wanting to get like watch more kaiju films. Like I really want to watch more because I feel like I would.
Yeah.
And there's certain things I like
You
about
just
them.
haven't got to dive
yeah.
in as much. See, I am a sucker for westerns. I
Yeah.
love
Sure.
westerns. I love modern westerns. I love historical westerns. I love frontier movies. I fucking, I love that. I just enjoy westerns. So if there's a western horror movie like a 19th century western horror movie, I'm going to probably like it.
Yeah.
Like Bone. If you're like, it's kind of like Bone Tomahawk. I'm like, oh fuck.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna be all over
And
it.
maybe that's like another thing too, though, is like in general, like I don't necessarily gravitate towards like films that might touch on like colonial things or historic things or like wartime films. Like I don't necessarily get drawn towards them.
Yeah.
So like where obviously this isn't like an in your face like type that, but like that.
It helps to know the history to better formulate like
Sure.
what the film's about. So like, yeah, if you're not into that, then you're not,
Mm-hmm.
you're not going to
Right.
process it. Yeah, I would suggest if you want to take a dip into like westerns, Bone Tomahawk is a good one.
Mm.
Another one to check out that's also recent is The Dark Valley, which it is from 2014, and it's an Austrian film that's
Mm.
made as a western, so it's not going to have any of that kind of like undercurrents
I'm gonna,
of like it has its own thing, and it's just like a revenge film.
Oh, cool.
It's really bloody, but it's also like spectacularly shot because it's filmed in this fucking valley in the Austrian mountains.
Interesting.
Yeah.
the only
Austrian
only
Western.
Western I feel like I've watched in any recent
Django Unchained.
It was the recent
Love
history
Django.
is The Harder They Fall. Like I definitely watched it. Like I watched it this year. Literally.
I love
Hmm.
the.
and that
the-
was pretty good.
I mean, The Hateful Eight is one of my all-time favorite movies.
Yeah, I've
but
seen
I
that too.
also adore like all of the like just the spaghetti western genre
Sure.
in general. I love all those movies.
Yep.
Eastwood, and I'm not a big. I'm not a big fan of the Duke. He's all right.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
more of an
I'm kinda-
Eastwood
I'm after-
spaghetti western type
Yeah.
of guy.
once it hits the 70s, like the original Django is
Mhm.
great.
Yeah.
Unforgiven's probably my favorite.
Unforgiven's fucking classic.
I actually don't like Tombstone.
Really?
It's too fucking cornball.
Well, it just reeks of 90s big budget kind
Yeah.
of thing. But I would be lying if I said I didn't love Tombstone and The Quick and the Dead.
There's only two things because
I love Kurt Russell.
Right.
Literally, you could just
he's such a fucking cornball in that
He's
movie, and I
so-
hate
don't
it.
give a fuck.
Mm-mm.
I hate
Like
it.
you could
I don't know.
it could be Kirby the Love Bug, Kirby Reloaded. If they did Kirby Reloaded,
Herbie.
Herbie, not Kirby.
Kirby.
Kirby's my dog. Sorry, Kirby the Love Bug Reloaded 2.
Yeah.
But it starred Kurt Russell. I'd be in line to see it.
Sure.
I just love.
Mm.
Kurt
I mean,
Russell.
yeah, he does cornball movies, but it's just like I went back and rewatched Tombstone. I was like, why do people like this movie? It's only because of Val Kilmer. Val Kilmer rules,
Oh my
but
god,
he's completely out of place.
Doc Holliday is the fucking maybe the coolest character in the history of fucking
Yeah.
westerns.
He's completely out of
Mhm.
place though with how cornball everybody else is. The only other like Powers Booth
and then
is
there's
a
the fucking
cornball.
guy from the guy from fucking who plays what's the other brother's name? The guy from Twister, Bill Paxton.
Oh yeah, Bill
character.
Paxton. Yeah.
I forget what his name is in the movie. He's corny as fuck.
Yeah.
He's like, well, gee, golly willikers. Like, he's
Yeah,
just-
it sucks.
I love it. It's great. All right. Okay, guys, we gotta move on. All right. So
Next up.
what's the plan?
All right. So, luckily I ran into our friend Bigfoot Ben.
Oh yeah.
He was just like, Megan, did you choose a movie? I had a couple people like message me like, Megan, did you choose?
Mhm.
I had one person make a suggestion, which was the menu, which like that's fine.
Yeah,
like
sure.
I was like, seems too like on the nose lately, and I actually didn't love that movie per se.
I still haven't seen it.
It's good. It's funny.
Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah, like I didn't hate it at all. I just was like, for this topic, I was like, there's better films. And when I was out in Seattle, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do some Google, and then like the Platform came up, and I was like, I remember absolutely loving that movie. So, guys, big announcement.
Mm.
I chose the Platform.
Oh no
Yeah.
shit.
Oh my
Huh.
God.
Huh.
You guys know now. Which originally came out in 2019, but was released more digitally in 2020, which is probably when I first saw it. This was... it was a Spanish film, and its like Spanish name is El Hoyo, or literally the hole, directed by Galder. I'm gonna fuck up this did you guys want to try this name?
I probably could.
Galder Gatstelu Uricia.
There is
That actually sounds pretty
there's
good. I think I actually did
multiple
okay.
U's, and I would get scared. But yes, we're
There's some
close.
Z's in there.
Yeah.
It looks like a great name. Like I feel like I'd be proud of that name if I had that name. So the basic overview of this film is basically we have this prison of sorts that's called the Hole that is managed or governed, and it's this vertical management system is basically the way they refer to it, or self-management system, where people are for on a month at a time. They're on a specific numbered floor that also dictates the main focus is like when they eat, how they eat, and that's like the big focus of the film.
Mhm.
And what I find interesting, even just like talking about the food angle of this film, is like we're shown aspects of like this very high level culinary like kitchen that remind, especially like now working in a restaurant where I have like very talented chefs around me who have worked in amazing restaurants, and like watching the focus and like meticulous nature they have to the film or the food that they're like creating. I watched that and like watching it again this time, I think I saw that angle a little bit differently, and watching like the culture around like high like class cuisine, which then is like in this weird contrast to who it's being fed to. So it's being fed to prisoners, where they also, a lot of the food that's on the menu when the prisoners come in, they're asked like what their favorite foods are. So there's a lot of this like temptation around like the foods that are being put on this platform. So the people at the top get their first pick of what food they get to eat.
Physically on top, because like you said, it's vertical.
Yeah.
And you whatever it's the luck of the draw, right? Whatever level you end up on is the order in which you eat.
Correct.
And then a literal platform goes from the top to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next.
Right. And what we learn right off the bat is that based on what floor you eat really dictates this like hierarchy of how people consume the food. They know that if the people above them don't care what they're eating, so they're going to consume whatever they want, whether they're also then pissing, shitting, like spitting out all the food on there to the people below them. So like there's also this interesting hierarchy. And I think there's like a very clear contrast with the way the people we learn later on, like the way they view this system is almost like this almost rehabilitation and back into society of like trying to think that this system will show them how to manage themselves. Like if people ate just their ration, the food could get all the way down to the bottom.
The assumption is that there is enough food for everyone on every level if people manage if the group at large self-manages it in the right way.
Yeah, because isn't it also like there's an interview process before you go in
For
Correct,
certain people,
yeah.
and which is never fully clarified.
But I think
Well-
I took it as everyone did because like everyone got to choose what item they got to bring in,
Yeah.
what their favorite food was,
Right.
And so
Which I
But
think
some
is
people
what's-
voluntarily are there and others aren't.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some voluntary and some not, but I think it's because they have other, like for prisoners, it's like it's an either or. You can either go to prison or you can do this thing.
Mhm.
And then for the main character we follow, Goring, is he's there because he'll get a degree out of it, which
Yeah.
can help him
But
get
he
employed.
also was like very motivated that like he kind of also wanted to go in there to quit smoking.
Right. Yeah.
He,
So
wanted
it's
to
like
read,
a
he wanted to
weird-
read Don Quixote and finish and quit smoking.
Yeah, so it's
but
a-
he's like, because I was like, he must have had something going on outside of there that made me believe that he maybe was going to school too at the same time.
Mhm.
And he's like, I'm going to get a degree when I come out of this.
or school
Or
isn't
it's like,
achievable for him. It's too expensive, so he does this instead.
sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I feel like I initially saw it as like this angle of like, it was almost like a self-study or like that.
Yeah, it was
but
more
maybe,
of a social experiment than
Yeah.
a prison.
like something you could even, if you have like a thesis statement of sorts,
Right.
like you come out of it.
And it feels like we only have really one character who we'll get to, who is an insight into the nature of the organization that facilitates this whole thing. And for her, at least, we get the indication that this is very much a social experiment.
Right.
Right.
But I think, but again, that's why I bring back to that whole idea of like that rehabilitation. Like, I don't even know if it's a social experimentism, but maybe that's an angle of it of like, this is the way they think a rehabilitation center would be, is that if someone goes into this particular, like prison of sorts, whether they are mentally, handicapped of sorts, or they've done something where they've literally murdered someone, and we meet all of these types of people along the
Mhm.
way, that that this whole system of learning how at any given point you could be at the bottom, but you can also be at the top. And so like having that understanding of how that feels, that you might possibly change your mind about how you should eat or
Mhm.
like consume things.
Yeah, I think the other part that like leans towards the purpose of this, because the idea is what's the purpose of this place? Because this is obviously infinitely more expensive to manage than a giant industrial prison. You know what I mean?
Right.
Not only the technology, but all the odds and ends they have to install to ensure that if you think too hard about the mechanics of the place, it falls apart pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But that's not the purpose of the movie.
But I almost find it interesting too, to that point of like, there's a lot of self-regulation of like survival mode where a lot of people are being killed, where like, sure, I'm sure that happens in a normal prison sense, but like this is becoming a mode of like primate survival. So like,
yeah,
whatever you need to do, like, we meet eventually, I'm trying to make sure I pronounce her name, Miharu, who like, she literally kills her, like whoever she's roommates with very, like at some point very early on, so that she could potentially have a like floor with her child.
Yes, that's what you are meant to believe at some point.
Right. Yeah. Like that's our
the
understanding.
story that's going
But that's
through
just
the
one
place.
example of it, of like, there's no repercussion. Like we don't learn that if you do that you somehow are there longer.
The only thing that there are repercussions around are if you try to cheat the system.
Right.
Meaning if you try to hoard food, if you try to keep food, you have roughly 90 seconds
Right before
to eat while the food is on your level. And they intentionally make the food really delicious. This is
because again, it's everybody's favorite dish.
Yes.
Yeah.
So everybody's going to pick like their favorite thing they've ever had. And so everybody says lobster and what the fuck ever.
Escargot is what the main character picks
Yeah.
and all that. But the only repercussions are if you were to, let's say, for example, even you learn pretty early on, even like keep an apple, they will either jack the heat up until you literally fry, or they'll make it freezing cold and they're going to kill you
Right.
if you
Yeah.
try
It
to
gets
to
like,
go outside
whether
this, like-
we've seen both or they do hot and cold and stuff like that too. So to like just kick it off, I don't know if we necessarily need to go through every single point because I find like just the main plot points of like what's going on as we meet Goring and
You see his wiener early on.
you again, dong factor.
Yeah, you get
high.
You get a wiener. Just,
Well,
so
we
it's a
get
quick little wiener shot, but
I feel like a couple times. You
Yeah,
know
yeah,
what I
probably.
You
mean?
see his wiener a couple times,
It's
but
like,
then you
well,
also see old men wieners.
Yeah.
That's negatives. Minus points.
It's not like seeing someone with like salt and pepper hair. You know, you're like, wow, okay, he might be a little bit older, and that's like kind of sexy. But like,
No,
we don't wanna-
it's literally you have to watch two old men in a tub fucking fight over a watermelon rind with their
That's
dicks
pretty
out.
solid.
That's gross.
It's pretty solid. I liked it. I'm
I've
sorry.
had that dream. I've had that dream. sometimes.
Did you
like
get the
pops-
rind or
We've all
not?
seen
Pops
that
up. I
porn
wasn't
before.
one of them.
Oh.
I just
Oh, you were a spectator,
I
a
was
better.
It's one of those common dreams that we've all had.
So I feel like the longest section I feel like of any month that we get to see is when he is with Trimagasi, who's the older man, which we initially saw his dong, first and foremost, and Goring is immediately asking him questions about this place and trying to understand the mechanics of like what's going on, why is this the way things are, and like Trimagasi is like because Goring sees the functionality of it and he wants to almost rebel against it immediately. Like his like natural instincts is like a human. He's like the human aspect of him is like he sees immediately about the rationing. He sees immediately that we can survive this and like have enough food for like the people below, and he tries to convince people.
We should say though that the people who come into this do not understand the nature of the food system until they're there.
Yeah,
right.
That's very true. Yeah.
So
Goring.
Goring, he needs it explained to him, and you are seeing things through his eyes.
Right.
You are discovering the nature of this place through his eyes.
Absolutely. So I think that like this, it almost feels like a montage of sorts of like we watch like Goring and Trimagasi like after he has an understanding of what's going on, or at least from this perspective from Trimagasi, like they have this montage of bonding, like really coming together. So he almost has this like hopeful feeling, and it feels
and Trimagasi
hopeful.
has been there for months and months now.
What was it? It was less than 2 years, but he only had a couple more months on his.
So he had been there for, let's say, 18 months now.
Yeah.
So he was very used to this. He knew the score. He knew the rules.
Yeah.
He was already very jaded to it. And you almost get this suggestion too early on.
I think he's been there a lot more months than what you just said, because he goes through all the numbers of levels that he's been on.
I thought he said his total amount was 2
Maybe.
years.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
I
Oh,
thought it
yeah.
was like,
You know what? No,
He had,
number of
My
months
bad.
left.
You know what? My bad.
But he does say a thing about, and I think this is the first indication of a bigger theme that we're going to get, which is to say, there is this this idea of, I don't know if the right word's privilege, but the idea that Goring comes in and you get to bring one item, and Goring brings a book. He brings The Count of Monte Cristo.
No, he brings the ingenious gentleman Don Quixote, which is very
Don Quixote.
That's very important.
Yeah, Don Quixote, not The Count of Monte Cristo. Sorry.
It's very important to the theme.
Yeah,
because the Count of Monte Cristo would be a completely different
That would
theme.
be a really weird story to bring here because there's no revenge necessarily.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, Don Quixote. He brings Don Quixote, and the early on, he is feeling very I don't say superior, but kind of self-satisfied in the idea
he
that
is like this intellectual figure for the whole project. Like he kind of constantly feels like he knows he has like a start and end date, and like he clearly came in here voluntarily
for a year or 6 months.
6 months.
6 months.
So like, but he also clearly had some level of education and like, bringing a book, yada, yada. Like he definitely plays this intellectual of sorts.
And also, like I said, coming from a place of privilege because he volunteered to be here, number one.
Right.
And number two, he is the idealist from the beginning. Oh, we're just going to ration things. Why are we doing this? I don't understand. I don't understand the survival instinct. He has never, I think the implication is that he has never had the need to think about things from a survival perspective.
And
But I
the
think even-
first like the first level he's on is 48. And so at that point he sees how the food has been desiccated by everybody else.
Yeah.
And he's initially disgusted at the idea of eating others' leftovers,
Yeah.
which is a survival.
But even just thinking that like one of his biggest struggles thus into his life is figuring out how to quit smoking.
Mhm.
Which is coming from a place of privilege, whereas there's other people who have had to survive and show up with a knife or something,
Right.
you know what I mean? Or a weapon of some sort or something to survive.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like overall this movie has this like interesting, like hopeful theme, and you feel like I see that like from the beginning to the end. Even like when I think he gets beaten down, you know, within that second month was like almost that initial like reality is hitting his face. So even just jumping to that. So as soon as like the first month is over, he is now, I think it's like 172 or something like that.
Him and Trimagasi wake up at 171.
Yeah.
Because you get, we should say at the end of the month, that month, he doesn't know until it happens.
Right.
Where they're laying there and they have become friends. Friends is a strong word, but they have become symbiotic in one way where he reads to Trimagasi his book.
It's friendly relationship.
And they talk and it's cordial. And then they're laying there and he's like, "You smell the gas?" And he's like, "What?" He's like, "Oh, tomorrow we're going to wake up on a different floor."
Yeah. And then he immediately wakes up and he is tied up because Trimagasi has recognized as soon as he woke up first and was like, "We're really low. We're going to fucking starve to death here. I know how this goes. This is the pecking order of what we do here down on these lower floors. Floors is where we eat one another of sorts."
Yeah. And this is, and not only is Goring not used to this because this is literally his first transition into a different floor, but he doesn't know how bad it gets. And Trimagasi does because he has been way down there before.
Yeah. And I think up to this point, he was under the impression there was only 200 floors. And this is where he started recognizing, because we don't learn until the next month, where he thinks there's like 250. And again, we learn much later that there's many more floors than that. So the second floor like teaches him a lot, but so we immediately in that, to kind of harken back to like the first month, even we are introduced to Miharu, who is this character in it who is explained that this woman, she goes down once a month, every month, because she's trying to find her child, and
she rides the platform down.
Right. Yeah. And you know, she clearly is a survivalist in a lot of ways because like Trimagasi is even suggesting that they steal her to like have sex with her and rape her for like a couple days and then send her on her way. And then you immediately find out in the next floor, which is what they try to do, and they get fucking murdered because she's a survivalist. She knows how to survive. She has a purpose. She's like trying to find her child, which almost feels majority of the movie like we don't know if this is true or not. Yeah,
that's just the story. You just swallow that story when you hear it because why wouldn't you?
It's just like a fable that's been passed in, you know, within the confines of the
for the last year.
Because she doesn't talk either, so there's no conversation. You're just like, this is kind of
she looks like she's had a hard time,
right?
You know?
Yeah, she has a healed over scar on her face,
right?
So yeah.
So it isn't until she gets to their floor, which is so clearly it's right around the time where I think it's Trimagasi is like, "I'm going to give you until day 8, and if like we don't have any food until here, I'm going to start eating you, and I'm going to keep you tied up until then."
Yeah, because he's basically saying like, "I'm going to have to use you to survive.
Right.
I'm going to keep you alive. I'm going to try to be So Trimagasi, having been around for a while, like he is, you don't know if he's came in mentally ill or whatever, but like he is unhinged.
Yeah.
Well, he came in as a criminal.
Yes.
Well, he said that he had the choice of either going to a mental institution or the hole.
Right, because the crime he committed would be considered like a crime of passion.
Yeah.
And so like I guess if
it's also pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I don't remember his crime.
His crime was he like got upset at like he bought the knife. And then they came out with a new knife and he got upset at the TV. So he threw the TV out the window and the TV landed on an immigrant.
Yeah.
And then he like lost his mind. He's like, well, he shouldn't even been there.
Yeah.
And they're like, you go to jail.
Yeah. He kind of represents this person who's been like trying to fit into society unsuccessfully and has like fallen victim to consumerism.
Yeah.
The rages created by consumerism, I guess.
And I
don't know.
think it's like a similar, even just like, again, I think cannibalism again has that theme that's just overlaps with consumerism, capitalism, yada, 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 of like there's overlapping themes, which is the same as I feel like similar to Ravenous in that regard.
Sure.
But, so Miru,
Can I say real quick, the idea of being the scariest thing about this is, for me, is I would rather have someone cut off a chunk of my leg and eat it than be tied up for 8 days like that.
And poop
Oh
yourself.
my God.
Poop. Not even the pooping, just the idea of being restricted with bed sheets for 8 days. Just gave me the heebie-jeebies.
To that note too, because like one of the things I immediately was just thinking about, like how your body would start just like getting stiff and shit like that. Like that.
So painful.
I think he did a great job getting up and just being like immediately falling and just like you could tell he was a little bit weak in that regard.
Sleep in the same position for 4 hours.
Right.
For 8 days, like on your back, tied down. Ugh, just Give me
so
heebie-jeebies.
Miru saves the day. She catches that this is happening, kills Trimagasi, and then basically subsequently takes to eating him for we don't really necessarily know how long. It's like seemingly like a couple days. And she's trying to get Goreng to eat as well because she sees how weak he is. I think there's a really great scene, and like I think some of the shots that she use are really powerful and allow you to like feel really intimate with some of it, of like looking at his skin and seeing how like nourishment can really affect your body differently depending on what's going on.
The one thing I'll say, like production wise, that's really good because they did shoot the film sequentially, which you usually don't, but they shot it sequentially. So
you're talking about like literally it's like shot in the order that we see it almost. Okay.
So he could lose the weight.
Got it.
So you
almost have to with a movie like this.
Yeah.
Which is not normal for a production, but
I mean, there's still
think about that. You almost have to.
Yeah, there's still some like really obvious makeup on his face, but like but like other times when his shirt's off, like he obviously really did lose the weight for the So
and she becomes this almost like I wrote down angel of vengeance, but it's not necessarily vengeance. She's the person who like teaches him the harsh realities of the world a little bit. You know what's interesting is like, so he's often referred to as what, like this savior like type character, like he's being played out like it's almost this idealistic savior, but it's almost played out as a joke in a sense too. You almost wonder whether I remember the first time I watched this when it first came out, and I hadn't watched it since then till this time. I was wondering whether it was going to be a Truman Show situation. He was the person who was the focus of the study.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But it doesn't prove to be the case. But
no, it plays out as just like a shitty Jesus allegory in the end.
I just thought.
Oh, is that your note that you wrote down?
No, my note. Brian? No, if you want my note, I'll give you my.
What the audience doesn't know until now is that the boys, plays.
Don't say it like that.
You guys were like playground hiding in a corner of like.
He just showed me it.
I just showed it.
Show you my secret.
I just showed it to him because I knew if I showed it to you before the show, you would get mad, but then that anger would dissipate. So now I give it to you full frontal for the podcast for you to get fucking upset at.
You want?
Yes, I want your rage. I want your rage. What's your crap movie?
Shit. Now you made me doubly angry because you guys are talking behind my back.
So you can see I have all these notes for Motel Hell.
Oh my God.
Look at all these notes for Motel Hell.
Off.
And then I have one note for the platform that says, this movie was written for What If I Am 14 and This Is Deep, wrote The Cube.
You think you're really funny, don't you?
I do, because that's really funny, because that's what this movie is.
You're just so cute.
I mean, let's not give The Cube too much credit.
No, but here's the thing. The Cube isn't a smart film.
No.
The Cube is a fun film.
Yes.
And this took Cube and then hammered you over the head with shitty allegories,
all the
social commentary.
Yeah, this was a deeply socially driven version of The Cube.
Yeah. No, Cube isn't smart,
but better production.
I'll say.
When did The Cube come out? I don't even know.
The Cube came out like 1997.
I was going to say mid 90s, late 90s.
And then it's just a fun goof movie. It's not something to be thought about.
But it's I actually confused it enough where I kept expecting the things that happened in the cube to happen in this.
Right.
Because that's how similar they are. I like them both. I like both of them.
There is, they did remake the cube in Japan.
Really?
In 2021.
Ooh.
And they put a bunch of social commentary in it.
And it's not. Yeah.
And it doo-doo.
The cube is more action.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an action. It's a puzzle. Like, it's just kind of like a mystery thriller. And then, like, you find out the puzzle and you go, oh, how
they're
creative.
in this big mechanism, kind of like this. But
I'd be curious, yeah.
It's fun.
I mean, the way you're describing it, I don't...
Yeah, no, it's a fun...
I don't know if it would be something, but
it's not
like,
as well acted.
Yeah.
No, because it's an indie film from Canada.
Well, I didn't get as angry as you thought. I got more angry about you guys being secretive because secrets don't make friends.
Yeah, the one thing I really liked about this is they kept the cube doesn't really do until kind of at the very end, but not really. Where this one actually keeps going back to the army of super high end, like fine dining chefs who are almost in this, like, you imagine a film where like there's this like fine dining scenario where all these like super highly trained white tablecloth chefs are being like grilled by the head chef, like a Gordon Ramsay type that's just being like, no, you messed that up, blah, blah, blah. You keep seeing this and they're like incredible attention to detail, so much so you don't hear any audio of it.
Right.
But you get this shot of like they found a hair in one dish. Was it the tiramisu?
It was the panna cotta.
Oh, the panna cotta.
Yeah.
Tiramisu, the panna cotta. The panna cotta is the symbol.
Panna cotta. It's the message.
The message, not the symbol. Panna cotta. And there's like a hair in it, and they're just like berating the chef.
He drags 4 chefs and is like comparing it to their hairs.
Yeah.
Which is
so
like,
my point is they show this idea that whoever is behind this is taking it incredibly seriously.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that actually, it was like talking to one of my chefs this afternoon about it who likes horror, and I was just like bringing in that element because, again, I don't think I would have noticed that or paid attention initially when I watched it, but like understanding this culture around food, and then even the menu kind of brings it into play. I know you haven't seen it, Brian, but like of like how this consumerism is like, there is like a lot of art and craft and like so much diligence put to all these like high fine dining that is so extreme. Like very few industries I feel like have that extreme feeling. Even when we're talking about like an art and craft, and then to it be consumed by people who do not give a fuck about it.
Well, that's the interesting
you know what I mean?
thing that begs the question, which I don't think we ever really get any insight into, is whether the chefs that are producing this food and making this beautiful platform of food before they send it down to level 1 and beyond, whether they have any insight to what's happening to the food. I assume they do, because when it comes back up, shit's just a disaster.
And also, I mean, it's weird because so like it's assumed the whole crux of the film is based on getting this working class to fucking revolt against the administration that's in charge of it.
Right.
So like they are aware of it, and like a chef could potentially just look down the hole and see what's happening.
Right.
But I don't know. I think there's like this delusional aspect of it because I was trying to figure out which the name was. Is it Imagori? The woman who worked in the office and then got cancer and went back into the hole. So I feel like even her, she was so delusional of what's going on. So this system that they think is supposed to do this one thing, whether it's a social experiment that is meant for rehabilitation to like get people back into society, but as a changed people, is then like she thought something totally different than what was happening.
Right.
Yeah.
So imagine the people at the top who are creating this, they very well could understand what they're creating food for, but I think there's a different illusion that's going on.
Right.
With it.
And I think she represents the quote unquote middle management.
She does.
Oh,
So,
totally.
so she represents the person who has drank the Kool-Aid from the tippy top and is the messenger, the enforcer, the person who is the feet on the street, recruiting the people who are ultimately going to be victimized by the system. So she is the person that is she's been indoctrinated so much over the 20, didn't she say she worked out like 25 years or something?
Yeah, 25 years and then like I think 8 years doing intake. And so like it's possible like she doesn't even interact with the prisoners who go in.
Right.
She just interacts with people who volunteer like
Sure.
Goring.
Yeah.
So like she doesn't know all the aspects of the people who go in. And then the third level of administration is the part with the food punishment.
Yeah.
Of like people, there's obviously somebody or something monitoring when the food is held.
Yeah.
So they know that-
can
Yes.
set you on fire or do whatever the fuck.
Right.
Yeah, I
Heat it
almost
up.
like, I feel like in rewatching it, I was almost like, do the people when they fuck up, they end up in the hole too? Like, it's like a punishment.
It's possible.
You know, but like,
yeah.
it could be. We don't really know that. So that's like, again,
Right, like her
making
idea, just like summarize my point is like when she comes on board, she volunteers to go into the system,
Mhm.
and after the 171 days of him eating the old man. God, I can't watch him eat. By the way, why is everyone in this movie when they eat gotta stick their fingers in their mouth? It's disgusting.
Tapas.
Yeah, it's so
because they are Spanish. Yeah.
It's
They're
so
Spanish,
gross.
and it's
Get your
tapas, and they use
greasy
the fingers.
fingers
Okay,
out.
now we're into
Mm,
speaking
nom, 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 nom.
generalities, and like that's probably not the case.
Well, so my getting back to my point, like the idea when she comes on board, he shows up on a very advantageous level with her.
Right.
What level are they on? 30, 20 something?
They're up there. I think they're in the 30s. Yeah.
They're
I think
in
they're
a
in the
really
30s.
nice level where they could eat whatever
Okay.
they want, essentially.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And she comes in pompous, high and mighty, basically saying these dirt balls below us and above
I
us
don't
don't
think she-
get it, and I'm going to be the person that if only somebody with my
don't-
intellect could explain to them, I can convince them to do it.
Mhm.
Yeah, there is like a level of like intellectual
It's like
superiority
anxious-
to
yeah,
it.
yeah.
But like, I don't necessarily think she walks into that. I think she's like trying to play into the system that she thinks or like believes would work.
Yeah.
And then it's blown up in her face. And then we get that like intellectual superiority of like, she thinks that like exactly what you explained of like, she can tell the people below, like, hey, if you just do this, it's like this like really nice, cute, like
you could
sweet.
tell she's practiced that in her head for 25 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now she's there. And the thing that she thought is definitely going to work, because obviously if only somebody as brilliant as me, or as capable as me, or as empathetic as me and people of my station could explain to these dirtballs what to do,
But I
they
don't-
would of course do it.
You know what
Right.
I like don't understand though in like that thought process though is that like why would we have not seen that in the intake? Like why like I feel like that would be a really important idea of like if people are having like, hey, the system works this way. We have so much food that works for all of these
because if they
floors.
told
Because I feel-
them, they wouldn't come in. So they are deceiving them in that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's just like this trick that goes to it, but then okay, that I could understand that if that would be a
She
thing,
doesn't
but,
know
like,
that the system inside is failing
No,
until she gets in there.
Right. She doesn't. And also, she probably does
Yeah.
to a certain extent, but she probably thinks that, she might be only getting the message she might be receiving is the people at the bottom don't have any food.
Right.
And then she's like, well, did somebody explain it to him?
Did
You know what I
somebody
mean?
tell them what to
Yeah.
do
So
about
she
that?
represents this like
Gosh golly.
this
she
person who's
doesn't know-
never had to be.
But I don't know
hungry.
if she knows like that until like I mean
She-
we
yeah,
really
she
just
might-
doesn't know,
yeah, she
know
might
until she gets in there.
Literally
She
might
might
not
not.
know.
But
so like
But I think the point is she represents the middle management stage
Right.
of like, let's say a upper class crust of society
Sure.
who isn't the 1% of the 1% billionaires, but she's the people below them are doing their bidding and saying it's their fault. The dumb bastards just needed to explain to them.
Yeah.
And
Totally.
then I'm going to be in there. So she's got this like false sense of like self-importance. And then she quickly realizes that no, once you're in the system, the waves are going to thrash your ass against the fucking shore and you're going to get eaten up just like the rest of them.
Right.
Yeah.
But she's trying, and I think like Goring basically in a certain sense, like
'Cause
getting
Goring
a
was the
little
same way
bit.
when he came in.
Yeah, he gets a little bit jaded through that, and basically is like, I'm recognizing that you're trying, but let me just show you that I'm gonna threaten to shit on their food, and that starts making them change. Which I don't know if they're like what the specific like if there's like an association or like some sort of theme with that, but it definitely comes into play of like it has nothing to do with like people instinctually have no instinct for like general human like survival. It is all about the I, it's all about the id, and it's it breaks down the moment where you realize that like at any given moment you could have zero food in front of you.
And I think what Goring comes to represent is the advent of fascism and how fascism becomes a reality in societies.
Sure.
Because he once was idealistic.
Mhm.
He once was a believer in human nature.
Yeah.
He once considered himself an empathetic person, but didn't realize the level of privilege he was coming from. So when he comes in, he gets dealt a very difficult lesson very, very early, obviously much more difficult. I mean, he got part of his leg eaten, you know what I mean? And then he has become so jaded so quickly and just like ground up by the system to the point where now he is under the belief system that the only way you can get people below you to react is via authoritarian fascist type of action.
Yeah.
Right. Just sidebar with this whole section of his time there. Bruce, cover your ears, and I told him to cover his eyes a lot when I watched it. Was
in my
that
movie,
she
you got
decided
to too.
she decided that we didn't know initially that she had cancer, but she brought her dog in, and eventually Miharu kills the dog
and eats it. Well, and this is also the message here is she is even more protected and privileged than even Goring is.
Right.
She's so stupid. And stupid is a hard word, but like anybody on the inside would say stupid. She is so
she's ignorant,
naive,
yeah,
that she goes so far as to not even bring something in of use, but to actually bring another mouth to feed.
Yeah.
Right.
Or even bring something you could eat.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
it just goes to show how little she understands about the system.
right. And Goring points it out by pointing out that, like, yeah, he comes from a place of privilege, but he points out that her privilege is greater because she picked him as a roommate.
Yeah.
And like they basically she got to pick where she went.
Mhm.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah. Did they ever establish that she actually got to pick?
Yeah. I think it was pretty well established.
Okay.
Yeah. Like,
forget. I remember them having the conversation, but I never didn't take a note.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else to talk about in that moment. So Miharu kills the dog, and basically we see her whole like kind of will to live go away. Bruce, I would feel the same way. Bruce is laying down here.
I would eat my dogs so fast.
You would. I feel like you are a person who would definitely eat your dog. I would not.
So fast.
I would probably
even the
kill
turmeric
myself.
one.
Oh yeah, she's so
I would
fat.
love
She's
Bruce
probably delicious.
eat me.
I've spent 13 years marbling that dog. Ooh.
You're like, girls, what are we eating tonight? No, I love Bruce.
A5 collie.
Before I ate him. Bruce, you can eat my bones.
The intermuscular fat in that dog. Yummy.
Yeah, so
it's very off put by my comments.
I
tell her that all the time. I'm like, I would eat you so fast.
I knew this about you.
I would eat you if there was a big snowstorm.
I can't get out that egg hole.
I'm
Where you at,
never
dog?
hanging out with you in the winter ever again.
God,
this is
all
why
I
we
have
take a
is-
winter break, guys. We like don't hang out.
I'm mad at
So
being-
we
I'm mad at
don't
being
eat each
weenies.
other.
Eat the dog.
Um,
She wasn't so hairy. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Be a long time to get all that hair off. Sorry, go ahead.
You'd have to wash it off
she'd
in
be
like
a
the
great
bathtub.
blanket, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Also.
yeah. Oh, yeah. She'd. Yeah. Listen, I come from Native American heritage. I use every part of the dog. I'm just kidding. I don't come from Native American heritage. So, anyway, 33. I couldn't remember where they ended up. I did take a note.
Yeah,
of that.
they were in
ended
their
up at 30.
30s.
So it's nice level.
So the end of their month together, she basically again loses the will to live. She doesn't do anything. We already know she has cancer. They end up waking up down real low again.
Oh yeah. They're all fucked up.
And he wakes up and she had already killed herself.
Mhm.
And at this point, we've already seen that Goring is seeing Trimagasi, like you're hearing his voices, whether it is an actual, just like whatever they're trying to do. I feel like Steve, you have comments about this aspect of it. Like,
No, it's just kind of it's just a device to show how the people that Goring runs into affect his life.
Yeah.
So like Trimagasi gives him this kind of authoritarian vision of everything because it's like a fight to survive.
And that's presumably all he's ever known.
Right. Yeah.
Or all he's ever been subjected to.
Yeah. And again, like it's hard to speak about it completely culturally, but like Spain did have like this fascist period
Right.
through the 70s. So it's easy to imagine that Trimagasi would live through that and would understand that.
He seems to be in his 60s, I
Right.
would guess.
So he was probably a part of that. We made mention of that when we talked about the Day of the Beast.
Yeah.
So like that's the way his mentality is. Goring came in this idealistic student, and just to the theme, the book Don Quixote is about an idealistic idiot.
Yeah.
Like somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. And like it's a really on the nose prop to have, which I think is lazy.
I haven't read that since I made this mistake twice in 1 year. In like I took AP Lit in like 9th grade or some shit.
Yeah.
And I was never thought about the book I was gonna pick for whatever our next like report was until the day we need to pick it. And I was ugh, and I'm looking through the list, and I back to back picked Don Quixote and East of Eden. Back to back. They're both like 900 page books. And I literally just watched the movie of East of Eden.
Brian went, "Oh, War and Peace. I heard that's long. Don Quixote."
Hell yeah, I've heard of that.
I heard that. That's the thing about the windmills and shit.
And no, here's the even more embarrassing thing. I think when I read it, I made the same mistake I did today, where in my head I read Don Quixote and thought Count of Monte Cristo.
Yeah,
and was like,
no, Count of Monte Cristo is another long one.
And I was like, I love that movie. I've seen that movie. I don't even have to read the book.
I pretty sure I've done Count of Monte Cristo, which is also another long book, and then Crime and Punishment were my oof.
Man,
well, because I was on a Steinbeck kick.
I just ate Monte Cristo sandwich.
That's the New York education system. Today's Count of Monte Cristo day. We're having Count of Monte Cristo sandwiches.
We're gonna put powdered sugar on his ham sandwich. I don't know why I'm giving Western New York a user accent.
It's hard to. It's still like staccato.
It's really not nasally. Steve's a little bit closer.
I get closer, but it's hard. We're gonna eat Count of Monte Cristos today.
Nope. I'll let you meet my friend Shannon one sometime. She is great. She it's like this weird like nasally mild Boston thing sometimes. She'll like say car, and I'm like, what? And like she's like this weird accent, but it's like really I think the only thing I didn't live there long enough to pick up an accent. Nasally, maybe.
Yeah, it's nasally. I know the one word is orange. Orange. If you can start saying orange correctly. Yeah. Well, no, orange is correct, but they say orange.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I didn't actually. I don't think I knew a lot of people who said that. Like, I think where I grew up, there wasn't ever like a strong accent like there is like say here, or even what you're talking about. I think Rochester hits it a lot harder.
I've only heard that accent like once in real life. And that was going to Buffalo and just like at a toll booth. Yeah. A toll booth worker in Buffalo was like, I'm like, ugh. Jesus Christ.
I was eating an orange. Like,
hey, having an orange as you go through.
Actually, I feel like the way you're saying that probably sounds more like the way because we're saying it's like the car, the park, like all of the things that like remind me of these weird Boston influences of sorts. But like
it's just all shit Irish talk as it's disseminated through the East.
Yep.
And that is the platform.
That's the platform. That's how it ends. It ends in a Buffalo toll booth.
All right. Because, we've been recording for a long time, guys, So obviously we'll move through this movie or this next month pretty fast. So he basically feasts on the cancer riddled body, which was weird to me for an entire month. Because I suppose if like that was all I had, I would do it too. But I was like, it's like oddly stuck out to me. I'm like, what?
You just get eaten around the bad bits.
Is it only like bad bits? Isn't it one of the things like the bad bits are all over body?
I don't think cancer's contagious though.
But like, would it taste weird?
It's probably gristly.
Again,
I don't know what cancer tastes like. Guys,
Someone-
I want to go on record. I don't know what cancer tastes like.
I'm just guessing that it's
in
gristly.
my mind,
It's bad
I
gross.
just was like, no, it can't be good for you to eat cancer riddled body.
Yeah,
it
sure.
just-
I
it
think
just
at
can't
this
be.
point, it's like
It's like eating
we
gangrene.
crossed
Like
that
that's what it
crossed
is.
that bridge, though. You know what I mean? Like shit's derailed, and I'm just like, if it's either eat this or die. I don't know that you're really making that much of a distinction.
Mhm.
I mean, and she also, I guess we should say, she killed herself when she woke up on 202, hung herself, and she could have thrown herself down the hole. But the idea was she was leaving her body there so that he could eat it and survive.
Right.
Right.
Because she was like, I'm
Yeah, I think
done.
she had the realization like what she thought about this whole job and situation was not what she thought, and like I
This
think
was
that
also
was like
her last hurrah as well.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
that was, she intentionally
That's a
meant for
really
this to be
funny way to describe it.
her last hurrah.
Because I feel like
She could have went to
hurrah is-
Vegas, but instead she did this. Yeah. Well, I think the idea was like, I think it speaks to her arrogance as well, because
Sure.
she's like, she thought to herself, well, you know, she'd come to terms with her fate. She was going to die. And she said, you know what, this is going to be some sort of righteous mission that I'm going to go on.
yeah.
And then she got in there and was like, oh no, I'm a fucking idiot. You know?
Yeah.
But, yeah, because she was even talking about spontaneous
It's like-
solidarity
But
and all
also,
this
I
shit.
think like it comes back to I think at the end of the day, there's something within all of us that wants like a little bit of like meaning in our life,
Mhm.
and even in the most minuscule way.
Mhm.
Again, it goes back to I feel like the
Yeah,
ego a
I
little
think
bit.
it was
It gave
earnest.
it gave her a
Yeah.
level of meaning to like what she did. So at the end of the day, she could have killed herself, but she still killed herself, but allowed that guy to eat her.
I
so that there
don't
was a little
question
bit of
her
purpose.
earnestness.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think she was very earnest in her attentions.
She
and-
didn't have a very earnest face. She had a resting bitch face, to say the
Yeah.
least.
yeah.
I genuinely, she's a perfect office character. I'd be like, wow, do I want someone who like looks like they would tell you to go fuck off at any
Mhm.
given point?
Mhm.
That's her.
Yeah,
She's great
she
face for
looked
that.
mean. She also like, oh, we should mention during this part there is and you get this earlier on, but now you're like really getting, this is when Goring is really getting tormented by visions of the people that he has consumed.
Right.
Yeah.
So Tribagasi, whatever his name is, and her are like literally arguing about in his head, and he knows that they're not there, but he is delirious. And
But kind of like we
you
talked about, I think they almost become like archetypes of like this, like heaven and hell, or like angel,
yeah, they're
devil
the
type thing.
they're the ghost of
'Cause
Christmas
she-
past and
yeah,
Christmas future. Kind of
Yeah.
thing.
So he now is moving on, and like to the next floor, and he ends up on floor 6, and this is where I'm forgetting this guy's name.
I think it's Baharat.
Baharat. Yeah.
Yeah.
He is like a very idealistic kick. Like he's insanely delusional, which is interesting because it seems like he's seemingly been there for a long time, though we don't fully know why he's there per se.
You never learn why he's there. You never know why he has the rope. You never know.
I took that as that was his item.
Well, I mean, it is
I don't
his
know if
item.
it was like, why would you bring that in though?
Yeah, he must have known a little bit about
Yeah.
what
Right,
was
he
gonna
could have
happen.
been. He could
I
have
took
almost.
that
He had a hopefulness about him that makes me believe that he could have very well. I don't know if he'd be purposely went in there. He's been there a long time. He could have very well got it from someone else too.
Well,
Yeah.
here's what I might be putting a little bit too much of my own imagination in this, but I took it as, you know, we just got done with the administration lady who was coming from a place of you know, privilege and naivete and all that stuff. He came in, Baccarat's a game.
Yeah.
Anyway, comes in and he is not coming from a place of financial or institutional privilege,
Mm-mm.
and maybe that's why he knew to bring a rope, but he's coming from a place of physical privilege
I almost feel
because
like it's
he's super strong. He's big,
That-
strong, and very capable,
he
physically
almost has
capable
this
guy.
like spiritual aspect to him too that we learn when he start going down.
Well, he's very idealistic. He's very empathetic.
But like he's also been trained by other people of like how to master, again, if we're taking these like larger themes and like deducing them to like literally things that's going on,
Mhm.
he has worked with like that guy that's in the wheelchair is like almost a guru character. Like
Yeah.
he has been through, like he's seen through, he's like
if you do this, like, I understand how society works. Like, let's try and do this.
Mhm.
And so he's like clearly either been on the same. He couldn't have been on the same level. He's somehow known
Maybe he was
him.
up or down
Yeah,
from
yeah,
him
yeah.
or something.
Something like that.
But I think
Um,
he's the young, headstrong person who's easy to influence.
Sure.
Like,
no, totally. Yeah.
like he has been held down by the system.
Yeah.
And he is the guy who can be whipped up into a frenzy to do your bidding.
Sure. And
Yeah.
he's described as that. Honestly, I
Yeah.
feel like like when he gets to that floor, like he's
Mhm.
kind of described as that.
Mhm.
So the heartbreaking aspect of this is that we really get to understand what it means to be at the higher floors.
Mhm.
Is that the floor above them, and this is like Baharat is like trying to get up. He's like, oh my god, I've never been this close. I want to literally climb up to each floor and like get to the people and be like, you guys need to understand what's going on here.
He wants to escape. Kind
Yeah,
of thing. Yeah. He's
and-
going to escape.
Yeah. And so the people above them initially, though, clearly have become almost a couple, or basically a couple, and they trick him into being like, he's just plays the fool. If we're like talking about like characters, he is the fool
Mhm.
of sorts. Throws a rope up, the chick fucking shits on his face. Like,
Literally
you know,
turds
Yeah.
in his face.
Literal. Like,
Literal turds on his face.
I don't know how I would actually feel if someone shit on my face. You know, it's not a kink
I
of
mean,
mine,
you
and I don't want
normally
to
have to
kink
pay
shame
extra for
anyone
that,
here. It's just this, like, just not
Just
something
a
I'd
log.
be into. You know,
I don't
I
think
don't-
you're king shaming anybody here.
No, no. But here,
Yeah,
as in the
definitely
universal,
Or
No,
maybe Brian. I don't
the
know.
universal,
No,
not
that's
the,
not
not
what I
the
said.
room here. If it's the listener here,
I'm
if you
saying
like
Big
it,
Frank back there.
if you like it,
like some
you know,
scatological
if you
stuff.
like some sort of fecal matter, piss, whatever you want, I mean,
Just wash
more power
wash
to
your
it.
face afterwards.
sure.
Please
Yeah.
wash.
Do whatever gets you off. I'm totally for it. That though would suck, and I don't. And I mean, what a shock. But Goring could have let him drop too. I want to make a point to like say that
Mhm.
he could have let him drop. He did not. He grabbed him. He brought him back up.
Yeah.
So basically, to keep moving forward with this one, basically they come up with a plan. They're like, we need to. They want to find. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of how they did this. I'm trying to remember the exact. So they didn't know. Miru must have been at a lower floor. That's what it is that I'm thinking of. Okay, so they decide that they want to somehow find the child. They feel like that is somehow like going to like prove a point of sorts. But so they basically, or no, this is
No,
sorry, backing up.
They
I'm wrong on this one.
They
They
decide
want to
they're gonna,
ration. They want to
yeah, they're going to ration
Yeah.
by
So-
force.
Yes, so they're gonna ration by force. They said decide that like each floor they're gonna say you have a certain
They
amount
get
of food.
weapons. They yeah.
Yeah, they start going down, and by the time you get to the guy that we talked about, who's kind of as that guru figure, they're like, he's only like on 12 or something. Like it's not too far down. I feel like, they're like, you have to understand what you're doing is you're not convincing people. You're just using force. That
You're
basically,
fascist. You're,
basically
Yeah.
disproving the effectiveness of fascism.
you can't force people to be
authoritarian-
good. You're just making them inferior.
You're just giving them
Exactly.
bonks on the head.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're also just like feeling a different angle that they could then kind of have revenge around and stuff like that too. So
Yeah.
these
they're
systems
literally
do
like-
not work.
They're literally they're standing on the thing and going, "Here's your plate, eat it." And then people go, "Fuck you, I'm gonna eat whatever I want." And
Then-
they brain them.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they're literally.
But they
killing
also
people.
make the decision that like up to a certain floor, they're like, all these people up to these 50 floors have had food.
Mhm.
We shouldn't even consider giving
Yeah,
them
they're
food.
like,
Yeah,
"You're gonna
they've-
eat tomorrow."
Right. They
Yeah.
had it yesterday. They'll have it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Don't worry about today. This is what I don't know. This whole after he's in the cell with Baharat. This is where the whole movie just falls for me.
Yeah, the third
Like,
act fell apart pretty hard. for me,
It just
too.
because it starts hammering a lot of the religious
Oh,
allegories
there's
and
literally
just
like the one
Leave
act
it
might
to
as well have
Brian
been
and
called
Steve to bring in
transubstantiation.
religion
Like
to
it's
this.
like they literally, well, they're actually talking about it as
No,
like
no,
the
I
blood,
know,
the body
yeah,
of Christ and stuff. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then like so Baharat they don't say it outwardly, but I took it to mean that like he is probably Muslim.
yeah, because it just of his name. At
Yeah,
least,
just because of his name. And
well, and even they had the conversation with the people above, and he was like, "Thank God." He's like, "Oh, are you a man of God?" And he's like, "Yeah, which God?"
Right.
So he's kind of like, which God are you, dickhead?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
he's like, the one true God. And
Right.
they're like, oh, of course, because now they've seen he's Muslim. Now they're going to shit on him.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm.
So then you have and then this whole time Goring is in a way portrayed as Messiah,
Mhm.
you know, and then it comes true at the end.
Yeah.
But, you know, you have Muslims and Christians working together to come down on the platform and ration out food. But then, you know, he gets accused of like, you know, Christ wouldn't do it that way. He would multiply the food. He wouldn't ration it out.
Mhm.
And it's just like they meet Baharat's friend, and Baharat's friend says, like, don't do it that way. Do it by winning their hearts over. Explain it to them. But if not, then
But
brain
it's
them.
like
And then- but the whole thing is like, well, then what's the point? Like, if
Well,
they're
that
just
was-
going to brain them
no, no, no,
anyway.
so,
Well, that's
like,
the whole thing.
okay,
now
can I-
that's just the Inquisition.
Yeah.
I totally hear this point too, because I feel like it's interesting when we talk about these things coming from people who grew up in understanding religion and like had that influence to someone who's like, okay, I see there's like a religious element, but it has no meaning for me.
Mm.
However, we're still talking about these themes of society. So like what he's saying still in my mind felt more effective of like, let's try to fight fascism with like finding meaning in why we're doing something. And if they're like,
even if you took it from a social perspective and
Sure.
didn't go religious, which
Yeah.
they obviously meant it to be very religious.
Sure.
Or here's what they did.
They do both.
They whoever wrote this movie, directed, I don't know, just took these monstrous ideas and had the balls to think that they could make it into a cohesive thing and make it make sense. But instead, they just went through a thought exercise that like everyone
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 over
does in their
28
life.
does. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then it comes out on the end feeling like the people on the top eat, man.
Yeah,
And then the people on the bottom don't get enough, man.
So I took it as it did feel very preachy in the sense that they were like, what we do doesn't work, and then also what they do doesn't work, and then also what they do doesn't work, but we also don't necessarily know what to do. But
But like I feel
shit's
like
not cool, bro. Like
no,
it
no,
just
no,
didn't-
like so I
didn't
feel
have an
again
answer.
like
I hear you. I think like you guys are answering the like or like responding to something that is the case though.
Mm.
Is like I walked away from I forgot how like wrecking this movie could almost feel
Mhm.
is that there is a complete hopelessness to the entire idea of what we're talking about.
Well, I think that's
And
the
so,
thing.
like,
Yeah.
Right. So like I didn't take it as this like over exaggerated feeling of what you're talking about of like being too preachy. I think it's just like literally almost a literal on the nose interpretation of like what we literally see all the time
Yeah.
in every social structure, no matter what. We keep coming back to this thing of like people think they know what is right for other people.
Yeah.
And no one knows anything.
Yeah,
And
everyone's
this is
dumb.
what it
Everyone's
is.
figuring
And
it out.
this
But I
is-
think the ultimate story, the fact that they not only symbolically but literally got to the bottom of it,
Mhm.
and then said at the bottom, "Children are our future." Like that was,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And we're like,
no,
And not just that, but also there's a lot of symbology in that, and that the floor they're on, 333,
yeah,
is
it's
if
all
you
Trinity thing. And,
if you look into that number, there's 333, 444, 555, 666.
Mm.
333, also 222 is like the truth, the word of God.
Mhm.
333 is like a message from God.
Mm.
And then also, if you really wanted to, you could multiply it because there's 2 prisoners on every floor. So then it's 666.
Yeah,
So
double,
they're
yeah.
in hell, man.
Sure, I got
But
it.
then they send back the message, and because Goring sacrifices himself, he does the Christ-like thing.
yeah.
He
Mm.
sacrifices
Yeah.
himself to send the
Sorry,
message, and it's like
he died. Well, that's the
Sure,
thing.
I got you. I
He
got
died.
You. I got what
He
you're saying
went to
there, too,
hell. He was
Yeah.
resurrected, or
Yeah.
you know, and he sent the message back to forgive everyone's sins.
yeah,
So it was like this. It's very difficult to ignore the Christian allegory, but
Sure.
even if it's not, even aside from the savior thing, that was like, I felt even from a social perspective, if it was talking about a small, if it was a smaller story, like I get it that it's small and that it all is self-contained in this one
Mm.
structure, but it's so grandiose in its
everything is trying to tackle.
Everything is so.
I'd be curious to
big
feel like what
stories.
this director, like the writers, like films have been, because like I feel like it, like with even the way you're describing it, it's like putting in my head, it feels like an early, like someone's like early film, like they were trying to do a lot.
It was
You know what I mean?
super ambitious.
Mhm.
Like,
Well, like
over,
the
I
only
mean,
point before we
overly
keep going on
ambitious,
to
but-
that point is like, I find it interesting with like, again, you guys have way more background in like understanding religion and stuff like that, and not, I just think I just have no interest in continuing to learn it. But like with the kid though, it's just like, again, there's this like hopeful feeling throughout it all. The kid kind of has that hopeful feeling to it, but like it still felt like we don't know what's going to happen. If like nothing's going to happen, nothing clearly, like, we don't know that something changes, and I don't think we believe like anything does change. But let's keep talking about it, because I feel like there's more stuff like what you're talking
I
about.
mean, the one thing they're like, so we see a lot of people like throw themselves off the platform and down the hole. You have to imagine at some point like body parts come back up on the platform.
Mhm.
So like obviously the working class that's on floor 0, they see body parts come up and that doesn't affect them.
Mhm.
But like the whole thing about this is, and it's mentioned by the administrator or the middle manager. She says, you know, like no one under 16 is allowed in the hole. You know, no one under 16 can participate. So they think by sending the child up, it's going to spark this.
right,
You know,
like,
oh,
understand,
this is the one line that shouldn't be crossed.
Yeah.
mm,
But I mean, how many times do we see that in real
Right.
life, that like we see the deepest, most depraved things,
right.
and then like that person gets away with it, and
Yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill
There's
himself,
just,
by the
like-
way.
There's just like a constant.
I'm just saying, you know,
He's
like
just
I guess,
like-
I
The
guess,
Catholic Church killed Jeffrey Epstein.
yeah, I guess
Next
nobody
Halloween is
bought kids
forever,
off Jeffrey
sure. I guess
Epstein.
we're dipping in our toes
Nobody did
there.
that, and nobody
year
went to
later.
jail for it, so it didn't happen.
No,
Jeffrey Epstein produced
and,
this
and I
movie.
feel
Yeah.
like there has that, it again, it goes back to that era of like, and everything feels very doomed, and like again there's this hopeful feeling that we never experience an ounce of something positive happening to it.
Mhm.
So like when I saw that, I'm just like, I still finished the movie being like, there's nothing positive here. Like I didn't see that as like a hopeful message. It's like this like hopeful feeling that immediately is like, well, we don't know what happens. So I immediately think that child's probably either dead or it's going to get swept under the rug,
Yeah.
and things are going to keep happening. To your point about the body part, though, I feel like most of the people end up seemingly killing themselves like before the food would come down. But what I think would have been interesting is we probably would have seen bodies at the bottom.
Well, and I think, I mean, you can't think with this movie, if you try to dig into the logistics of this place, it falls apart super.
Yeah.
Like, why doesn't literally everyone get on the platform every day and then
Right.
ride it all the way back up?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even if people would be scared to do that, if you've got 666 people, at least a bunch of them would try this so many times that it would create a huge issue for people at the top.
Right.
Because at least 10 people a day would end up back up top, and then they just have to gun them down or something. You know, who knows?
Yeah, you'd have at least like one psychopath
Yeah.
who wanted to just ride it all the way up to the kitchen.
3 days,
Maybe-
Yeah.
I would stay on that some
Yeah,
bitch.
I just don't know. I just like, I feel like the way this is played off, and I think like, again, we're talking about like the society, and like I think a lot of people just are very ego driven, and like you guys have worked with a lot of people,
Mm.
and I don't know how many people you guys have managed, and I think there's this things of like what you guys would do versus what actually happens, and I think a lot of people just fall in line to what the rules are around you, and they don't question it. Like I feel like the
Yeah.
more you work around people, there's less people that would actually question like
It
they'll,
depends.
they'll
But
question.
the assumption is a
They'll
lot of these
question
people
like
are
a
prisoners and
process.
stuff.
They'll
Yeah.
question like a process, but they won't question like the whole system and structure. They're like, oh, just to try to give a mild example, like, oh, we would normally eat at this time, but it's like someone taking the apple for a second and then recognizing there's the rule, and it's like, oh shit, I'm gonna throw it back down.
Yeah.
I think people would be like start pressuring it that way, but once they start getting that negative reinforcement, people start following the line. Like a lot, like
You're right.
It's a rare thing to find someone who would step outside, like Goring kind of like plays that character.
You're looking at it by people who play in society, though.
Yeah.
Brian just mentioned it. Like there's prisoners in there. Prisoners have already broken the law. They're willing to break it again.
Mm-hmm.
And then like
But they're still
I've
human, though.
worked
That's the
I've
thing,
worked
though,
with
too.
like some real shitheads.
Mm-hmm.
like there was one dude, and it's funny just because like he wanted to be a white rapper, but he had like a mustache, and like he's a funny dude. We hated him. He sucked. But like he had been in prison before, and he had done a bunch of time in prison. Then he came out, and this was his time to be outside of prison and like start working properly and like provide for his family. But he would huff shoe glue and then go drive a van.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because he doesn't care like what the laws of society are.
I don't know if we all are educated enough on like the psychology behind this type of stuff to like talk on it like responsibly. But like there is always like different things, like even just having a conversation recently of like, you know, think about people who commit crimes just to go into jail so they can have a fucking meal to eat.
Yeah, no,
you know, so like like there's so many different layers to it. I don't want to like deduce it down to like
if there's that many people, you're going to get a broad scope of people who are going to do a lot of things. My only point in saying that is I don't blame the movie for having an ambitious premise that if you dug into it too deeply, it falls apart pretty fast. I know I am willing to suspend my disbelief in order to like see the mechanics of it kind of playing out.
Yeah, I do think there is like more of a solid grip to the film if you take like broader themes to it. And like again, I think like it made me. I was like surprised. And granted, maybe this week was a shitty week, but like I like left being like really depressed after watching it, even more than I already was this week. And I was just like, holy shit, society sucks. People suck. People don't want to change. Like there's like this ego to everyone around us that everyone's out for themselves. And like everyone, like there's like such this like delusion about how we should do things that. Like you just get suspended into this process and the system and people just keep going along with it. And not many people, like I think like a character like Goring is like the exception, not the rule. And so like, I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
There's
like,
we're stinky animals and our behavior is relatively predictable.
Sure.
I think what I was hoping, and I didn't remember the ending to this movie. And that's why I think I like this movie, but I think I remembered it having a better ending than it did. And I didn't remember the ending. So I was hoping that, and even I wrote early in the notes, which didn't prove to be true, but I think this would have been not that I'm trying to, you know, doctor the script here, but if the whole thing would have been a study in not how to get people to unify, or if there was a reveal, and this could be the case in the original script and it just didn't show up on the screen, but instead of getting people to unify, it was a study in how to keep people at odds with one another, then that would have been a more impactful message and a message of empathy and a message of
I think
we're on the same team here. Even though that's idealistic and maybe naive, at least it would have been a message of some use.
But I think like what is interesting about what you just said though is that I think this movie would have had to been almost completely different because it would have like that woman who came in would have had to have some knowledge of what's going on in here.
Well, she did,
you know what
because
I mean?
she kept using the phrase spontaneous solidarity, which was
right.
So what I was,
but that was the idea of what their goal was. But there was nothing revealed to us along the way that like I think she basically lifted the veil that there was no concept of any understanding of what's going on within the system.
Right.
And so like that's why I feel like they could have done a different scene that could have allowed us to like believe that. I think it would have been a quick scene, honestly.
Or the scene, or just something that allows you to come to terms with the fact that the system is inherently flawed.
Yeah.
Or controlled by someone.
It's controlled because I think what it is by her revealing that she didn't know what was going on, by her revealing that proves that the people who are truly in charge, are like doing this, you know, at the detriment of everybody. But
it's all self-serving though at the end of the day. I think that's like it's almost like the system that is self-serving has no bearing on what's going on. And then the system itself is self-serving, meaning all the people. Like, so it's like, it's this big cycle, I think, between the two, which is interesting. And they're all based on like this ego-driven thing. You know?
The people at the top, the administrators, they're doing it for a different reason.
Yeah.
They're not doing it to create this spontaneous solidarity that she was so behind.
They don't care.
They wanted to study something else. They wanted to torture people. They want to do all kinds of other things. They want to.
They're
I
playing
think
a
we're
different
making
game
this
than
up
what
in our
everybody
brain,
else
but
is.
like
Right.
I think what we're making up in our brain is like what we experience in society, where we see
Yeah.
these large corporations that they feed a system. Like they will literally, like we've all worked at jobs that is feeding something where they will literally say whatever they have to get something across and to feed the system so that they get paid. And then the system ends up failing because no one's managing it and no one gives a fuck. So then it manages itself in a sense, and we end up with this like whatever system we have. So
Getting back to like the things I liked and didn't like about the movie, I thought the performances were pretty good overall. I thought it was an ambitious concept that was executed decently well. Here's what I didn't like about it. I thought it was a very preachy movie.
Sure.
And I just don't even know what they were preaching. Like, were they preaching that like-minded, capable people can buck the system?
I have a question on too,
Or-
because like just to deduce, because like in my initial reaction was I didn't really feel preachy, but I think because you maybe saw more of the religious angles of it, it probably could have felt preachy.
Well, even
that,
if
like,
it's not
just so I
preachy,
understand.
literally from a religious perspective, it's like, I don't know what their message is, but it seemed like I ultimately got to what I thought their message was the idea that a good deed is its own reward.
Yeah.
Which is also, I'm not saying that's not right, but it's just also
It's like
preachy.
this, but again, I think it goes on to that like trope with the character of Growing is like he plays this like idealist intellectual of sorts. Like again, that comes off very naive to a certain point. But then
so is it anti-intellectual?
I don't know.
Or is it?
I don't know, but like
I think that
it's questioning. I think something there too.
I think the idea, like the thing that I kept landing on in this movie is that the person that made this movie, and this is a fictional person that I've made up in my head, this person thinks they did something really great.
Yeah.
And it isn't very great. And it is kind of incoherent at the end. And like that got reinforced. And listen, I'm not sitting here saying like, if I don't get it, nobody gets it. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm saying at the end in the third act, when you're seeing these like so on the nose visual representations of like when they're going down there and you literally see the guy who brought money as his thing and he's like rolling around the money and they see him and he's like jumps on the money, and the further you get down the layers to hell, which at some point the randomness of how people were assigned in indication of how they were behaving fell apart because
it feels more controlled.
Was the
almost at that
kid
point.
on 333 on purpose?
Right.
Or was that
right?
Was that
It almost
a
made me feel like
coincidence?
there was more control going on to like the system.
So did they
itself.
plant the kid there to see
Because
if they
it
would give him
almost
the panna
seemingly
cotta?
was like the kid was always really low, and the kid never had like some like.
Which I get
partner,
the analogy they're trying to make is that the most vulnerable among us are going to suffer in a system like this.
Sure.
I get it, but that's so on the nose and just completely betrays the rest of your story.
Yeah.
So it's like it's at some point they got so up their own ass and the fart smelling was so strong that they were just like, that story that you guys get what I'm trying to do here, right? Let's just cut to the chase.
We're telling him we're really hitting him where it hurts, man.
So I wrote at the
Really?
end, this whole thing begs the
way he said it
question
so bad.
is
Good. I'm glad you hate
because
it.
the whole thing
it's
they
your
keep
movie.
talking about what's the message? Okay, the panna cotta is the message. Okay, no, the kid's the message. And I just wrote at the end like, we still don't know what the message is.
Yeah.
Like the message is obviously they're talking about a symbolic message back up to the upstairs, but ultimately the whole thing felt like an exercise in futility. I don't know. I think it's a fun movie. I think it's an interesting movie, and I thought it was pretty well executed and performed well, but they did the thing when an arrogant filmmaker comes in and decide, or author or artist of any type that comes in and goes, I'm different than everybody else. And all this shit you guys have been trying to figure out for millennia, I'm pretty sure I can handle this.
Yeah.
So they go in and throw all this shit at the wall to try to get it to stick. And it just falls apart in the end because this is the thing that we've all been since society has existed. we've been thinking about this,
Hmm.
and something about
Did you
the
like want an answer though? I mean,
no, I just
I'm
said
not
something about
disagreeing
the
anything
no. I'm
you're
not saying,
but like
there is no answer.
yeah.
So I
don't know
think
if
the
you wanted
idea is
it.
I wasn't expecting an answer. I took exception to the inherent arrogance needed to try to tell a story like this.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, and if
But
it
I
had
feel
the-
like I think it's the only thing. Like, I'm not trying to. How I'm defending this movie.
Mm.
You know, it's like I'm just curious about the whole idea around these type of themes that like take whatever avenue that we've seen over and over again in different scenarios of like talking about society, talking about bringing religion into it, because that's clearly like a huge
Mhm.
facet of society. It's like a huge portion of our population.
they tried to do too much.
Sure. I
And
can
it-
understand it. I
and
mean, they
it's-
definitely took it I think the more we talked about it, I can understand, and like I could totally see it being like if this was someone's like first film, I'd be really surprised if this was someone's like later, like they've done like 10 films plus. You know what I
who
mean?
I can see
But,
making
like-
this movie, trying to remake this movie?
What?
Aronofsky. Like,
Oh,
yeah.
I can
Sure.
see him
Oh,
being
yeah.
like doing a line of coke and going, "I'm going to tell everyone how the world works."
This
Sure,
is
and-
this
but I think it's,
Eureka
like,
is
an
the
interesting-
Aronofsky of.
I just don't want it to be some big masturbatory like process to like try to tell the story, because I think it's something that we deal with every day. You know what I mean? Whether or not like so something like this like affected me or I thought differently than you did, and like what
No,
you did.
it was
and,
an
like,
affecting movie. Don't get me
no,
wrong.
no,
Like, yeah,
so like I wouldn't necessarily look at it like this is like possibly ineffective, but I found it like just impacting. Obviously, it's not going to do anything, change anything, but like telling a story of like what we really deal with. Like I didn't
Mhm.
expect an answer. No one has to answer, but it was telling a story in a very specific
Hey,
like
I'll use an
scenario. and
example
stuff
of
like
I
that.
think how I would have liked it better. I'm going to use an example that is a similar thing, but like Squid Games, right? Squid Games, huge cultural phenomenon, all
Mhm.
that stuff. I'm not saying it's the greatest thing in the world, but it took a big story
Mhm.
and
I haven't seen the full like series, so I only know like first couple.
Well, I
episodes.
won't spoil anything. It's good. It's not a
Yeah.
masterpiece, but it's really good. They took this big giant social experiment thing, and they honed in on like kind of one thing, which was more like how like our
How desperation.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
affects
it wasn't like a
economic-
motivation.
specifically
I thought it was
economic
like
and
a-
social
yeah,
desperation.
okay,
Whereas this took that, but also took religion,
sure.
and also took caste systems, and also took like 10 other
Hierarchies
things,
and authority.
and social constructs, and it just tried to it needed to pick a lane and do it well
Totally.
instead of trying to do everything all encompassing and execute that
Sure.
in the way that is the only way you really can execute that, which is poorly, because it's there's
Yeah.
nothing new that you're going to add to why is people mean to each other.
And then
Mhm.
You know.
and then the
We
fact
can
that
tell the
the
same
ends.
story in a different, unique
Yeah.
way.
Then the
Like,
fact
an
that-
interesting
and it was
way,
fine.
which
Yeah.
they think like we see that all the time.
Yeah, and then the fact that it just ends on the same tired ass Christ allegory
Yeah.
fucking
Mhm.
sucks. It's just lazy.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then you can tell it's lazy from the beginning because he brings in Don Quixote. Oh no, is our protagonist gonna have a little bit of a finding out about himself? Is he gonna
Look
learn
at
that his
Steve right here.
ideals aren't what they should be?
You guys need to-
Oh, did you make a big movie? Did you make a
I
big
like how
movie
you
about
just
your...
became a caricature of yourself
You
to like
guys need to
prove a
see
point
Steve.
here.
He's got his hands on his hips. His eyes are darting back and forth in a very patronizing way.
Steve's real mad at me.
Did you make a big movie that your protagonist learns that the world works differently than he feels like it?
I don't know if you want me to respect you more or less after this conversation.
great. Yes, it's that's honestly a very harsh take on it, but yes, I would agree that it feels like a yeah, it's
I
a
don't
lot of
get-
care, a lot of
Yeah.
thought put into it, but just biting off more than it can chew.
Yeah, I don't completely hate the movie because it's not like it's made incompetently. Like
Mm.
it's filmed very well. Like I really like the scenes in the kitchen
Mhm.
just because there's something special about the way those are filmed,
Mhm.
and it has an idea, but then yeah, it batters you over the head with everything. Like the way we talked about how Ravenous, you can watch that film without social commentary. It'll just pass by you. It doesn't matter. This one insists the social commentary upon you. It's part of the plot.
Mhm.
And
Would
then
you
it just
say this
handles
movie insists upon
it
itself.
insists upon itself. And then it just batters you over the head, but then leaves, like you're saying, like the ending is just, it doesn't put forth anything new. It puts forth one of the laziest things.
Yeah, the ending felt like a cop out. Right up until that, honestly, it reminds me a little bit of Ravenous. Like I really like it up until the third act. And
I don't think that I'm stuck on that, and I'm not trying to be like try to say that the ending was like amazing in any way, shape, or form, but like I think what I kept taking away is like this feeling of nothingness of sorts. Like again, coming from a non-religious, I did not turn around and like take it as this like Jesus commentary. Obviously, you guys did because you guys have background.
Well,
on that.
and also it's Spain.
Like, what? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So they don't do anything that isn't. It doesn't have some religious connotation.
That's fine, and that's fine. But
Cristo
I'm saying,
Toro.
if I'm able to like evaluate this movie based on like my own perspective of sorts, and with whatever we're placing forth here, is that like there was just feeling of nothingness at the end, and I felt like that was a good ending.
Well,
I feel
it
like
wasn't nothing. The girl's going up.
Well, we don't know what happens to her. So
right,
so you can allude to whatever, but there's like a lot of things that like are very specific that we see along the way, but like it's all this very idealistic, hopeful feeling.
Well, she's their message in a bottle.
Yeah.
I understand that.
That's
what I'm saying is like, but because we don't see that, we don't know what actually happens.
There's no satisfaction.
Yeah, if you ignore that.
Like, I like that is what I'm trying to get at, is that I like that there is like no
ambiguity
satisfaction.
at the end.
Because of everything that we saw along the way, is that it made me just like, it felt more full circle to this whole idea of like meaningless nothingnessness, like in like the whole hierarchy of what we're in society and the systems that we're creating no fucking
I get
meaning,
what you're
and
saying.
There is no solution to any of it.
I get what you're saying.
So that's like
I just don't think
that's
the story they were telling on the screen.
Sure.
Like you took from it that these things are unresolvable conflicts and that there is no solution.
But even on the other side, it's like it's like an idealistic thing, and then we're talking it is really on the nose. So
no, I'm saying I think that they thought that they were doing some big send up.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
If you cut the girl out of it at the end and he just goes into a pit of blackness or whatever,
or even if he just sits down there and then the platform goes back up and he's sitting in the darkness, that would have been a better ending for me.
And like then you can follow that track of like, well, he just kind of did the best that he could, and then he returns to you could to parse another like religion interpretation, like the Jews have no hell. They have Sheol, and like Sheol is just returning to the blackness, to the nothingness, to the darkness. So like you can kind of read it if you want to, that he escaped hell to
hell?
That's halfway between, that's purgatory between Sheol and hell.
Yeah. that's mini Sheol. But yeah, you can read it that
Marcellus Sheol.
Marcella the Shell with the shoes on.
The Shell.
No, it's like the fracking company. That was some.
But no, he escapes hell
and the Shell.
Sorry,
he escapes hell and gets to go back to Sheol and just returns to nothingness, and he returns with Trimagasi, who is just as like he's just as much a victim of the system as much as he is a bad actor.
Yeah,
so
I would have liked that though, because then it would have just been like, we're all fucking fertilizer, bud. Like me and Trimagasi, that dude's fucked up. He had a very sense of superiority over him, and now it's just like now me and him are down here chilling in the darkness.
Yeah, and they're just as equal again.
Yeah, that would have been, because ultimately
make it a fucking martyrs ending.
Yeah, it would have been better than
make it dark as hell.
Why the fuck? I still don't get what's special about him. And why he was the one who found the girl, and why he sent them up, and
he's Christ.
He didn't really, but Christ is supposed to have some sort of divine intuition,
right?
And he proved himself. Goring proved himself to kind of be a fucking faux intellectual the whole time. You know what I mean? At best, he was freaking. What's the Catcher in the Rye kid?
Damn it, Holden Caulfield.
At best he was a fucking Holden Caulfield that thought everybody was phony and he knew everything, and then he got
Trimagasi's carving "fuck you" into the wall again. What a pig!
Yeah, like he's just like but no. At the end, it was like he somehow elevated himself to this Christ-like level by I don't know, kind of doing nothing, killed a bunch of people.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. It was an ambiguous ending that I wish was more ambiguous, I guess is what I'm saying. But yeah.
Let's move away from.
Hey guys, I
Wow.
like to have fun.
Let's talk about
Wow.
fucking Looney
I
Tunes.
like to have fun
on the forum.
guys.
Wow.
And so I
want Steve to only talk in his caricature form now. I don't think I'm going to see him
I'm a
any of
big
he
boy.
with his hands on his hip.
Yeah.
It's the only way I'm going to ever see him talk. Now
I'm
from
a
now.
big boy, made a big movie.
I made a big movie. My protagonist had an arc and everything.
He's Jeebus. Meg's getting so fed up with
I'm
this.
going to
Just
eat
eat
a piece of celery into the mic to fucking
just
ruin
so Steve
Steve's
has to
night.
edit it out. Oh, crunch. All right, so I'm going to talk about a fun movie, unlike you fucking dorks. I did a 1980 masterpiece, Motel Hell. And I want to say right off the bat, guys, I don't care if you like it or not.
I understood that.
We understood
I
that from the
understood that
moment.
you didn't care if we liked it or not, but I understood immediately why you liked it because it is so much Looney Tunes and Three Stooges.
So silly. It's a bunch of crazy slapstick.
It's a bunch of
stupid
bits.
shit. It's a bunch of bits. And also, I love. So, and I will admit, there's a lot of nostalgia in this one to me because this is one of the first like really, like corny schlocky B movie horror movies that I ever saw.
Mm.
So I have a lot of nostalgia about it.
I
As
feel
well.
like the only thing I'll say too is like I was really interested. Is like reading the description of this film.
Mhm.
I almost like expected like
Something more serious.
no. I almost expected that people were going to be eating this sausage like very regularly.
A
So
little
it'd
bit
be
more of a
so-
Soylent Green type of thing.
like or even just like it was part of the whole movie versus it being like
It's
what
more
it was,
about
which was
food
interesting.
production than food
Yeah,
consumption.
Yeah.
which is it was anyway.
It's a real deep social commentary that we'll get on to here in a second.
Fuck off.
No, I'm making fun of my own movie. Anyway, so it stars the great Rory Calhoun as Farmer Vincent Smith. Rory Calhoun, you will know from tons of movies, but also TV. I think probably a lot of people, because it's, I don't want to say a cult classic, but The Texan was a big thing that he was in.
Okay.
It was a TV Western TV series. He was in just so many fucking Westerns and movies that I watched a ton as a kid that used to be on like TCM, like The Colossus of Rhodes.
Mhm.
He was in there was another big one that I can't that wasn't a Western. Oh boy,
He was in a lot of alien invasion movies as well.
Yeah, he was in a lot of 50s sci-fi, and then 50s and 60s westerns.
How old was he in this movie? Is what I want to know, because I feel like he looks like one of those people that would always perpetually look old, even if he was like in his 30s.
Oh, like a Clue
40s.
Gulager.
Yeah. I mean, Hell Comes to Frogtown. Fucking love that movie. Did a little stint on Gilligan's Island, and then I think
He played the coconut.
Stud.
Rawhide.
What a fucking
Oh, he's a good-looking dude. Rawhide and Gunsmoke. Those
Okay.
are probably his two really big ones. So people of a certain generation would remember him as. But this is one of the few movies where like the antagonist, I use that loosely because he kind of strays the line. It's weird. But he's very much, I mean, he's the bad guy. He's the star of the movie.
Yeah, I think Ida would be the real antagonist.
Yes, she seems to
And
be.
I have a theory about Ida.
But I wish I'm interested to hear.
Can you make sure your hands are on your hips, please?
Maybe.
Ida plays by Nancy Parsons. You'll probably recognize Nancy Parsons as well. I know her from, she's the gym teacher in Porky's.
Yeah.
Like that's what I remember her from. Like Porky's, fucking one of my all-time favorite movies. And she's the gym teacher who grabs the guy's dick when he sticks it through the shower. And then you get a couple other characters. You get Sheriff Bruce Smith,
Who reminds me very specifically of BJ from The Righteous Gemstones the entire time.
Really,
This
I
is
haven't
like
watched. I haven't
Dude,
watched
this
Righteous
is like
Gemstones.
silly, like humor like that though.
You also get the other kind of main character is Terry, who's played by Nina Axelrod, who again you'll probably, she just kind of played. She was in Critters 3.
She played Blonde Lady.
Yeah, exactly. She's in Roller Boogie. She was in quite a few. She's in Cobra. You would.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
In any case, she's great. 80s, 70s and 80s actress. You'll recognize her face. Anyway, relatively small cast here. I mean, those are kind of the main folks. There's some other people in there. We also get a quick John Ratzenberger.
It's funny because I just saw him in one of the episodes of Poker Face, that new Natasha Lyonne show.
Yeah.
He was on an episode of that. I watched it.
That yet,
Yeah, I watched that, and then I watched this. I was like, oh hey, Norm, not Norm, but
he's Norm from
Cliff.
Cheers. Yeah,
no,
Norm,
he's Cliff, but
he always says.
Yeah, they always yell Norm.
He's always yelling at Norm, who is
George Wendt.
George Wendt. Of House 2 fame. Anyway, so Motel Hell, it is a pun because the name of the motel in question is Motel Hello, but of course the O is it's malfunctioning, guys.
Of course, of course.
So you get introduced to the Smith family, Vincent, Ida, and Bruce. So Vincent is the elder brother. You come to realize considerably more elder than his younger brother Bruce, who is the sheriff of the town. And then you have Ida, who is their sister.
Is she the sister?
That's yes. He explicitly calls her sis or young, something about her sister. So
and now you have accused Meg and I of bringing in the incest.
Yeah.
I believe this is your first entree. You're both your first foray.
I honestly,
it's not explicit.
It's kind of explicit. She tackles Bruce to the bed.
Hey, Steve, let's go on the same team. I actually would play more on pedophilia because of specifically when he's going Nina. He's trying to wed her. Keeps saying stuff, calling her little girl. You're like,
oh yeah.
Well, I was
but that's an
there's
old
both.
Ass redneck thing.
Yeah, there's both.
No,
I'm
not giving it a pass right now. Brian.
No, it's not. Yeah, you don't have to give it a pass.
He's the bad guy.
Yeah, he's the bad guy who's also a pedophile, which you brought this into, and Ida is incest.
Terry's an consenting adult.
But the age gap is gross.
The age gap's
to the
gross.
point where
and also
she sees her as a little girl.
Also,
she's a consenting adult, guys.
He calls
at what
her
point do we see her ID that tells her what her age is? Because when we first see her, she's on a motorbike with another old pervert.
That's true.
That's true.
She got picked up by that old pervert taken on a bike ride.
Yeah, she was asking for it. That was a joke, guys.
She has a history.
Yeah, that was a joke, guys. That was a joke. Bad joke.
But also, Ida is always she's tackling Bruce to the bed, and then she's also trying to get Terry out of the way because she doesn't want Vincent marrying Terry.
Yeah.
And because I think she's trying to fuck.
I think there's a little bit more.
I think you're right.
I don't know if I feel the incest vibe because they are just these redneck people where she just is very submissive to him and will do whatever he says. But with that getting her out of the way, I think it's more of this she won't understand. What we do.
Yeah. Come on, Meg. Come on, Meg. Stop trying to explain it away. Put him in incest camp with us.
No,
Jerk.
I'm not there yet, guys. I mean, I know you guys tried to send me my membership card in the mail.
Instead of man so much 5 minutes ago.
I think you guys did try to send me my membership card in the mail, but I am not a member of your club. Anyway, you do quick so. This is the whole idea, right? Farmer Vincent makes smoked meat products. Jerkies and sausages and all manner of smoked meats. That is his business. He is a farmer, but he has a small, I would say, a regional smoked meat business he's
got a 100-mile radius.
Within a 100-mile radius, he is famous for Farmer Vincent's smoked meats. He has billboards on the side of the road and all that stuff. You quickly realize that it's not a buildup that Farmer Vincent be mixing peoples in with the meats. So
what do you think the blend is?
Oh, I would bet he has a lot of hogs in there.
Yeah.
I would say
hogs are a lot more expensive than those people, though,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to say it's probably 70% people meat, but they're cutting in with the pork fat.
Yeah. I thought it was an 85-15.
Yeah.
What would you guys prefer?
I would go 85-15 just to get the blend.
Yeah,
and
get
you
that
just
blend,
call
right.
it Farmer Vincent's Long Pig.
And he did say at one point that he had upwards of 200 cars that he had put in there.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cars. But if he's been doing it for 30 years, that's not that many cars.
So I'll take you back out of Incest Club because of my theory.
Okay.
It's why I asked.
Theory now.
I appreciate
Yeah, well,
that.
no, it's because I didn't
consideration.
hear that Ida was their sister. And it just, I don't know, it glazed over me. I thought Ida was a bog hag.
She is a bit of a bog hag.
Bog hags are back on the table, guys.
But
Let's
bog
go.
hags don't. A bog hag would be able to swim.
See, I think she was like,
Right?
well, no, but she does know how to swim.
It
was a plot.
She just
Fake.
pretended.
It was a
She did,
plot.
Yeah.
But
She
would a
cut her
bog
own.
hag try to cover her hair? No, she would be getting her
Well,
hair.
no, here's the
into
thing.
that
I think
bog
she was
water.
like a domesticated bog hag that was adopted by the Smiths.
I see.
Because, like, okay, so she's jealous of Terry and tries to drown Terry in the lake.
Right.
That's classic bog hag behavior.
Wait, is this
Classic bog hag
actual
material.
legit comments on the movie, or are you just making up more fan fiction here about this?
little bit of
I'm
both.
building a case, Meg, if
On
you let
what,
me.
though?
A little bit of bog.
About bog hags, that's not a negative thing in my point. So
No, I'm not.
what do we do?
No, it's not. No, it's just building a case.
Apologist. We know
Yeah.
this.
There's 200 cars in a marsh,
Yeah.
also known as a bog.
Oh yeah, classic
Yeah.
bog hag.
And then early on, when
But
they bring
Vincent's
Terry
the
in.
one who's derailing the cars, not Ida.
Yeah, but Ida would have told him where to go. Here's a
You
good
think
place.
It's Ida's marsh.
Yeah, it's Ida's marsh.
It
It's
could
Ida's
be.
bog. And then early on, when they bring in Terry,
Moving on to the actual
when they
plot
bring
of
in
this
Terry,
movie.
Yeah.
hold on, Meg, interrupty. When they bring in Terry,
Yeah.
Ida tells him to go pick a whole bunch of different fucking flowers and
roots
shit,
and yeah.
and that's shit a bog hag would know about.
Yeah. She gives him all the apothecary stuff
Mhm.
to nurse people back to life.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is bog hag behavior.
it's bog hag behavior.
I'm still waiting for why the fuck we just took the last 3
All right.
minutes to do
Guys,
that.
anyways.
Because it ties it into the universe of the episode and of the show, Meg. It's called Bringing Bog Hags Back. Make it a brand for the show.
bog
You just
hag,
made up
This
a
is-
lot of
bog
things
It's
right now. on
entertaining for the
fly.
audience to hear Bog Hag. I remember that when they watched the bog.
Bog hag. Bog
It's called
hag.
callbacks and references to our own material, Meg.
When you
Learn
have
how
to-
to podcast.
All right. So now this biker couple.
Teach me, Steve. Apparently, you're not doing a good enough job over
Guys,
here.
wait to argue till I'm done talking about my podcast, and then we just sink each
Your
other.
podcast?
Or my episode, or my movie. I mean. All right, so biker couple is coming down the road. You've already got this indication, obviously that the Farmer Vincent and his gang are killing people, putting them in the sausage. This is no surprise. This biker couple kind of coming down the road. Does he actually? I've seen this movie 100 times, and I can't fully determine whether he shoots him.
I
He
didn't.
shoots the
I just.
tires because they talk about it later in the movie.
He does, but then
Uh,
in the scene he doesn't. They talk about it like it
Yeah.
does, but
I
it almost-
I don't know if you should actually question those type of things in a movie like this.
that's probably right. You're probably true. It's probably true because I don't know that it matters that much. The
Mm-mm.
intention was there.
What we find out is that the tires were shot.
The tires, well, they do say that, yes, ultimately the tires were shot, but it's so the guy dies, and the girl is on the back of the motorcycle. I don't know why she's on the back of the motorcycle when they literally had a sidecar, but he does she gets nursed back to health by bog hag mysticism, and Vince and Ida, I'm gonna call him Vinny,
Mhm.
Big Vinny, they're into two things: Jesus and eating people.
Hell yeah.
That's pretty much their number one and their number two. So Ida nurses her back to health, and
No sex before marriage, but people always on the table to be
eat
eaten.
them up. And Ida is very skeptical about the whole thing, but Vince runs the show, and he basically says like, "Oh, it was God ordained her to survive or whatever. This was whatever." He sells these kind of like Hillshire Farm gift set type situations where he like has like a gift pack sampler that he sells.
What's that? Hickory Farms? That's what it
Hickory
kinda
Farms
reminds me of.
smoked sausage.
Yeah,
summer
like in
sausage.
the middle of malls that you would go to. That's what.
Yeah,
it reminds me
Hillshire.
of.
Is it not Hillshire
Or
Farms?
is
I
it?
think there's two. There isn't
Well, it's
Hickory Farms and
Hillshire, but-
Hillshire.
Hillshire. I think Hickory Farms is a different thing.
Oh, are they
Hillshire is like what you get in the stores.
Mm,
Like that's a brand.
yeah.
Hickory Farms is the one you get in the mall. Is that
Is
what you're
that-
talking about?
I don't know. There's
That one's the
something in my mind.
kiosk, and then
Yeah.
Hillshire is the one at the Walmart. And the
Gotcha. Same situation, right?
Okay, yeah.
It's selling little sampler packs and things like that. There's a great scene where this couple who has come, I assume, to stay at the motel and has gotten a taste for Farmer Vincent's meat, is like, where can I buy it? And he gives them the whole sales pitch. And then they have these weird little looks like twin girls that look like the twins from The Shining,
Dude.
yeah,
are creeping
Never
around.
trust little girls. Little
They go out
twins.
into the shed, and someone pops up with a pig hat on, but it's apparently not Vincent. I don't know if
I think it was
supposed
Ida.
to have been Ida.
yeah.
Any case,
You also see like pigs coming through the hooks and everything.
so
and
you get first glimpse in the smokehouse, the processing house at that point. But then he screams at the little girls and somehow calms them down. But then also just like the most alarming thing about that is that he just put a bumper sticker on someone's car without asking.
Yeah.
Just like,
also wrong. It's crooked.
yeah, it's wrong. It's on the front too. Who is when you're passing somebody having the chance to see a bump? You put them on the back when you're in
Yeah.
traffic. You see, come on.
It's the 80. I mean, it's just getting to the 80. You
Right.
know, people don't know shit.
Yeah, they don't know shit about bumper stickers. So you get a little bit more of an indication of who Sheriff Bruce is. That's their younger brother. He comes in, and Terry finally wakes up from assuming she's been in a coma or something like that, and they tell her that her boyfriend's dead in a pretty unceremonious way, and that they had already buried him that morning.
Mhm.
And the sheriff's like, all right, that's fine. And I love how they act like she's like a child now, that there's like, oh, your boyfriend died. Her boyfriend died, so we own her now.
Right.
Like,
Yeah. It's
she
kind of
lives
like
here now. Yeah.
It's kind of like I
Bring
think
the
I
pedophilia
think
back.
pre 1985.
Yeah.
If your life was saved by a farmer, you were like an indentured servant.
Yeah. They
So-
just assume like, well, I guess she's going to help around the farm now.
Yeah.
I think you already said it out loud. Bringing the pedophilia back into play here.
Yeah.
She's a adult though.
You don't know that. She
We
could
don't
be
actually know
17.
how old
She
she is.
looks like an adult.
She looks like an adult, but how many times have adults fucking Kristen Bell was an adult and she played Veronica Mars?
This is a stretch, you
Yeah.
guys. Anyway, so then Inspector
Steve
Bob.
and I are kind of on the same team right now, so please accept it.
I mean, you guys are both stretching. It's like you're both desperately holding on to the rubber band, just pulling it.
Look, you just have a pervert film. It's okay.
Yeah,
right.
it's all right.
It is.
There's a lot of pervert
there's
stuff in
some
this film.
pervert stuff floating around. You get this quick shot of Inspector Bob. He's like the meat inspector. And you can tell he's an inspector on account of he's got his inspecting coat on.
On account.
He shows up with his inspecting coat on. And then, Vincent pops out, scares him, and he just kind of takes off. One other thing that I really like, which I remember watching as a kid and like really paying close attention to for whatever, is there's this preacher in the background. Actually, a couple different preachers. They're always watching like these televangelists that are just carrying on and
He's
saying all
bringing
kind of
young
wild
girls
shit.
around, calling little girls, of course.
Yeah.
Is it a
all
couple
together.
of different preachers? I always thought
No, because
or
there's
not
the
always,
one with
but
the beard who he goes
That's
through
Wolfman
to marry
Jack.
him, but
Yeah.
early on there's a clean cut guy.
oh, okay. I thought it was all just Wolfman Jack.
Yeah, but oh, I didn't know that was is that really Wolfman Jack?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit,
it's
I
all
didn't
Wolfman
realize
Jack.
that. And then so we need to establish Terry. This is the girl that they had quote unquote saved. Is an idiot, and that makes everything's way easier for them.
Mhm.
Yes.
Like they literally are like, I think Farmer Vincent says something at one point that's like, you survived that motorcycle accident, so that proves that God exists. She's like, you know what? You're right.
Huh.
Yeah.
She's
And
like,
even, I mean, a lot further later, but like when.
Just like a
she
child would believe.
yeah.
Yeah, like when she's
Just
drinking the
like a small
champagne
child.
and has the
I'm not
poison
saying
in
she
it.
doesn't have the brain of a child. Anyway, Bob shows up again that night, without his inspecting coat on, he's got his snooping coat on, goes snooping around. He finds this garden, and kind of like eats shit over the fence. And this is probably the most iconic scene in the movie, which is it looks like a pumpkin patch with a bunch of burlap sacks like over the pumpkins, but then what you think is a pumpkin starts moving and like making these gurgling noises and stuff, and then Bob pulls the sack off and it's a guy's head that seems to be kind of like zombified. That's just like popping up out of the ground.
They definitely play throughout the entire movie that these characters are like zombies. So
they drug them, so they stick the.
But like I'm talking like later on, like
yes, they're very zombified. Yes, they move even like zombies. They're basically creating their own little zombies that they're planting in the ground. And I just remember as a kid watching this movie and thinking like, oh, this guy, he's probably gonna be like a slashery type of movie. And then I saw that and I was like, what the fuck is happening? And then Farmer Vincent shows up, kind of whacks Bob in the head, and you don't see anything. You see, where he goes from there afterwards. But so you get, like Steve said, a lot of like little almost vignette type of things.
It's just a series of bits from here because like there's no real. It's not constructed like a movie. It's constructed like a bunch of bits.
Yeah,
that are fun and related.
But they move the story along. I will say. Like this one, well, with the band, they certainly do.
That doesn't move the story along though, because the story is we already know that he's like they don't add or detract anything. Like the two women in the car.
You show with the band is the first time you see the process of what they're doing.
Yeah, but they could have done that with anybody. Like they could have like
but they do it with the band.
Yeah, I'm just saying it doesn't move any urgency. It just shows you more of how they do.
It's almost so like to use like what I hear you saying too. It's like we get introduced to one aspect of it, then we get to see the whole, and then we get to see the end of it. So we don't ever see it all like in this stream of like what's her nuts character through the end of like seeing her boyfriend then like murdered. We see like, okay, we get to see that they have a process. We get introduced to it. Mm-hmm. We then see how they kill people. Mm-hmm. And then we get to see like, I mean, I guess maybe I'm more on Steve. Like I hear what you're saying when you say that, like we get to see how they catch people with the band.
No, you see how they plant them.
And you see them how they plant them.
Too, but like,
and then you see how to harvest them with the band.
I guess right. Yeah. That is like
the band is the band are the ones that are like the beginning to end victims.
Sure. I'm just saying like it doesn't really
get them so fresh. Why don't they like kill someone? Why don't they pull out someone who was like already in there for a while?
Right.
Yeah.
The curing process is real weird.
Well,
here.
they're not curing them. They're feeding them.
I fucking know that it's a joke, Brian.
Them. Terrible joke. They're feeding. they're feeding them like they're ducks for foie gras or something like that.
Yeah, they're force feeding them with like snorkel tubes and everything.
Yeah, I'm just saying like or something.
All these little bits and vignettes, they don't really push any urgency or conflict because there's no conflict with Terry because she's just like, I guess I live on the farm now.
She loves it.
She thinks she loves it. It's awesome. It rules.
I'm gonna learn how to smoke meat.
I'm gonna smoke meat and then I'm gonna smoke some meat.
Farmer Vincent's meat. So yeah, this movie. Listen,
and because Bruce is the brother and he's in on it, like he's not conflict either.
Well, he's not in on it.
No. Well.
He is not in on it.
He's
just a villain in a bunch of other ways.
Right.
But he's not in
a rapist.
He doesn't know there's people in it.
Oh, okay. I thought he did.
You think early on you think that he does?
I don't think his response tells us that he does not.
But then ultimately you think that he does early on, but ultimately you learn that he does not.
I guess I was just remembering the fact like Vincent calls him the biggest cannibal in the county because he's always eating the meat. Yeah. But I guess, if he's not aware, then.
He's not aware, but again, he's also not cool. Anyway, we'll get to it in a minute. But the characters, they try to do this thing, which is, again, this is 1980. So they're very much on this whole like morality thing where all the people who are getting killed and turned into meat products, smoked, in the smokehouse, all have some sort of like they're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
So like at this point, obviously Terry, she was a little bit more of a victim, but she was like out riding motorcycle with a boy. And
Well,
then
not a boy. That's an old man who has
grown-ass man.
like he has a bald spot and gray hair.
He had a hat on.
No, but when they take his burlap sack off,
yes,
his hair is gone.
He's an older gentleman. A man of some distinguish.
Yeah.
But anyway,
he's a grandpa.
Ivan the Terribles is the name of the band. The Ivan the Terribles, which is a terrible band.
And Ivan has the realest beard I've ever seen.
So serious. He's driving, and in the back they're smoking that.
What does he say right before they hit? Like,
yeah, he's like, we gotta pull over. Shit's getting too wild.
Oh, he says this red is too wild or something. He calls it red.
He just has some line right before, then they immediately do it, and I like just laughed out loud. I was like, this
they're
is
in the background
insanely
just like really smoking that devil lettuce, and they're really trying to make it seem like it's like they're like eating babies in the back of the van.
Mm-hmm.
But Vincent flips him off the road, and then you get first of all, you get the idea of they're not zombies, they're alive. He's keeping them alive on purpose.
They're just ripping out their vocal cords.
He is gassing them, which is a comic. This is a Looney Tunes bit.
Yep.
Because they flip and tumble down the road. They would all be dead or unconscious, but they pull up and you can still hear him inside. They're like, get off my leg, what are you doing? Blah, blah, blah,
yeah.
Like you hear him inside the van, and then Farmer Vincent goes up and puts the gas in the van, assumingly gasses them, throws them on the fucking cart and takes them.
And a big bottle is labeled chloroform. It's the same as like
it's Wile E. Coyote shit.
Yeah, it's Wile E. Coyote when he takes out the bottle of ether and the ghost floats out of the ether bottle like ooh.
Yep. I really love, there's like probably 3 or 4 scenes in this movie that have no business being there. There's no reason why they're there.
They're all just to lead to somebody falling in the mud.
But they're funny. Like,
I know,
they're all
funny.
Like, funny and stupid. Like
that's their purpose, to make a pratfall.
The one about and this wasn't even a physical gag, but it's the one where Vincent and Ida are having a conversation in the car about Vincent really likes the traps. He likes setting up traps and tricking people, which reminds me of Head of the Family a little bit. Like
this movie reminded me a lot of Head of the Family, like especially the cow bit.
Yeah,
like
he has these like beautifully painted cows, like very like cartoonish, but very like well. And he's talking about how it provides him a creative outlet. And I can't. One of my other, which we haven't done on the show yet, which I'm going to do at some point. I don't know if you guys have ever watched "Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared."
I've seen it.
Or if you ever watched it, it's on YouTube. It's fucking fantastic. It's one of my favorite things. And there is there's a line in there about thinking creatively, and they'd sing a little song. And I just think about Farmer Vincent thinking creatively. You have to watch Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. In any case, so you get this full look at the garden at this point from Ida, and how they have a big post hole digger hooked up to the tractor, and then they're just plugging people in, and just planting them feet first into the ground, so their heads are sticking up out. They're removing their vocal cords so they can't scream, which heal remarkably quickly and with a tremendous consistency. And essentially,
bog hag apothecary.
Yeah, bog hag. That at least they did tie up that loose end.
Mm-hmm.
But they're planting them and like they're burying them alive vertically with their heads above the ground, so that they can,
still breathe and then be fed.
Breathe and force feed them so they can grow yummy and tender, I guess. So you watch them plant the band. And then you get the iconic line at this point, which is probably the most memorable line, which is kind of a throwaway line, I feel like, but it takes all kinds of critters to make Farmer Vincent's fritters. Which they never mention the fritters again.
They never make fritters.
No, they literally never make fritters.
It's all sausage.
I don't know if that was like an interesting term for like a different name for hot dogs, but
I think
those
fritters
are like for chicken fritters is what I'm thinking.
Right.
Well, I think fritters is another word for like sausage patties.
Sure.
Yeah.
I always thought of fritters, and I'm just probably wrong, but I just thought of it as like leftover scrapple.
Okay.
I mean, just like shit that you can fry on the grill real quick. And
I
it's
think
like
it's like
of the indeterminate piece.
Yeah. It's just like little chunkies that you
Yeah.
fry up. So at this point, Terry is like whole on board. She's just going to live on the farm. She goes on a picnic with the Smiths. And they in this instance, they're very like Sawyer like. They're kind of, it's like a Texas Chainsaw type of situation where they're talking about how they eat all types of animals and they ate their dog when they were little and all this stuff. And it's kind of freaking Terry out a little bit, but not enough for like of a red flags going up for her to not just want to
But again,
stay
she has a
there
new
still.
home. She has to be accepting of her new home.
Yeah,
know?
she's like I said,
fine in.
she's a piece of clay to be molded here. The reason I brought up this scene is when Vincent punches Ida in the gut. It's very funny.
It's the most. I saw that and I go, oh, that's just Three Stooges. That fucking Mo just socked Curly
Because she's about to tell the secret about how there's people in the sausage, and he just
just socks her in the belly as
a
they're all
great
getting fucking blitzed on Olympia.
yeah, they're slam and bruise. And Terry and the sheriff, they're starting to get a little friendly at this point. You get the idea of, you get a shot of how they feed them, and you get the idea that Farmer Vincent and Ida think they're doing something like, for the planet, because they're saying like there's too many people and not enough food. So, it's a Soylent Green type of argument here.
Classic bog hag behavior, being antisocial but pro nature.
Yes, true. This is
me.
Yeah.
Classic. So the sheriff takes Terry to a field where he abuses his power in an effort to impress her, and gets real rapey with her. And then she's just like, don't worry about it. That was great. I had a blast. Like, it just, you think
NBD.
you think that Bob is going to become, not Bob, Bob is the inspector. You think the sheriff is going to be like a villain from this point out? Nope.
No, because it was just
bridge.
the 80s.
Water under the bridge.
It reads terrible to us now.
Oh, yeah.
But, it's the 80s. So
Yeah.
that was just like, you can go to like third base before it's a problem.
Like forcibly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then this is one of my favorite parts where you get these two, I'm going to call them ski bimbos that show up in the car. And they're talking about how they just got back from a ski trip. And this is completely like, this doesn't need to be in there at all.
No.
But there's just this part about how she's talking about how she slept with one of the ski instructors to get them free like ski lessons. And then she contracted VD basically. But she doesn't say which VD.
Right.
But she does. She contracted VD. And then they pull up on the fake cows and, Vinny ethers one of them and then ends up getting the other one out. There's a big police chase. And like, while the sheriff is, essentially sexually assaulting Terry, which is, again, not a big deal. Somehow Bob hears
Bruce.
Oh, I keep saying Bob. Bruce somehow hears that her over the CB because she had a CB in her car.
CB culture was big
I
back
know it was
then.
big in the 70s, yeah, with the
everybody had a CB
convoy and all that shit.
That's right, Conway Twitty. You put it out there. Everybody wanted to get on convoy.
We gonna take but she faints. The way she faints is worth the price of admission. But yeah,
you're right. None of this had to be in there, but it was in there because it's all a setup because of the police chase leads to the police car getting stuck.
Mm-hmm.
And it all had to lead up to Bruce falling face first in the mud.
Yeah.
It's just a setup to a pratfall.
Setup to
all bits.
Falling down. My favorite characters in the movie come in now, which is the swinger couple.
Oh, yeah.
Which they show up. They are absolute maniac degenerates. It's not just like, hey, we want to do a little what. They got the wrong motel. They show up. They talk Farmer. They basically are proposing to Farmer Vincent and Ida that they want to do some sort of like couple swap situation, but it's so much more than that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they're super horny. They also really into jerky, and they want to fuck the Smiths apparently. And then the woman has a whip, which she uses to destroy the
She's
entire hotel room.
Hell yeah.
And then he comes out, the guy comes out wearing this like wild outfit, and he's like, "Where's my lube?" or whatever.
Yeah.
And then and then he uses the phrase, "Let's get greasy," which is a great line. And
It's funny because like he shows up and he is kind of dressed like a Disco Guido.
Yeah.
When he shows up, but then when he comes out of the bathroom,
yeah,
he is wearing like ballerina garb,
yeah,
except for he still has his Disco Guido driving cap on.
yes.
It's like the hat stays on.
But he also talks. He almost feels like he's doing a Sonny Bono impression.
Yeah.
It's just so weird.
Yeah, he is. I mean, the couple is what everybody imagined was Studio 54.
Yes.
Just like the recesses of that perversion.
Mhm.
And it's just like everybody was wearing women's clothes and like lubing themselves up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the worst fears of rural America.
Yeah.
It's the same scene they're showing in Tennessee right now, guys.
Right, yeah,
Yeah,
it still terrifies them.
Yeah. This was the equivalent now of like drag queens reading stories.
Yeah.
Wow, everybody's all worried about. Anyway, then they just, of course, they let them tie them up because they think it's like a BDSM thing, and then they, of course, plant them in the ground like everybody else. There's like a tubing scene, which is 100% just there to see Terry's nipples, and then Farmer Vincent saves her, and then that's when like the kind of romance sparks with them, which makes no sense. There's no reason why it should be there. He's
Savior
like
figure,
70 years old.
Well, you say it doesn't make sense, but again, the guy on the bike was old as fuck. She was just looking for a reason.
She's looking
I
for a
guess so.
zaddy, dude. Like, she's
Yeah.
looking
Oh,
for
I
a
forgot
zaddy.
about that term. Yeah, that's kind of
Like,
what it is.
He saved her life twice,
Mm.
and she's like, "Man, I better stick with him."
She
and
clearly
suck
has
that
daddy
off.
issues, you know what I mean? She just wants those zaddies.
Yeah,
I don't blame her.
She's a runaway, I'm pretty sure.
she seems like it might
We
be.
should all be worried about her right now.
Oh no, I'm definitely worried about her throughout the movie, but also she is dumb, so
Yeah.
like I can't reach
I'd
in
say
and
naive,
stop
maybe
her.
Not dumb. I'd be
Nah,
like,
she's dumb.
Well, I mean, Ida definitely very explicitly tries to drown her, and she's just like,
I'm sorry.
it's all right. And she's like,
Okay,
no
big
biggie.
deal,
Yeah, luckily, again, she's very dumb. And now all of a sudden she's super horny for
She-
I'm gonna be
Vince.
nice to her.
She
I'll be a little
ign-
bit nicer to her.
She ignored the story where they laughed about eating their dog.
Yeah, and
That's
he's-
not cool.
Yeah,
and then let Ida get punched in the tummy.
That literally didn't make her an ounce less horny.
Yeah.
Mm.
That didn't make her run or anything. At
Yeah.
no point does she ever express the idea of like, oh, I should like go back to my family.
No.
And where I'm from. No, she's a runaway.
Well, she does say at one point briefly, like, should I just go back home? And Ida's like, no, you got to get better first. This was not long after the motorcycle accident. And
Yeah.
then it's just like, nope, I live here now, like within a few days.
Yeah.
Anyway, she comes on to Farmer Vincent. He is like, no, we got to get married first. So then they set up a whole thing where
Very
they're going to get
righteous man.
married. Yeah, I mean, he's a good guy. He wants to make her an honest lady out of her.
Mhm.
And Ida drugs her.
This is what I was trying to get across
Yeah.
earlier too. It's like about like how she's just not paying attention. There was her drink or champagne was clearly green.
mhm.
Yeah.
But that's just
Yeah.
Oh, when they're slamming the champagne. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, she's not bright.
She's not paying attention.
Yeah.
oh honey. Is all I want to say. You know, like you guys are being meaner to her than I want to be.
I mean, yeah, you can say bless your heart at her, but like behind
No,
closed
bless
doors,
her.
she's a dum-dum.
She ain't bright. She ain't bright. This is probably my favorite scene in the movie, which is them harvesting the band, which they've been feeding for who knows how long now. And what they basically do is Farmer Vincent, he gives this speech about how he wants to humanely kill his animals. He's
doing
treating
the
like
whole hypno.
yeah, so he
bullshit
gets
thing,
this like
yeah.
strobe light, like disco light thing, and puts one of them in front of each of their faces.
It's the most 1960s Batman villain thing I've seen outside of the 1960s
Yeah.
Batman.
Yeah, he like hypnotizes them into thinking that they're on like a sweet trip, and he's talking about like blasting off to Mars and all this stuff. The whole dialogue is absolutely asinine, but in just a funny, stupid way. and then they just break their necks and drag them out of the ground.
Yeah.
Basically.
They were still moving when they pulled him out too. Like it almost seemed like, if I remember correctly, it almost felt like I like.
Well, the first time he
seemed
pulls,
like,
it like breaks their neck.
that's what I thought
Yeah.
too. And then I thought like when I saw them when he pulled them out officially, I was like, are they still?
Yeah, some of them
fucking
are just bad
moving?
actors.
Yeah.
Because like the female in that band, like she never knows if she's alive or dead when she's being handled at any moment. Like
Not really.
she's sometimes she's breathing, sometimes she's holding her breath, like she's getting slammed around, and it's like, did nobody tell you what's to do?
No, it doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like it. They were like, it's dark. Don't worry about it.
I will say, and we can get into the director after this.
Mhm.
This director is not anything more than a guy who just like
Points at stuff.
points, shoots, keeps things on budget, and moves on.
Yeah. Yeah. This was a movie. I mean, so this is a great example of a movie that had a premise.
Hmm.
And not even a premise, an idea. And that idea was, what if there was a hotel sign and it was called the Motel Hello, but the O burned out?
That was
That's the whole movie.
that was idea one, and then somebody else said, but what if there was a farmer who made people into food?
Yeah. But and then we're gonna plant them in
They
the
do
ground.
seem like two separate stories that are just trying to
Right.
come together
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. I could just say I feel like there was a guy who wrote a script and was like, Killer Hotel. Okay. Motel Hello. Motel Hell. Got it.
But
And
that kind
then
of
they
still goes
yeah.
into the whole idea too of like it feeling like there's like these zombies aspects too. Like cannibalism doesn't really feel like the primary thing, but like we have like, you know, more so many other things.
No,
going
it's
on.
more of a cost savings, money making scheme type of
Mhm.
thing that Farmer Vincent has talked himself into being some sort of righteous cause. You know, we'll fast forward down the line here, but ultimately what happens is the people that are buried in the ground start to escape slowly. They start to kind of work their way out. Terry is kind of being groomed by Vincent, and probably in more ways than one, but to be his protege, to teach him how to smoke meats. But then she doesn't know, of course, the secret, but then she does get kind of thrust into it when Bruce comes in and basically says, hey, I learned what happened. He's a psycho, blah, blah, blah. Ida, which we didn't establish, has like, she's very strong. Like that's her whole thing.
You just assume.
Yeah. And then she goes out and gets the idea, okay, this is what happened. They're adding people to the mix. And Farmer Vincent just comes clean on the whole thing. And again, Terry not responding appropriately to this information. She's just like, how could you? Like, how could you? Not like, oh my God, run screaming. It's just like, that's not cool. You do get a final like chainsaw showdown between Bruce, so sheriff, and Farmer Vincent. And he's got, the giant pig head on. This is like one of the iconic images of the movie.
I had it written down. It's the extreme Dudley Do-Right ending. Because Terry is tied up to a saw,
Yeah.
and the saw is going to kill her, and then Dudley Do-Right has to come in and save her. And
See, I took it as like it was like a Bond villain situation.
a little,
but
it's a little bit that too. It's just the fact that the way he comes. I mean, after he defeats Vincent, or Vincent really just kind of falls on a saw himself, like an
and
asshole.
he just digs into his side. Yeah.
But Bruce comes swinging in on one of the meat hook chains through a door, like a door that just opens up and from nowhere, you know.
And to this point, let's be clear, Bruce has not really been a good guy at any point.
No.
Yeah. He's not. We haven't established him as a hero, anything like that.
He lost his hustler to Wolfman Jack.
Yeah, Wolfman Jack stole his hustler. Anyway, so the
And
sheriff
he lost his lady to literally the
a
crypt
sev-
keeper.
yeah.
Like,
Keeper, yeah. Maybe she saw Rory Calhoun in other movies earlier on and we're like, he used to be a hunk. Anyway, the sheriff saves Terry. Vincent's got this chainsaw on his side. And the delivery of Vincent's confession at this point even before the big joke, is so wild. Like, he's leaning in really hard, but in the most cartoonish way ever. And he plays everything else so straight for the whole rest of the movie. I remember just thinking, every time I watch this, I'm taken aback by how weird his delivery is. But then he ultimately says, you think he's going to come clean and say, I use human meat in his products, but he admits that he uses preservatives.
Yeah.
That's
that
the
was
whole
silly.
big
That was so silly.
giveaway, which is such a, like, nothing makes me happier than having watched an entire hour-and-a-half movie that led up to just one mediocre gag.
That leads up to
So good.
an hour and a
It's
half
just
of my
so
life for
disrespectful to the audience.
It
It's
is.
such a fuck you to the audience. But it's been so it's just right up to the end. And then again, this is not even necessarily the craziest thing that happens right at the end. You see Ida, by the way. Ida's been planted upside down by the zombies. You know, we're gonna call them zombies, but they got out. They planted her upside down, so she's dead. And now you, in the last 30 seconds of the movie, you get the backstory that the sheriff ran away when he was 11, and that's why he didn't know all these things that were happening.
Yeah.
Why didn't they say that?
Your fucking notes.
It's literally said it in the last like 30 seconds of the movie, and then they're like, well, I guess there's gonna I forget what the line's like. I guess there's gonna have to be like an investigation or something. And then she's like, you should just burn this place down. He's like, you mean arson? And he's like, yeah. And then the O explodes.
And
on
then the O
side.
explodes and
that's
takes
the end
all
of
the
movie.
agency out of anybody's hands.
Oh man. And that's the whole goddamn movie. And what I like about this movie is that, first of all, you don't know who to root for or against.
Yeah.
Everyone's pretty much awful or dumb, and every character's decisions are insane.
Yeah.
And it's just cartoonish, stupid fun, and there's literally nothing beyond that about it.
Yeah.
It is
I mean,
just it is one of my favorite, just like throw on, get stoned and watch just the
I can
silliness.
see how this is a really good movie for getting high.
Yeah.
I watched it sober.
Wow, that was your first mistake. Also, Tubi knows that Tourist Trap's supposed to come on right after this.
Tubi does know that.
And I appreciate that as well.
Tubi also knows to run Applebee's ads, Nutrisystem ads, and Jenny Craig ads during
They should just run literal Oreo ads.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
You like Oreos? I bet you fucking do.
Yeah. Just to jump to that director real quick, Kevin Conner is his name, and you don't know him because he's just a gun for hire. And I did some looking into him because I'd never heard of him,
Mm-hmm.
and I just fell in love with some of the other movies he's done, especially his more recent work. 2014, The Cookie Mobster,
Sick.
Jesus fucking Christ.
A Christmas Kiss 2,
Nice.
The Thanksgiving House.
Hell yeah.
He's
Hallmark. now.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say these sound like movies that you and Kate have come up with.
He has eras to him. Like in the 70s and 80s, he did a lot of genre film. And then 90s, he did TV movies. So like he did a heart-to-heart TV movie.
Sick.
Then he had like a religious period
Nice.
where he did like The Lazarus Man, The Apocalypse Watch, Mother Teresa movie. And then he seems to have moved on to doing Hallmark films with The Wish List and Farewell to Mr. Kringle and Honeymoon for One.
The man is working, and I appreciate a good work a day.
Sounds like he's making
director.
as many films as a porn star makes a year.
Yeah,
Sounds
Well-
like he is supporting a habit.
that could be true. The man who founded the Ivan the Terribles,
Right.
may
He
have
was
a
the
cocaine
guy in the beard.
Yeah.
Is what maybe it was.
I
the
wonder if he
case.
was. That'd be cool if he was.
No, I mean it was a fun movie. I think like
the same things I already said. Like, I feel like there's not much for me to comment on besides there was like a lot of moments where I was like laughing and giggling along with it, which I was happy about. The song that I posted, which was like a weird country song that they played a couple times.
Oh yeah,
really,
about
really
your eating. There's some about eating you or something.
Mhm.
Like that.
Yeah, it clearly like can stand alone, but in this movie it's like perfect.
Yeah.
But I still like saw other things like I mentioned, like immediately seeing weird other things about like, you know, feeling like it's like kind of like a zombie-esque thing, which I thought was really weird and silly.
Yeah, they
That
tried to
didn't really
say
make
like
sense.
they cut their vocal cords or whatever,
Yeah.
but
It doesn't explain like why when they all escape, they all like claw and paw at
Yeah.
Ida
I
like
think
zombies.
the idea was they had that scene where they
What's
drug
the-
them, so they're like,
But what is
Yeah.
the whole thing like if you like are stuck in the same position for a
yeah,
period of
like
time?
you've
Is it-
Atrophy.
your muscles have
Atrophy, yeah.
atrophied. Yeah,
could be like that's what I got it, but like all you can think is like the same thing you see in a zombie movie. So
yeah,
it aids in like the horror element of this film because there's
Yeah.
clearly like there's not that many like necessarily clear on the head like
Mhm.
jump scares or like gore per se and all of that stuff. So we're not really seeing a lot of that.
Yeah.
So I think that aids it being more in like the horror genre a
Yeah.
little bit too.
I like the fact that this is a goofy, silly horror movie, but there are also a couple of scenes that are just weird enough to be creepy. Like when you see the guy for the first time with his head buried. It's
Mhm.
Bob, I think.
Mm.
Head buried. You know, Bob sees
Bob finds
Finds
the
a guy.
biker.
biker guy. Yeah. When you see that, yeah, there's just like a couple. Obviously, the weird dreaminess of the way they shot the chainsaw sequence at the end when he's
Mhm.
got the head on.
Mhm.
The head is like way bigger than any pig head that would normally be.
Mhm.
So it looks like he made a paper mache mask that looks like a pig head,
Mhm.
kinda.
Looks like Howie parties.
Yeah, which is so weird and off-putting too.
I don't know, Brian. Maybe pigs were just bigger back then. Fuck.
Well, he literally has pigs hanging, and the head is like as big as the pigs that are hanging by.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It's just it's a silly movie with like a
That's right.
Yeah, I don't know. People being weird.
couple of like cool arresting scenes and some fucking good one-liners. That's about it. That's why I like it.
Yeah, it's got some goofy bits and everything. It's
Yeah.
not, I don't know. It's not great as a movie per se.
No,
Because, like,
certainly not.
I don't know. Terry doesn't have any agency. She isn't even the one that is like the impetus for the revolt. Like, she doesn't, it's not like she discovers the garden
Mhm.
and then sets everybody free.
Yeah.
Like, does she even see her boyfriend again? I don't
Mm,
think. I think
so.
he gets dispatched
Yeah.
while she's tied to the
No,
machine.
nothing ever happens with that. And also, yeah, they never like free anybody.
Yeah, it just happens because
Yeah.
like they take one guy out and then like Boris happens to like work his way out.
Yeah.
And that's all it happened. Like,
Well, and also Bruce never even discovers the garden.
yeah, not till they discover Ida's been planted. Right?
Because everyone
Yeah,
got
I
out
guess
before
so.
that.
Because because at one point, Vincent says like when he's laying there, which also they battle with chainsaws for a while.
Yeah.
But then Bruce like kind of doesn't want to kill him.
Well, yeah, because like Bruce swings at him with a chainsaw, gets his chainsaw stuck, and then Vince just falls onto it.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah. And then because at the end, when he realizes he's going to die because he's been, cut with the chainsaw or whatever, he says, you can have the motel and you can have the garden. And he goes, what garden? He's like, the secret garden. He
Yeah.
never even saw it. He doesn't know what
Right,
he's
yeah.
talking
Yeah, he has no
about.
idea.
yeah.
But yeah, listen, guys, it's not a masterpiece, but
Nope.
it's my pick.
You said it was a masterpiece at the beginning.
Mm.
This is when we cue Brian
Yeah.
saying this is a masterpiece.
It's a masterpiece of stupid schlock horror. I love it.
I don't know, man. Head of the Family's better. And there's there's so much that I feel like Head of Family does better. And
Yeah.
that does similarly.
That's like 15 years later.
I know, but also like the boobs were bigger.
There's only one set of boobs in this, which
I was
is
gonna
Harry's, I think.
say,
Yeah,
and they're probably actually real.
they are. They
Yeah.
are.
So,
Well, there were real boobs in Head of the Family, but there were also bigger boobs in Head of the Family. There's more boobs and real boobs and bigger boobs.
I just want to remind you guys there were literally no boobs in either of your movies.
Yeah, no, because my movie's about dudes rock.
Mine didn't need boobs.
You had some wiener though.
Actually, no, her movie had boobs. You see the
cancer boobs.
yeah, you see the cancer boobs.
It's true.
Yeah,
I
I
got
guess so.
cancer boobs. You can't make fun of that at
I'm
all.
It's not horny.
It's not that the boobs were cancerous. It's just like there was cancer around the boobs.
Yes, there were
So.
there were cancer. There were like lesions
Yeah.
on the boobs.
Okay.
Not ideal.
All
All right,
right.
guys, let's wrap this up.
So I get to choose the order.
yeah.
correct,
I
Tito?
believe you did. I believe you do.
Okay.
Mhm.
So to make sure.
Yeah.
Steve is going first as well.
Steve's gonna vote first. Yeah.
Brian is going second to vote.
All right.
And then I'll come up from
Yep.
behind.
That's how you normally do it.
Ugh.
From the only movie that was like pretty full on about food. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's called Hungry for Horror, not Food for Movies.
That's true.
People were pretty hungry. in
Not
that movie.
food on
They
film.
were really hungry.
Oh,
You guys
Jesus.
chose cannibal movies that barely had any cannibalism on them. So I'm just saying.
My movie
Mine had
has
more
plenty of
cannibalism
cannibalism.
than yours.
Okay,
Mine had
Go
skeletons.
ahead.
Mine had full on skeletons.
Mine was a unique take in that it was about food production,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I think that was
Interesting.
a unique take.
My movie had so much cannibalism in it that they had to make mutton stew, and vegetarian Guy Pearce,
Yeah.
the consummate actor that he is, took a bite out of meat just to sell it.
Did he?
Yeah.
Look at you, Guy Pearce.
Strong acting, lots of cannibalism.
Again, you have to talk everything about the movie to make it more interesting. Steve, go on.
It's
I
a
know
good
I'm
movie.
like, I know you're not voting for me, but that's totally fine.
That's the thing. I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know. And that's why I don't like going first at this moment, because I don't know, because
This is actually
Brian's-
why I chose you to go
Brian's
first.
movie is a loose conglomeration of bits and gags, and some of them are funny,
Mhm.
but also I did find myself getting most bored during your movie,
Okay.
just because I'm like, nobody is doing anything.
Mm.
Nobody is stopping what's happening, and I don't need a how it's made of fake cannibal
Sure.
sausage.
Come on, sure you do.
I would like to see an actual like DIY show of like your movie though, but like today in real life, like a remake of Motel Hell would be
I'm
really
surprised they
hilarious
haven't done
today.
that yet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
hilarious,
remake could be a lot of fun as long as they keep
think
it funny.
They probably would have made it a little bit more cohesive if it was redone, but it's still I think it'd be a fun.
But Meg's movie just batters you over the fucking head and then just leaves you unsatisfied at the end. And I think my vote is purely going on like movie I would watch again.
Mm-hmm.
And I would watch Motel Hell again. I've seen the platform twice and I hated it more the second time.
Ooh, yeah.
I still have the ability to get high
I wish he would have
and watch
said
Motel
that.
Hell again.
I
Yeah,
wish
high's
he
not
would
gonna
have
help
said
that
that to
movie.
me with his hands on his hips and the same tone of voice that
Nope.
he said man and or mocking this film.
Mhm.
That
Nope.
would have actually made this been more fun.
Nope. Nope. It doesn't even earn the dignity of me being that rude to it.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I do not like this movie and I don't want to watch it again.
Fair.
Motel Hell, I can
I'm glad
I
that
can
you-
try high.
I find interesting.
That's my choice. Motel Hell, I guess.
So,
Against
no
my
matter
will.
what happens, my moral victory is intact because I got someone to vote for Motel Hell. All right, who's up for it? So I'm up next.
You're up next.
All right. I think I've made it probably pretty clear, so I won't belabor it. I actually like the platform. I think the message kind of falls apart. It was maybe an I don't know, overconfident director or something like that going in. I don't know. But I like Ravenous a lot more. It's a ridiculously unique movie. Like how many like cartoonish horror westerns are there that
Mhm.
yeah. So I'm going for that with Ravenous.
So I guess this is now on me.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
End of an era. The three-peat.
As I feel like most times when I've seen we've seen it a few times where I feel like when we talk about a movie, I end up changing my mind about it a little bit and start seeing it a little differently. Didn't really change my perspective on it,
but I did understand Ravenous a little bit differently. But again, I felt like everything you guys talked about around it that was like going into it was more interesting than watching it. Quite frankly, I didn't share with you guys while we were talking about the movie that I fell asleep twice watching it. Whoopsies.
Asterisks. More asterisks.
But I have to go back to also, I think this month for me goes down to rewatchability because I obviously choose mine first. And I would definitely probably watch Motel Hell again. Also high, but probably on shrooms. If I did, I feel like it'd be something I'd want to sit down with a couple people and have fun with. Just because of the weird one-liners. Like,
Yeah.
I found myself giggling on it. So
I don't know how this happened. I definitely, or do I know how this happened?
I don't understand it either because mine combines the best parts of both, or at least it does the social commentary more subtly, but also it still incorporates some comedy while being a linear movie that goes and it has
maybe if
twists.
it was 20 minutes shorter, I might have been able to like hold my attention a little
Lord.
like more with it. I don't know. I still obviously like it felt like oddly over my head and to a certain extent of like for this, and also didn't fully hit on the topic for the month for me. So I'm gonna leave it there.
All right.
As Farmer Vincent once said, the Lord works in mysterious ways.
The Lord is bullshit.
So your boy's taking on the strap. I don't know what movie we're gonna watch. Maybe
Because he wasn't planning on
I
winning.
truly wasn't planning on
I'm
winning.
so mad too because I have one that would be so fucking perfect and it would be such a left hook to both of you.
Hey,
All right,
Steve,
kinda
how
hold-
about just choose a better movie next month?
You can hold up. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. Wait. I have a couple of ideas. One of them's not a movie. I mentioned it earlier in the episode. So we'll wait, and I'll tell you next week what that sumbitchin' punishment movie's gonna be for you insolent sons of bitches. All right. For the Halloween is Forever crew, I'm Brian.
I'm Meg.
I've been cheated.
See you around. Bye.